desperately trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Please open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Ran the table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Squirrel stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick! 爆元手一。Perfect hit! The dragon unleashed! 气贯长龙! My fist is unrivaled! rival.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational Day number 3. It's the final day, grand final Sunday. My name is Dustin, joined by Hank. I almost called myself Justin like you the other day, Hank. It's good to see you, man. Good to be back here for day number 3. I'm sure the audience is very excited for this final day of Marvel Rivals, man. How are you doing? It's going to be a fun day of Marvel today, bud.
Yeah, I'm doing absolutely phenomenal, Justin. I mean Dustin. But we're gonna see some amazing Marvel Rivals gameplay today. We are down to our top 3 teams, right? We have U4RIA and NRG going head-to-head right now, and the winner of that will be going to the winners finals, the grand finals actually, and going up against Nightmare, who has just been looking absolutely unstoppable so far in this tournament. They've yet to lose a single map, right? Just looking absolutely unbeatable. And today we will see whether U4RIA or NRG will be taking them on. And I am just so excited because this is the top level of Marvel Rivals gameplay, Dustin.
Yeah, it is. And this is a great tune-up game for NRG because, obviously U4RIA is a very talented team. They've done well in the past, previously in the War of the Realms tournament. They've, placed top 2 in that tournament. And now coming into today, NRG is a team that maybe lacks some of that experience in terms of Marvel Rivals gameplay, but they've been progressively doing it, scrimming, and it looks like getting better. So, overall, mechanically, it should be a pretty evenly matched game, Hank. Obviously, it can go either way. As we saw yesterday, you watched the game with Nightmare and NRG, and it was kind of one-sided, right? It seems like Nightmare, had the reins on that match and didn't really let go. But You know, speaking of which, I actually tried this game mode yesterday, guys. There's a brand new game mode out. It's been out for a couple of days. The Winter Celebration started a few days ago, and it's going on until January 9th, guys. So enjoy the Winter Celebration with special holiday theme costumes, new game modes, and a few surprises. So this is that Jeff game mode that we've come out with, Hank. And, you know, obviously it's been really fun. You get to, you know, spurt your water all over the ground, you know, get your points and you have a really good fun time in the new game mode, and also unlock these brand new skins in our shop as well, with the new Jeff skin alongside Venom, Groot, and others in the cast. Man, have you had a chance to try the game mode yet?
I actually have. I've been making sure to do my Jeff challenges so I can unlock the Jeff skin for free in a few days. All you guys have to do is play the game mode and you can unlock that Jeff skin for free. Absolutely beautiful. I don't know why anyone would dislike Jeff. That's why he has his very own game mode. It's such a popular fan favorite character as well. Yeah.
There's like a meta. There's like a meta in the Jeff game mode too, in that new game mode. It's actually crazy, because like what you do is you ult as Jeff, right? And then you have to, as soon as you hear the enemy team ult as Jeff, you have to ult back, because then you can eat their ult after they've eaten you. So it's like, it's just eatception. It's crazy. It's just every Jeff is trying to eat each other and spit each other off the map. It's actually so much fun. I was played it like a lot last night with a stack of 4 people, and it was incredibly fun. So yeah, make sure to check it out if you haven't just yet. And Hank, for this upcoming matchup for U4RIA and NRG, you know, to kind of recall back to yesterday when you and Jake watched over those matchups. Obviously, we had that upper bracket finals, and Nightmare just absolutely dominated over NRG. Going into today, we're gonna see NRG yet again in this lower bracket finals up first, and then finally we have that grand finals. But to go back to yesterday, in specifically that upper bracket finals, how did NRG look? You know, I mean, obviously it can be hard to play against one of the best teams in the game, but how did they play compared to one of the top teams in this $20,000 tournament?
Well, before I get into that, Dustin, let me remind you guys watching at home what we're playing for. Whoever loses this match will be walking away with $3,000, and the winner will be guaranteed at least $7,000 and competing for that $10,000 prize. That is a $20,000 prize. Well, this is a lot of money that's on the line right now, Dustin. And NRG, as you were talking about, going up against Nightmare yesterday, such a strong team, right? They're just absolutely, it feels like they're unbeatable at times, right? U4RIA, they tried to mirror match them a few times, I believe, with the same composition when they went head to head. And Nightmare, just their strategy is better, team comps. NRG, I believe there was one game NRG actually failed to make a first ban, right? And they need everything they can get to give them the favor or more odds to try to beat Nightmare, right? So even just missing out on that, it's just it's like a shot in the head, man. But they looked beatable. I believe the third map, right? So NRG won one like round of the map, right? But everything after that, it was just smooth sailing for Nightmare. They just continued to look unbeatable.
It makes sense. I mean, NRG is like, the way I would equate them to, it's kind of like they're like an AI team almost. They're like a learning machine, because, you know, obviously, like we've talked about with U4RIA and Nightmare, these two teams have been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals, whereas on the other side of NRG, they've only been recently playing it. So they're kind of like, with all of the other players who just started playing Marvel Rivals went on release, right, just a few weeks ago, or just a week ago, basically. So, you know, it's very challenging for a team such as this that is full of really talented players from the hero shooter genre, but haven't had that experience some of these top teams have. So every single match, it seems like, even in a loss, they're improving. You know, obviously today we'll have to see what happens, but like you mentioned earlier, if they lose today, they still are in the money. They're still in that top 3 spot, and you have to feel not too bad about that, right? If you're NRG, if you're a team that is just now recently coming onto the scene and sort of just trying to get your feelers out there and understand how the game works, because every single match, it seems like they're getting better.
Yeah, coming into the scene, especially not being like as familiar with the hero shooter genre and being new to Marvel Rivals as well, learning team comp strategies, counters, and all of that, when to team swap and how to just work together as a unit, right? You gotta be very happy, very pleased to at least not get last place in this tournament, right? Going up against Luminosity as well, a lot of players who are familiar in this genre as well. They made them look like a pretty bad team. Like, they stomped them every single match, right? Like, they're not bad at all. They can definitely beat U4RIA. It could be a very good series, 100%. could see some back and forth gameplay, and then got to go up against Nightmare, just a super strong team, right?
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, speaking of LG, you know, obviously they were participating, and I feel like day number one, I was a little bit too harsh on them, you know, just like it's a bit too harsh on them from
a little bit,
just a little bit from an unbiased perspective. But, you know, honestly, you respect to them, right? Just straight up respect to them for coming out here, just trying to come out and compete, right? When you honestly know that you're outmatched, it's always going to be a tough time. So, you know, for LG and the whole roster, you know, they really tried their hardest. And I think that, you know, despite what's happened, I think that they obviously, you know, they really can go home with that to a degree. Like, you played against some of the top players in Marvel Rivals, you know, at the end of the day, and you represented a top organization in LG. So, you know, moving forward for NRG to beat a team like that, like you said, I mean, that bodes well to make it look as dominant as they did as well, playing a bunch of stuff, playing Jeff, you know. We don't even really, even though Jeff's game mode's out, we don't really see him that much in terms of the competitive scene. So, you know, there's a lot of deviant, or like a lot of differences from the casual level onto the competitive level. And today, I think we're going to see that, right, Hank? I think specifically in NRG and U4RIA, which is our first match of the day, NRG is a team, I think that if anybody can beat a team like U4RIA, one of the top teams in Marvel Rivals that doesn't have that much experience in the game, just said it's probably them, right? I think NRG as a team are constantly improving, right? Constantly getting better. Obviously, against Nightmare, I don't know if that was a match that you could say NRG competed all that well in, but, you know, they're constantly improving, right, Hank? They're constantly getting better. And I think against a team like U4RIA, you got to show that today, right? It's all or nothing. It's Championship Sunday. You got to win here to cement yourself into that top two.
100% Dustin, I couldn't have put it better myself. And I feel like as well, both teams in this tournament, right? Every team in this tournament, right? You're constantly pushing the limits, going against teams that are at the same level, or if not at a higher level, right? Every team in this tournament is very strong, right? So just constantly going against that, learning, adapting, switching it up, right? You're constantly improving as a unit, right? And I feel like either of these teams, they could compete against Nightmare. U4RIA, I feel like, in my opinion, may be the favorite a little bit, but this will be an insanely close series. I feel like it could even go to game 7 potentially, and with 7 matches as well, there's a lot of time to adjust to your opponent as well and adapt.
Yeah, you're right. Things do change a little bit today going into the best of 7, and I think specifically for a team like NRG, they can work with that room. They can also work with, I think, teams like, you can't get too cocky, right? I think you talked about it previously too. Like, teams are showboating a little bit, right? If you're up in a series, up 2-0, up to in a best out of 5, it does matter, right? If you maybe in that map number 3 are like, okay, we could try a different composition, we could play something a little bit silly, you know, I think you can falter a little bit and lose a little bit of that momentum. So into this pick ban, though, Hank, obviously NRG first banning Hulk, making sure that Iron Man isn't really in play for U4RIA, and then a Hella ban on the side to get rid of some of that potential DPS or some of that duelist power.
Yeah, I always like the Hulk ban because Bruce Banner Hulk just very necessary for that Iron Man Gamma team up as well with Doctor Strange. The Hella ban, nothing different here from U4RIA and Nightmare. Both usually do that because Cal as well, a Hella player, can thrive. And NRG protecting the Luna. This is very interesting. Usually we've been seeing a whole lot of Mantis and Warlock, but NRG is trying to shut that down.
Ooh.
By taking out not only the Gamma team up, but also the Adam Warlock Mantis Star-Lord team up as well. They're not letting U4RIA have any of that.
Yeah, that might change some of the situation for U4RIA if they want to boat away from that. But that's what we talked about yesterday with teams like LG and NRG, maybe making some you know, not correct bans per se, I think at the competitive level. But today, I mean, you pointed out, I think that's a great pick ban for them, considering U4RIA didn't really get rid of any important team ups, right? Obviously, you get rid of Hella, but you don't really play Hella for the team up with Thor. It's more so that Hella is that strong, and then same thing with Psylocke. So I like that for NRG this time, like you said, Hank.
Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna be seeing some Hawkeye gameplay for NRG. We usually don't get to see much of Hawkeye. Of course, I'm curious to see how this is gonna play out. But U4RIA, once again, without both of the team ups, gonna go with the Venom so that Clone Man can still have a dive tank instead of the Hulk. I'm curious to see how this match plays out. It will be a very competitive series.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Hawkeye, we hear a lot from the solo queue ladder. You know, people talking about how Hawkeye is one of the best characters in the game from a solo queue perspective, but in the competitive scene, we haven't seen much Hawkeye. A lot of the pro players that we've talked to have said that Hawkeye is just too easy to dive, too easy to kill. But generally, Hawkeye is going to be that character that can pop off that much, like pop off if he's not pressured out that much. And by the way, the Hawkeye Energy 111 2024 is Nocturnal. So just an FYI out there if you're wondering who 111 2024 is. It is that guy on the Hawkeye.
This is a very interesting map to try to approach this first point, right? You really want to try to take that high ground, force them off of that, and down goes Nocturnal to the hands of Clone Man right away, as we were just saying. Hawkeye is a little bit easy to dive, right? Not really much utility to fight off against that, right?
Yeah, the strategy against Hawkeye, the best strategy it seems like, is just to kind of hide around corners, not give him those angles. As soon as you find him, get close in cover, and then just go for that dive like they did. I mean, he was shooting Clone Man a lot, did 2 giant chunks of damage to Clone Man, but didn't kill him. Clone Man goes in this time, does go down, but Light trades it out, so it's a tank for a tank. Meanwhile, Cal, with the spam on the outside, able to take down Audio, so NRG slowly working themselves into the map now as they're able to get those kills. Nice shots from Cal on the Namor. Insane work from him on this character. Obviously off the Hela onto a character that plays very similar to Hela, and that is the Namor. 2 ticks on the board now coming through for NRG. They're going to try to close out. They've got all the turrets set up as well. Big damage coming in from Nocturnal, able to get the kill on Clone Man. They don't even get the touch in. NRG actually take the first point with pretty good time. 5 minutes moving on to Streets phase.
Yeah, I like that well out of Nocturnal as he gets another Elim onto Ares. Very well played right there. Switching off of the Hawkeye immediately. Oh my goodness, Cal. Absolutely phenomenal. But switching off of the Hawkeye immediately after getting dove by Venom, just being able to adapt and adjust that quickly is, I feel like, what separates teams, right?
Yeah, and I think, obviously, going on to this competition with Star-Lord and Mantis without the Adam Warlock definitely sets U4RIA behind. I mean, they're not running any team-ups right now for their team, which is definitely interesting considering a team like them, they're used to playing those team-ups to a very high level. And now in this case, they dive onto Cal, who's in a very interesting angle in the top right of the map. He's going to have to back on out, but very slowly indeed. Zelos, meanwhile, able to take down the front line. DPS supports come through. Both Eris and Zelos, with those 2 kills, just fly towards the front line and Clone Man to get the first elims and to open up that fight for U4RIA.
Yeah, we've been saying the other day as well that strategists in Marvel Rivals, they're not just heal bots, they're not just supports, right? They are meant to do damage as well. And Mantis and Luna Snow being able to output such strong damage as well and help out their duelist heroes on their team is just such a useful ability.
Those characters are really scary, and that's why you see even in diamond level of gameplay in the solo queue ladder, people first ban Luna Snow. Now here comes Venom on the aggressive dive with the ultimate, not able to get a kill necessarily, but creates some space for the Magic player, who is now pressured out by basically everybody. Adios is playing for their lives right now, but has some great healing from U4RIA, so they stabilize in the front line. Clone Man goes for another dive, is countered by everybody being here. Does he get the cooldowns to come back through? He's not. Clone Man goes down. Zelos is not in position to commit to them with that Luna's ultimate, so the attacking side uses their Luna's ultimate, gets the kill onto Spark Chief and Clone Man, and now we're in solid spot to try to cap out, but a Rikades could come through from U4RIA.
Yeah, and RG is looking like a totally different team right now compared to yesterday. They're just absolutely running through them, and as I say that, Nocturnal pulling in Light, one of the amazing features of Bucky, just being able to pull someone from their backline into your team and get a free elimination right away.
Yeah, Rank Attack goes down, Audios goes aggressive towards Nocturnal. If he's not traded out, that's huge for the defensive side, and he's not. So Cal, unfortunately, going to back away. Oh my god, they're going to use the Magneto ultimate on the attacking side. Now Light wants to go aggressive with the ultimate. The legendary comes out. Fun will go down, and as will Hodsick. And it's just free low now for Light as they clean up. They also forced out an ult with that, so that's great for U4RIA.
That is good for U4RIA as well, and Light looking to force a stagger here onto Cal and Namor. You don't want that if you're NRG, but if you are a Star-Lord player as well, going up against a Luna Snow on the other team, you want to make sure you force out that Luna Snow ultimate right away, as that can counter the Star-Lord legendary and you get no value out of that.
Hodsick now.
We are
on the right angle, coming back for the peel. Everybody trying to look back. Here's the Mantis ultimate from Eris. They're going as aggressive as possible. Countered by NRG. Whale comes out from Cal. Aya Wagamoto here connects onto 3 members of NRG. Zelos able to get the kill too. On to more members of the side of NRG. They're wiped up yet again from the great Aya Wagamoto. An overall fantastic ultimate usage that's forced ults out of NRG and still commit a fight win.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a lot better for U4RIA now. Only 1 minute remaining. It looks like NRG is going to be kicking it off with a portal here. Maybe a little portal flank from behind.
Yeah, and surely U4RIA are aware of this, right? You're not seeing the enemy team come to spawn. You're not seeing them move anywhere. Obviously, a portal play is coming, and now here they come. Light has to back them under there. Was the preparation enough? It looks like it is. They have a nice spot above that cart on the top right of the map, setting up this turret location with the Punisher after they swapped Cal over to Punisher. But no Rocket Raccoon, obviously, no team up there to give that Punisher even more damage. But oh my god, Spark Chief potentially out of position. Needs some support. Is anybody here? Spark Chief is still alive. Flies into the air somehow. Barely managed to escape. Also asleep. Oh my god, onto the front line of Hostic, so he can't chase down Spark Chief. Meanwhile, Luna Snow ultimate out from Zelo. U4RIA trying to stabilize to keep Spark Chief healthy. And Adios goes aggressive towards the Winter Soldier. Nocturnal caught out of position. He's going to go down now. Light again with another legendary. It feels like he has this every single fight. And surely that's the cleanup with 20 seconds left. You have a retest for NRG, but that's a full wipe for them.
Yeah, very well played. Excellent ult management from U4RIA here. And just as I was saying as well, if you are a Star-Lord player, he waited for the perfect time, waited out that Luna Snow ultimate completely, the only thing able to counter that, and then just cleaning up everyone. Only 4 seconds remaining. It looks like they might get a touch, but I do not think they win this fight.
No, probably not. I mean, on the outside, Nocturnal's trying to live. Delos able to get Cal on the Black Panther. I mean, everything kind of trying to get this touch on the payload. That's the whole point of this composition. Mantis ultimate on the defensive side. Aya Wagamoto comes out in the attacking team. However, all the support keeps Light alive. Adios, though, did go down. Was a bit out of position. Spark Chief now with an Aya Wagamoto. I mean, it's huge. Catches out pretty much everybody from NRG. That's 2 members down. Nobody can even touch the payload, and U4RIA gets the stop in the Streets phase.
Yeah, at first, that was looking a little bit one-sided for NRG, and then U4RIA just completely turning it around, not losing a single team fight, just absolutely thriving and adjusting. You'd love to see that if you're U4RIA.
Yeah, U4RIA, I mean, they're looking really good. And it's interesting, too, because, I mean, Hank, I don't know, they're not really playing any team-ups, right, on this defensive side. Neither team is really opting for those sort of compositions. You know, it's really interesting to see both teams kind of taking a new approach, I would say, to the competitive scene, where this is more of like what we see on the solo queue ladder.
Yeah, it's more so like because I'm seeing all of the team up anchors are banned, right? Bruce Banner, the Adam Warlock as well, even Hela as well. You can't even run the Loki Thor team up. Not that we really see much of that as well, because as you were saying, Hela is just such a strong hero, right? But there's not really any team ups on either end. The only one I could really see here is the Namor Luna Snow with the Ice Octopus turrets, which could be very useful as well. Very anti-dive here when approaching the high ground on this point. You can get a lot of damage with those Octopus turrets, but they don't bring the same value, right, as that Gamma Iron Man beam, or being able to triple revive yourself with Star-Lord, Mantis, and Adam Warlock, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and on a map like Fall of Jalia, I mean, this is a very interesting competition to play, too. I mean, just so many long sight lines. I think specifically on this first point, you know, the spawns are so far for both the attacking and defensive side. So Spark Chief immediately goes for a TP play with the portal. Our energy aware of this. They come back with a spam, actually. They don't even go through it immediately. Now Spark Chief goes through. They're following through behind the shield of the Doctor Strange, setting up potential flank angles. Adios drops down below, too. Everybody ready to go. They're looking for a dive target. Here they go. Adios aggressively into the Star-Lord of the side of NRG, and Nocturnal's going to go down immediately. Hotstick trades it back, though. Clone Man falling's a decent trade, and Light also not really getting maximum value so far on the Star-Lord. Fun as well into Adios. That's a person advantage now for the side of NRG. Everybody trying to peel this Namor on the inside angle, and they're actually going to do so quite well, keeping Cal healthy. Hotstick tries to go out to push everybody away from U4RIA now. And U4RIA is a bit of a scramble situation. Rack Attack goes aggressive towards the point, gets traded out. NRG, though, Ultraviolet, able to get down Eris on the outside. UB trying to go for it a little bit more. Gonna find another one. Fantastic work from NRG so far on this defensive hold. They already have a minute off the clock.
Yeah, Audio's doing a good job getting that first crucial elimination, right? But NRG just absolutely clapping back, responding, being able to clean up that team fight and not let their team get wiped out in the blink of an eye, right?
Yeah, they're looking really good right now. Also, that spam coming from Namor. You know, I was personally questioning how strong Namor was as a character, you know, in the competitive scene specifically. I know I play a lot of him in ranked, but didn't know his viability here. And NRG are kind of making it work. They're looking really good with this comp right now.
Yeah, I feel like he's actually pretty strong. He's very good anti-dive as well. It's very hard to approach it as well, especially like if you're a melee character like Magic, right? You can't really deal with those turrets as much.
Ooh. Yeah, it's a brutal pickoff. Venom taking a little bit of a break there on the side of that ledge. Adios also without the main tank now is obviously going to be a huge target of focus for the defensive point. And everything's sort of collapsing now for U4RIA. They've lost Flow Man pretty much first every single team fight here they've lost. And yeah, that's a brutal situation to be in. Now you have a 1v1 with Nocturnal and Light, obviously. Everybody trying to come over and take down the Star-Lord, get the stagger kill. Light's still alive. How is Light still alive? Running the every health pack. This is a Star-Lord duel of the ages. Gets back to the health pack, and he's just going to live back there. Nocturnal's like, screw it. I'm leaving him. I don't want to deal with him. They come back to the point, too. Oh, yeah.
Star-Lord as a hero just has so much movement, right? If you manage that shift ability properly, it really doesn't have a cooldown, right? You could just endlessly use it as long as your meter doesn't drain all the way down.
Yeah. Full Man goes low on the point, needs that healing from Luna Snow with the ultimate. They're going to be a counter Luna Snow ultimate on the set of rack attack, but they've already lost the Ultraviolet where Light came in for the back off.
Oh my
God. Holy Kobe Bryant from the sky. Fun takes him out of the air with the legendary. That might have been one of the best Magneto plays I've seen.
Yeah, you really don't ever get to see that. Magneto taking someone out of the sky, especially during the legendary Light. That has got to be unfortunate. Only 50 seconds remaining as well. They do have the Dark Child. They do have the Magneto Ultimate Meteor as well of their very own. Let's see if they could do what Fun just did and match what he did with Magneto.
Yeah, we gotta see a basketball skin for Fun or for Magneto in general after that. I mean, slam dunk onto that legendary ultimate. And that's huge. That's a massive pickoff. 30 seconds left now. Back against the wall is U4RIA, which I don't know if we really expected this today, considering how things have looked for Energy and U4RIA. Before we go aggressive, Adios gets slept though. Meanwhile, on the front line, Hotic trying to take down these supports, but the both helping each other. Nice stun. That was a huge freeze onto that front line, and that should open it up for U4RIA, who now come back in with Spark Chief's ultimate, able to find one. Not really anybody else here for Energy. They've got 3 members incredibly low on the outside. Obviously, spam coming in through. But it looks like finally U4RIA in overtime are in control. They've got 2 ticks right now. They dive towards the Namor, who throws in the whale of all things. Interesting ultimate. Maybe a bit overzealous as that cost results.
Yeah, that's definitely a bit of a panic all in moments like that, right? You need to know that this is a losing fight. Just die, get out, hold on to that ultimate for the next fight. You don't want to be throwing that out and just wasting resources like that.
Yeah, especially since specifically the Namor ultimate definitely forces a lot of support ults out. And now they're not going to have that, like you mentioned. They've got, obviously, Star-Lord coming with ultimate, Luna Snow with ult. But U4RIA on their side, they got 4. Legendary on the defensive push from Nocturnal. It's going to force out a support ult, but here on the inside angle, Hotic out of position. Audio's able to get that kill alongside some support. Both support ults committed from U4RIA. They really want to win this fight here and now, considering NRG used both of theirs as well. And they're in that 5 versus 6. Now here comes that legendary. After both support ults are used, can they find any kills? Light's going to find 1, find 2. Can he find more? Yes, he is able to find some more. 4 kills for Light and the legendary. And they get his cart rolling forward.
Light's, I've been saying it a lot. Like, Light has just been doing a phenomenal job with ult management right now. Just Star-Lord's legendary is such a strong ultimate if used at the right time. Just able to clean up every single squishy character. And it's... Oh my goodness.
What a pickoff. I mean, Eris trying to get out of the line of sight there. No cover really there. However, Light and Adios immediately fine too. So it almost didn't matter that Eris got picked off over there. And now, you know, this is a tough spot. NRG already used their portal. That cooldown's going to be in play. They've got nobody to touch. Kalisher gets 1, throws out the whale 2. But, I mean, is the follow-up damage really there? Nobody can touch this payload. Less than a meter left. Nobody's even here. Ultra was trying to touch, but just cannot. And despite how things looked on first point, U4RIA going to fully cap out the map to go up 1 in the series.
Yeah, that was a very back and forth match, a very interesting match. I'm not sure if we expected it. No, I think we expected it to be that close, right? These are two very strong teams, right? It will be a very back and forth series. Let's take a look at the stat sheet. Oh my goodness, Light 39 elimination, 17,000 damage to just absolutely popping off, farming the lobby.
Yeah, that goes to show. I mean, there's a few characters on the side. You know, you see Cal obviously gets that SVP, the silver MVP, as well with 21,000 damage most in the lobby. That goes to show that, like, even if you do put in all of that damage, even if you are constantly doing work on these heroes, there's a few characters that just always get damage out, right? I mean, Hank, we know them. I mean, it's like you got Namor, you got Hela, you got Moon Knight, you got Iron Man. These are like some of the best spam characters per se. But it doesn't always result in wins, right? It's same with Hawkeye as well, just doing damage to tanks. It can result in, you know, high damage numbers, but not always a win. Although that was, I mean, that was so back and forth. Like you said, that was a super, super close match.
Yeah, definitely very back and forth. Just Light being able to secure, I believe, a team wipe every single time with the legendary, right? I think we saw it at least like 4 times that match, forcing out the Luna Snow ults as well. Just a very amazing display of teamwork, honestly, from U4RIA, if I'd say so myself. Yeah,
the only time that he didn't get value out of the ultimate was when he popped this legendary and just got shut out by Fun in the sky with an insane Magneto like ultimate. So that was just crazy. The fact that, you know, he's just able to get so much consistent value out of that Star-Lord. And there's some hard timings there too. Like he could have potentially negated that ultimate with just a roll, right? The combat roll on Star-Lord, just to be able to avoid that damage. You get some invulnerability frames and he could live there. I think you talked about that too with Star-Lord being so high skill cap.
So yeah, with Star-Lord, with the right click, the flip, if you pop it at like the perfect time, basically, right, you get a few frames of invulnerability. So that meteor, that absolute Kobe Bryant meteor that Fun threw at him, there was a way to dodge it with using the right click as well, but you just have to know to react at a very specific time. I don't think anyone would have expected a Kobe Bryant meteor coming at their face, right?
No, not at all. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a basketball skin for Magneto for sure. Just able to hit those shots. Absolutely insane. Let's take a look at the highlights from that match, though. It was such a close one. Obviously, it's back and forth in this highlight reel we're about to show y'all.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. My name is Dustin, joined by Hank, and we're now in this map number 2 of a very close series between U4RIA and NRG. Hank, we just saw map number 1 go down to the wire. It was an overtime push in that second phase of the map in a convergence game mode. I mean, that was a really close game. You know, obviously, we saw some very important team-ups, some picks, some protects and bans go through, and I think it was the most competitive protect ban system we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think almost every single viable team up was attacked in the protect and ban phase right there, taking out the Adam Warlock and the Hulk as well. The two strongest team ups in the game, if I do say so myself. Do you agree with that, Dustin?
Yeah, I mean, I think I was showing you some guy like he found, you know, all of the win rates. We talked about on the broadcast the other day too, where, you know, top win rates for every single team up right now. And there is a really large discrepancy between the top 3 team ups right now. I think even in top 500, you know, it kind of falls off a cliff. You know, we have Iron Man, we have Hulk, and we have Doctor Strange with, I think they have 64% win rate in top 100 ladder. Just those 3 characters being in team up, like you said, Iron Man, Gamma Ray, in Doctor Strange 2, getting that buff from Hulk is huge, making that win rate crazy. And then also, you know, if we take a look at Adam Warlock, Mantis, and Star-Lord, they have 63% win rate. And then with Psylocke alongside Magic and Black Panther, they also have 62% win rate. And then it's kind of what we talk about when after those top 3 team ups, it's kind of iffy if you need them, right? It seems like maybe you want to pick the better heroes in this case, because after that you drop down to Hela, Loki, and Thor, and that's a 57% win rate. So that's a large amount of, you know, that's a huge discrepancy. I think it's like 5% between those two, 62% down to 57%. So, you know, it is interesting how these teams are starting to realize that and, you know, prioritize certain hero picks over maybe some of the lower tier team up abilities.
Yeah, the hero picks definitely play a stronger part sometimes than just the team up abilities, right? You can't just pick the team up ability and just expect it to carry you throughout the match, right? It is how strong the hero is mainly as well, which is why Hela relies so heavily as well, not just on the team up, right? Hela is just a super strong character. You don't really need the team up with her because she could just carry your team through the match basically, right? But I'm curious what we're going to see with the protect and ban phase here. We saw basically no team ups in the last match, right? A very back and forth battle. NRG just absolutely kicking the match off with a bang, right? Just stomping, and then U4RIA clapping back, winning almost every single fight afterwards, right? It could go either way right now. Both teams are very strong as well. I'm curious to see how it plays out, Dustin.
Yeah, NRG at the moment, you know, they're not out of it just yet. Obviously, it's a best out of 7. You talked about it earlier. This gives them some tune-up period, right? It seems like they're given a longer leash, you know, obviously compared to that best out of 5, you know, being in this loser bracket finals. So, you know, for NRG, this could be big. You know, obviously, I think U4RIA is a really good team with a few weaknesses, right? It does seem like at the moment they're having a hard time. They did win the map, but specifically on their attacking side, when they were on first point dealing with Namor, every time Cloneman went in, man, he was just getting shut down. It was really tough for Cloneman to get anything done. And he's a really talented player on the Venom and other heroes. He's got a large hero pool. However, you know, on those dives, it seems like NRG with the counter dive comp that you were talking about earlier, they were just playing it so well. All of that damage on the Cloneman was kind of was stuffing him, and he couldn't get anything done.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Dustin, as well. I know we've seen Light play a lot of Spider-Man as well. We haven't seen him pull out the Spider-Man yet here as well. Definitely a variety of characters that could be played in this.
They better not. They better not. They better not play Spider-Man, bro. They better.
Why do you say that?
But dude, Spider-Man's a troll pick. I'm sorry, I can't. Spider-Man at the moment, I love him as a superhero. Marvel Rivals right now, he gets kind of, you know, doinked on by the Star-Lord and other characters at the moment. It's tough, man. It's tough. Have you played him at all? Have you played some Spider-Man?
I feel like Spidey is one of those characters you have to put a lot of hours in, right? You have to get like, you have to master. He's one of those characters you have to kind of master his movement, right? Being able to get in, get out, web sling all over the place, right? Yeah, like the cancels with his melee attacks, right?
Yeah, there's a few insane Spider-Mans. I know in the playtest, and it's a small shout out, so I'm sure he's going to be very happy about this from Necros. I think he's one of the top streamers in Marvel Rivals too. He's like an insane Spider-Man player. Not that there is many of them, but at the moment, it's a really hard character, like you said, and having to shoot at Spider-Man is always tough, right? Because you have to deal, you know, with him flying around the map, spider-webbing everywhere, and, you know, by the time you kill him, you're like looking at your wrist and just like on fire because you're just having to track this guy in the sky, and it's just really tough. Now, you know, obviously, Hank, let's take a look at the protect and ban system. Pretty much the exact same pick ban or protect ban system that we saw previously.
Yeah, it looks almost identical. And as you were saying, Hela is a good character that can take out Spider-Man when he's slinging all over the place. And once again, this basically looks identical except a Namor ban. I forget what it was in the last match, but this is basically the same bans, no team ups really.
Yeah, they're gonna ban the Namor to make sure that that Cal can't play that character. I guess that makes a lot of sense too, because I think Namor has way more, or Namor has a lot more survivability than Hawkeye does, and that's what we talked about earlier when we saw when NRG was struggling. You know, they had Nocturnal on, I think it was Psylocke actually, because now they're playing the Psylocke. Look on NRG's side, but yeah, Nocturnal played the Hawkeye previously, and then just got kind of like slam dunked by Cloneman and U4RIA, so they had to swap off of it. And you know, now in this case, getting rid of the Namor removes a lot of that damage that was coming through from Cal, who definitely proved to be a weakness for U4RIA.
Speaking of slam dunks, I'm a little bit bummed out. Fun FPS not playing the Magneto anymore. We won't be seeing some Magneto slam dunks onto Light, so he could rest at that one.
Yeah, they're going full dive without Adam Warlock, no team up there, and also without Magic. So, you know, usually you'd see a Magic paired with the Psylocke. In this instance, we're not, because Cal obviously feels more comfortable on the Star-Lord, which makes a lot of sense. This character can pop off early strange TP. Right above the point, everybody just drops down to it. 20 seconds to the point unlocks, but U4RIA is all here at the moment.
Yeah, and as we were saying with the team ups as well, Star-Lord and Mantis, two very strong heroes to just run together without that Adam Warlock, right? They have so much value in their very own. And Nocturnal getting the first elimination onto Clone Man.
Yeah, this is one of the first times we're seeing some Psylocke gameplay so far, and at least in the competitive scene. Zelos obviously trades one, but that's two already for Nocturnal, so they're able to walk on through. No TP to bring everybody back. It didn't matter that U4RIA controlled the objective when you just have Mantises popping off like Ultraviolet is. Gets to sleep after getting a kill. Amazing shots from UV so far on this defensive angle. They lose Cal, unfortunately, but that does actually equalize it for U4RIA. They could potentially come back, though. Clone Man is taking a ton of damage. Here comes the Luna Snow ultimate to keep everybody healthy. Really fast build up. Also, here's Nocturnal with the ultimate. They go aggressive with it, but Zelos keeps everybody healthy with the Luna Snow ultimate counter on their side. No, Nocturnal still gets the kill, even through all of that support, all of that healing, and now there's just too much pressure. Nocturnal and the rest of NRG have surrounded the point. Nocturnal's playing so well on this hero, and they recap the point.
Yeah, NRG just doing a phenomenal job keeping the attention off of Nocturnal, getting in so much damage, so many crucial eliminations from behind, right? They can't even afford to turn around and look at him because everyone on NRG is just taking the attention away, right?
Yeah, this is like, I mean, it's interesting that a lot of teams have first banned Psylocke because this character adds a lot of variance to the game. I mean, it's just such a high skill level character. Same thing with Hela, where it can just absolutely change the dynamic of the lobby. Very aggressive from Light, goes in with E, gets some support, able to take down Fun. Also built the legendary in the sky. Kid go for it. Cal, meanwhile, will go for his own on the backside. They're all trying to peel for him. Nocturnal on the flanks. Invisible goes for the kill onto one. Will find it indeed. And Cal also able to find one more. Legendary in the sky. Light trying to equalize it. Able to find one onto Cal. Rack attack will go down two. Adios with some follow-up. Able to get another. And even though they were down two in that fight, Light just pops the ultimate. They come back, take the point.
Yeah, sometimes it is better safe than sorry, right? To just pop it and make sure that you do win the fight. Sometimes not so, but they did win the fight. They are already halfway as well. They do have Venom ultimate and soon Luna Snow ultimate coming up as well, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Now they come back through with the TP. Aya Bagamoto through the TP, catches out one. No, he gets shielded by the Magneto. What a shield, although Cal's still able to find Light after they TP'd in. Adios able to find Rack Attack, so it's a trade 1-for-1. Sleep on the outside, follow through onto Zelos. A nice sleep from the Luna Snow of NRG, or the Mantis rather, in that instance. And with that, they're able to find the follow-up kills. So really nice back and forth mechanical plays on both sides because not a lot of ultimates were used, or no ultimates were used in that fight besides maybe that Venom ult, but NRG will hold on.
Yeah, as the first match went as well, this is definitely a very back and forth match, right, Dustin?
Yeah. Very back and forth indeed. Nocturnal trying to close down on him, though, make sure they don't find him. They do catch out Nocturnal, though. Oh, that's huge. In a very aggressive spot. Unfortunately, they've checked their angles. U4RIA doing exactly what the coach wants them to do, I'm sure. Lighto gets tracked down by Cal. Amazing tracking. 2 kills for Cal. Are you kidding me, Cal? That's amazing what he's been able to do so far on the Star-Lord. That's 3 in that fight. They do get the point flipped on him. Adios able to get 1. The Luna Snow was also forced on that side of the defensive push, so Cal kind of putting the team on his back right now. They didn't expect that damage to come through from him.
Yeah, nothing other than just raw aim right there to win that fight. Cal also with the legendary coming up right now. It's looking like NRG might be taking this round right here.
Yeah, that's a huge opening pick. Also forced that Luna Snow ultimate. Not going to be up for this next fight. NRG using their Mantis ultimate. Also now pops that Psylocke into Zelos, who now comes out of the Luna Snow ult and is going to go down. Same with Clone Man. Overtime is ticking down. And somebody did touch the point, it looks like, or at least triggered overtime, but it's just Zelos left. And that's a full ace. Amazing tempo play from NRG to win the first round.
Yeah, Psylocke is a very strong hero, right? We haven't seen much of her throughout this tournament, right? Because a lot of these teams have been relying on that Mantis, Star-Lord, Adam Warlock team up, right? So she's not really needed as much compared to that, but in this match, we have not been able to see any of these team ups, right?
No, yeah, and that it was so clean from they like you said, they haven't needed to really run that team up alongside Magic on the side. Primarily, if you have Cal play that well in Star-Lord, you know, who needs the Magic to pair alongside the Psylocke, and especially how they played it, right? They popped the legendary, they get kills, also force that Luna Snow ultimate, the dance floor, and then right at the very end, Nocturnal pops the dance of the butterfly to get the final blows onto everybody there and just make sure that nobody can come out of spawn, get the ace, and secure the round win. I mean, that's huge moving forward to win this first round to come back in the series.
Hey, Fun FPS does have the Meteor. He did switch back to Magneto. Maybe we'll see another Kobe Bryant slam dunk to kick this off, huh?
Maybe. Honestly, he played pretty well in the Venom. Like, I feel like I prefer that, you know? Maybe a little bit. I mean, they did swap it over, like, I think midway through, but you're right. He does have that ultimate ready to go. We'll see how he wants to use it. I mean, Light has the Legendary. We could see something that we saw earlier. Early Mantis ultimate pop by Eris. Everybody trying to go in through with that Mantis ultimate. Obviously, you see everybody on the side of U4RIA regroup around that Mantis. That's what you want to do. Unless there's an Iron Man on the other side, just regroup onto that Mantis, everybody getting the overshields. And with that ultimate itself, it's enough to just win this first fight.
Yeah, NRG, they could, I believe they might be able to come back here with a Strange Portal. Don't think we'll be seeing that. Light with the Legendary coming up as well. No Luna Snow ultimates to counter that as well. U4RIA could get a team wipe here if used properly.
Yeah, they need to deal with this. Nocturnal, meanwhile, ignoring the objective, went to go touch it, but now wants to come back into the fight. Darkchild comes out, and Nocturnal gets the kill onto Eris, who is not expecting the flanking Psylocke, who really got a lot of damage in through. Anios able to trade one, also onto Ultraviolet. He's just going to the point just to try to get the flip at the very least, to make sure they at least get some value here. So they are going to get the flip towards the point, and it's just Nocturnal here. Don't know if he has the invisibility to escape. It looks like he does. But if he gets staggered, that'd be huge. He actually, they saw his little animation on the outside. He's trying to do a little bit of a Tom Clancy sneak around the back line a little bit, just hide. And they're actually going to give up on him for now.
Yeah, I like that decision, actually. Psylocke can be a very pesky character to chase down, being able to go invisible and forcing out the Luna Snow ultimate at least. At first, I thought there would be no value out of that, right? But
they can't kill him. Yeah, they just can't kill him. I mean, amazing work from Nocturnal. They get the kill as well while everybody was looking at that Dance of the Butterfly ultimate. And now with that, they've got two on the ult. Here's the Legendary. They want to try to come back now. Nocturnal is the target of focus, but it's just such a shifty character. Luna Snow comes back, and they actually take down Light. So perfectly played by Nocturnal and NRG. And with that, they come back and secure the objective. Obviously now, NRG in this case, kind of holding the choke point, right? U4RIA. They've got Mantis ultimate to walk in with, but they're against that Eye of Agamotto. They want to go really aggressive. How does he want to use that? Hotzek actually pops it. Does he catch anybody else? Doesn't look like anybody dies in the middle of that Eye of Agamotto. And in the case of U4RIA, they just go aggressive with the Mantis ultimate, and that secures them a fight win. I mean, Eris goes super low in the back line, but it's still alive. And everybody here from U4RIA on the objective surely get the flip.
yeah, the duo of Light and Adios just being able to terrorize that backline. And I don't think we talked about it enough. Clone Man as well, the Venom, just being able to triple dive that backline as well. And the Mantis as well, being able to just add extra damage, insult to injury, right? It's just very hard to stop, right?
It is. Yeah, he's such a talented player, and it is tough to stop a good Venom player when he's on a roll. But in this case, Adios just goes in by himself. Just kills two people. Like, what do you do?
In this case, Adios does not need his fellow dive teammates. He can do it all himself.
He's just crazy with it. But unable to get Light, though. That's the kill. Also, they have the Strange Sheep to come back. Rack Attack able to find one. They rotate to the point. Clone Man forced to actually use the shields early, and everybody for NRG kind of playing sloppy, but it's working for them at the moment. Audio's trying to get a kill through that Dance of the Butterflies ultimate, but not able to do so. Nocturnal's the one to take him down. And also Eris on the other side. Spark Chief just jumps up the map, goes for the reset. 50% of the board now for NRG, but it's last fight territory if U4RIA can get this fight win.
Yeah, if you're U4RIA as well, you don't want to lose this. You do want to go up 2-0 in the series. You don't want to let them tie it up 1-1. It looks like they're going to be approaching the point here with a Strange Portal, and they have the Darkchild to clean things up as well. If played properly here, they should be able to secure this.
And you also have Clone Man on the other side. You pointed him out earlier on an off angle. Here comes the Magneto ultimate. A lot of bullets committed on both sides. No kills just yet. Adios with Darkchild goes for Light in the sky, or Cal in the sky, able to get the kill. So that's a huge opening kill, considering he had the Legendary to go. I mean, that could end out this map for U4RIA. Obviously, some movement by Hotzek trying to stay alive on the outside. Nocturnal able to find one, so that's something for NRG, but Adios trying to deny any comeback potential for NRG here. Cal obviously going to be coming back. The Rack Attack goes down. Surely you don't want to use these ultimates. He actually does. No way. They're not even going to save it for the next round. He pops the ultimate. He's the only one here. It doesn't really matter if he gets a kill, right? I mean, he finds Zelos, but everybody else is here now for U4RIA. They're coming back with Luna Snow ultimate. Overtime ticks down, but they're just not going to use it. They definitely should have saved that for next round.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, we did see another like that from the Namor in the last match.
That was
for
Cal.
NRG,
That was Cal
right?
too.
It was Cal both times. Yeah, you have to have ult discipline, ult management in hero shooters like this, because that changes the fact that you would be going into this fight with a legendary of your own to match that of Lights, which will have his own legendary for this first fight, and now you're at even more of a disadvantage going into this next fight just by wasting that like that.
Get ready.
Yeah, we've talked about how Cal is an incredibly talented, mechanically skilled player. But like you mentioned, you know, hopefully you'd wish in the future. Obviously, as he gets more reps in the game, he'll understand that ult management. I mean, he's just such a high-level pro player in general. So, you know, who am I to really critique a player like that? With 10 seconds left now, U4RIA in this case, obviously they've got that legendary on their own side, and that's got to bode well for them here moving into this fight, right, Hank?
Yeah, but NRG as well, Rack Attack with the Luna Snow Dancey Dance ultimate of their very own counters the Star-Lord very well. I'm curious to see how this first fight goes.
Poor man. Swinging around. Got the ultimate ready to go. Mainly to survive. Audios gets poked down super low. Nocturnal, that burst damage is crazy, but it's so, oh my god. What a free Smeris on the back angle. Nocturnal will fall because of that. I mean, that was just support play, textbook, what you want to see out of your Luna Snow player. And they find the stagger kills too without any ultimates. That was insane from Zelos.
Yeah, not even nothing to burn any ults there as well. Just clean, raw talent, strategists doing their thing. Luna Snow and Mantis, two very strong strategists as well. Being able to shut down the dive with their stuns, and it just played the perfection right there.
Yeah, absolute zero. The ability living up to its name. Zero value for Nocturnal. Although Audios fell to 1 HP, they didn't get the kill. Now Audios on the point. Will go low. Saved by some fantastic support play yet again. And everybody else is here on the point. They're able to get 3, but Nocturnal in the ultimate. The Dance of the Butterflies is able to find 3. That's what you want to see out of a Psylocke player such as this. But the legendary is popped by Light. He knows he needs to use it now because you don't want Nocturnal running around, getting a rampage going on. NRG did flip the point, though, so they stopped some progression from U4RIA and force out some ultimates. So there's some form of small victory you can gain there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Light actually needed to pop that legendary right there. It managed to look like a 3v1, but sometimes it is better safe than sorry, of course, and it does feel a little bit different in the moment. Managing to get out on 50 HP as well. Luna Snow doing a good job keeping them alive. The Eye of Agamotto comes in straight, taking down Ultraviolet, forcing out the Luna Snow and the Meteor.
Yeah, that was nice from him. Fun did get Light, though, on the backside. Audios just slamming into this front line, making sure they get as much damage as possible. Build up to another Dark Child. Luna still running away, trying to get a safe position, getting chased down by Clone Man, gets frozen on the backside, absolute zero. But everybody here is now to follow through. Legendary on the outside from Cal, able to find 1. Cal gets tracked in the air by Light, but he's already lost 3 of his teammates due to that front line dive kind of popping up. Light trying to find a little bit more value, just kind of bobbing and weaving, diving onto the Mantis. That's the target you got to focus, has the follow-up, and Eris is also there with the Mantis ultimate, secures this objective still. They haven't been able to flip it, NRG. And now with 80% on the board, U4RIA is looking like they're in a good spot.
Yeah, and if U4RIA takes this map right here, they will be going up 2-0 in the series, and it's looking like that will happen. Ares taking down Fun FPS. I'm not sure if they have a strange portal. If they do, I don't even think they can touch here.
And they're trying. They've got Cal to touch on the objective, but Cal's going to have to live. Already 1 roll away, flies up top, Nocturnal to the point. Trying to bob around. Here comes that legendary. Just deletes Cal out of the sky. And then Nocturnal. That's both DPS is gone. That's both duelists out of the picture. Hansik able to find Audios, though. In the Luna Snow ultimate, they got to keep everybody healthy. Trying to change with the mouse wheel from the ultimate, from damage to heals. Back and forth, back and forth. Eye of Agamotto from Hansik. Can he bring it back? Hansik, the star of the show, able to get 3. Has brought it back on his own. For NRG potentially. And U4RIA backs on out of there. Spark Chief jumps off the map. What a play by the Doctor Strange of NRG.
That is a jaw dropper right there. Hansik just being able to put his team on his back right there, saving them when all hope might have been lost, right? 99%. It's just do or die right here. And the strange portal from Spark Chief coming in. 3 ultimates on the board as well. How will NRG respond to this? You could just come in with the Eye of Agamotto out of the portal and they won't expect that.
And you got to hope for some mistakes here from the supports of U4RIA or pick out Eris early. But here comes that ultimate from Ultraviolet. Eye of Agamotto, Rack Attack's caught out. Oh no, away. Also the Eye of Agamotto was enough to take down UV in the Mantis ultimate. So with everybody else here now for U4RIA, they played it perfectly. Zelos popped the ultimate a little bit later after Eris did to make sure they don't stack support ultimates. And they find the stagger kill onto Fun. Overtime now ticks down NRG. I don't even really know if this is going to be a clean touch. If it is one at all, halfway down to overtime. Expiring. Ragtag tries to go in, but just gets shut down by Adios. And with that, U4RIA will go up 2 in the series.
Very well played from Team U4RIA. Just all around, no one carried in their own way. Absolutely well played from the strategist. Just synchronized dive as well. Beautiful ult management. Much better than NRG as well. Let's take a look at the stat sheet right here. The duo of Light and Adios, 35-33 eliminations. So many final hits as well. A very nice try as well from NRG. Such a close match, right? I don't think we've seen a match this close throughout the entire tournament, right?
No, like maybe you can call back to U4RIA versus Nightmare on day number 1. But I mean, man, it's just like, I'm so impressed with how NRG has been playing. They're down 2 in the series. I won't talk about too much more, but they've been actually playing pretty well with the picks and also coming back in the series potentially. Obviously winning round number 1, you would hope to see, if you're an NRG fan, that they can start to pick things up. Considering they've shown signs of life, obviously, to win that round number 1. They just need to maintain some of their momentum moving forward. Meanwhile, for U4RIA, up 2 in the series. Obviously, they have secured themselves in the money. But at the moment, I mean, it's just such strong team play. The stats are like identical on both sides. If anything, Nocturnal on the side of NRG obviously edging out his team in terms of damage. But it's just such a close matchup on both sides, like you mentioned, Hank.
Yeah, I was going to mention that Nocturnal just doing an absolute phenomenal damage, getting in those early eliminations, even stalling the enemy team as well, making all of them commit to the Psylocke, just running away and then just thinking as a unit like, oh, we have to leave this and go back to the enemy team, right? Just being a nuisance, a distraction like that, just so useful as well.
Yeah, it's such a clean performance from Nocturnal, but obviously that ease around loss. And, on both sides, it's interesting to see the difference in opinion too, Hank, in terms of how you play the game, right? Obviously NRG trying to make those clutch situations. We've seen Cal pop those ultimates a little bit late, but they constantly want to do that, right? It seems like they always want to try to come back, win with those ultimates last second, whereas for U4RIA, it's just that consistent, clean gameplay from them so far.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder as well how the match would have played out differently, as we were saying, right? If they were to manage those 2 ultimates wasted properly, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they could have saved onto the Legendary into the next map, and then maybe they could have come back with something. But, I guess we can't really blame players for trying in those situations, I suppose. It's just like, it's a really tough situation to be in, right? Your back's against the wall. It's obviously easy for us to say, hindsight 2020. I've got friends like this. I'm playing in the new Jeff game mode. My friends like, why did he do this? Why do you do that? Like backseat gaming. But, it's tough. It's a hard situation. It's a hard call to be in. And you really don't know how you would react unless you're in it. And, for NRG as a whole, they're playing quite well. Obviously, down 2 in the series. They just need to kind of tighten things up. For U4RIA, though, obviously, I've been talking about NRG probably a bit too much for a team that's down 2 in a series. But, they have been sort of making a comeback in the series a little bit. U4RIA is looking super clean. I mean, compositionally, they seem to have figured things out. Obviously, they're kind of shying away from the Psylocke, which is interesting. But, obviously we'll see if they deviate and if they change something up on map number 3. In the meantime, let's take a look back at that map number 2, some of the highlights, and then we'll go to a short break. So let's check out what happened on the map.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라. 제발 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모르나. 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예. The weight of it both the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명.
So I think they're trying to bring it back with like maybe like a content creator per team and a celebrity per team or like a pro player per
한껏 더 높이 날아올라. 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. We are back in map number 3, 2-0 currently for U4RIA in this lower bracket finals. First to 4, best out of 7, however you want to phrase it. Halfway is U4RIA right now to winning the series, right? But for NRG, they do have that comeback potential. Hank, obviously, previously, it was pretty close on both map number 1 and 2. But U4RIA, it seems like in these tight spots, in these tight situations, always manage to close out over NRG, who I don't want to say are panicking, but in some essence, you know, U4RIA just constantly are coming out on top right now.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't say they're panicking. It is a very close match, of course, right? But the winner of this as well gets to go up against Nightmare again. I feel like U4RIA does have unfinished business with them, as I've said in the previous broadcast as well. Light also disconnecting as well in the last match. Definitely a little bit unsettling as well. Maybe they just want it more right now as well. They're a little bit more locked in too. But there is time for NRG to adjust, room for them to bounce back, right? They could steal a map or two, take it to map 7 as well. There's a lot more wiggle room there, right? And maybe we'll see some different picks and bans here. I'm not too sure how that'll play out. I feel like they're protecting and banning as good as they possibly can, right? Taking out those core crucial team ups that we know U4RIA likes to use as well. But they just their pockets run deep, like, right? They have a big variety of team pumps they can run.
Yeah, and I think they've been playing the protect ban system quite well. I mean, so far, you know, they're getting rid of that Adam Warlock, making sure that Light is kind of handicapped to that degree because, you know, it is way easier to deal with a Star-Lord who only has 1 life compared to 2 or even 3 if you pop the ultimate out of Adam Warlock. So, you know, it is a good play to shut that out, and also the Hulk too, considering, you know, obviously Iron Man has been very prevalent, and that is weird to think about, right? Because, you know, for a lot of people playing Marvel Rivals and you know, sort of not watching the pro scene, if you can even get a duo of just like playing Iron Man and you play Hulk, you're probably going to win a ton of games, because it just seems like at the moment, I'm not going to say more casual scene, but the people not really paying attention to the pro scene right now are missing out on that team up, right? It seems like it hasn't really reached the mainstream, playing a lot of that Hulk and Iron Man, considering how good those heroes are.
Yeah, from playing ranked as well, going from bronze to grandmaster, right? I don't think I've really noticed the players in like the lower ranks, even in like diamond and below, right? They don't take advantage of those team ups as much as they should, right? Until you get to those super higher ranks like grandmaster, eternity, all of that. All the players up there, they're running as many team ups as possible to get those wins with those, right? Like the Star-Lord res with Adam Warlock, the Iron Man team up as well. They're just so strong that I feel like at the top level of Marvel Rivals, you need to be taking advantage of it, right?
Yeah, you should. And you know what? It's like easy for us to say that, but like, I mean, for sure, as somebody that deals that only solo queues, it's definitely it's tough, man. It's tough because, you know, you want to play like Hulk, Iron Man or whatever with a tank player, but
no one wants to run it with you.
Yeah, you don't got any friends, and you're just sitting there on Hulk without the team up. And
anyone want to play Iron Man?
Any Iron Manners in chat? Hello? And just
no flyers.
No flyers, dude. Every time. Solo queue life is tough, but get some friends, okay? Just get some friends, guys. It's easy, all right? I'm just kidding. It's not that easy. Okay, and you know, obviously for Hank, you know, in us, so far, you know, we could team up, right? Me and you, we could.
Oh, we could definitely team up, Dustin.
We could run it down. We could win a couple games. I just hit GM3 solo only, bro. See, but it took me like 110 games to do it. It was unbelievable.
Congratulations.
Unbelievable. Thank you. I actually get like a badge. That'd be nice. I'd like a pin of GM. Wouldn't that be sick? Like one of those, like one above all pins or something like that. You see like the pro players walking around with that. Give us a bronze pin, you know? I'd like to wear that on cast. That'd be funny. Like I just wearing whatever rank you are. Casters are enforced to wear whatever rank they are you see. that'd be bad. What if there's some casters that are bronze, dude? Then you're just like, oof, you know?
Yeah, you don't gotta keep lying to the camera, Dustin. We know you're a bronze gamer, right?
Why do you gotta call me out, man? Why you gotta call me out? I was a respected professional until you said that. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. People are taking my word for it. Oh my god. It's Photoshop, guys. Photoshop GM3. No, I think so far it's been super fun to watch this series with you, Hank. And for U4RIA, obviously up 2 in the series. Similar bans coming through for NRG. They take out Hulk first.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be identical picks and bans once again. I think they've been Oh, we're gonna see the Warlock protect for U4RIA. I like that actually. Now I might think NRG could maybe do a Star-Lord or a Mantis ban here, especially being down 2-0 in the series. Not that they were playing bad on either hero for sure, but maybe just to switch things up a little bit now that they can't take out that team up.
It definitely presents itself a hard choice, but they opt for getting rid of Star-Lord. And now, obviously, like you said, I mean, now they banned Luna Snow on the other side. So, I mean, pretty interesting protect ban system in this instance. And you get that really strong duo of Mantis and Adam Warlock instead of the Star-Lord. So, but like you said, Hank, you know, they're gonna be forced to play something else. Having Light alongside Adios with the Black Panther is going to be a bit of a change up for them.
I do kind of like this as well. Panther getting the Limbo portal from Adios on the Magic. With team up, we don't really see that much, right? As well as Psylocke included in that team up, choosing to go with the Panther. Panther is a very strong dive hero. In my opinion, I feel like he's actually the strongest dive hero in Marvel Rivals, right? Just being able to put the Vibranium mark on the enemy, and then when you shift dash through them, right, you get that dash back, right? So you can just constantly have mobility with Panther, being able to get in and out, and he's such an annoying, pesky hero to take down. And the duo of Panther and Magic as well, even with a Venom Clone Man diving in and out with that, this could be a match to see.
Yeah, I hate demo Black Panther, man. It's so hard. Most of these divers in general, right, especially a good one like Light, it's going to be interesting to see if Energy could deal with it, because you know, they kind of have all of their eggs in that Nocturnal basket right now. I mean, they just really need their Psylocke player to pop off. Obviously not running any team up in that instance, but they do have also Adam Warlock and Mantis. And on a map like this, you know, you talked about that dive composition. When you go into a domination map such as this, I mean, it is going to be really hard to deal with the very fast-paced comp that U4RIA is running.
Yeah, U4RIA definitely running a very fast-paced comp as well. Adam Warlock and Mantis as well, just being able to provide insane damage too. It looks like NRG might have portaled in here to get the high ground, but Audio's taking out Ultraviolet and Light taking down Doctor Strange. As we were saying, just this dive is so hard to deal with.
Yeah, Winter Soldier, obviously his map, but not in the win column, unfortunately. You know, it may be Hydra's base, but you know, in this instance, he's just going back to the spawn. Same thing with Nocturnal. So some more stagger kills come through onto Fun too, and U4RIA. You know, they're going for even potential spawn camp. I mean, why not? Forcing the Penny Parker as well from Hodsick. Everybody going low towards the spawn. Light can just dash around wherever he wants to, finding even more. They did lose Adios, however, so that's something. And also they find Light, so comeback potential now for NRG. Right, they're slowly working themselves back into this one, finding those 2 kills. Sure, they'll respawn, but U4RIA kind of on the back foot. Now NRG try to walk on in there. Nice damage coming through from the back from the backline supports. Nice job by Cal as well to force Sparkcheap a little bit farther forward with that displacement. And NRG, it looks like they're in a decent spot. Rez come back through on the other side. Born Again from Zelos, going to bring back Clone Man and Sparkcheap. So the tanks will be back into this fight. Light, meanwhile, goes very aggressive, but the Mantis ultimate is popped to give some sustain. U4RIA is still in control of the point. They also have everybody here because of Zelos' ultimate on the danger from Cal. Going aggressive. Can he find any kills? Able to find one. Clone Man able to find one on the backside and one on the rack attack. They're traded 2 for 2. Backline removed for both teams. No healers. But spotted time on the point. Here comes Penny Parker to drop down the mines. Everybody's going to have to avoid all of that damage coming through. Cal again on to Zelos. Able to find one, but Light has come back through. Able to find one more. 3 versus 3 on the point. Aggressive goes Nocturnal. No supports to keep Clone Man alive. He's going to go down. Nocturnal, can he find any more? They also have the mines on the objective, which really forced away everybody on the side of U4RIA. So excellent work by Hodsick on the Penny Parker as NRG remains in control.
Yeah, very well played from NRG there to take control of that point. But in the midst of all that chaos, all of the back and forth, U4RIA managed to get the point to 74% just from one fight.
Yeah, this is scary. You know, a lot of players understanding how strong Penny Parker is at the moment, but really haven't seen him in the competitive scene just yet until now with Hodsick. Spider Sweeper along the point, setting up those mines. Makes it tough for U4RIA who want to control it. They do have a small ultimate advantage, but surely that'll be over in a second. However, Zelos able to find Cal. Cal caught out of position. Rack attack and supports in the back of the map. Rez comes back through from Ultraviolet. Going to bring people back. Bass, no! It shuts it out! Light with a huge ultimate. Finds Hodsick as well. Nocturnal on the point, though. Drops the Dancing Butterflies. Able to find Zelos. Are they able to find any more, though? Nobody else is here. Light could have just saved the day for U4RIA, though they're all low. Need one to health packs. The mines in the point make it tough, but Nocturnal is going to be found. Point still in control for NRG. They just want to stagger at this point. Fun able to find Clone Man, but nobody else here in U4RIA get the flip.
Oh, you were not lying at all. Light definitely did just save the day. I feel like if that Bast does not come in there stopping that res, that fight could have gone an entirely different way, right? And Strange, it looks like he might be flanking, about to pop the eye of Agamotto as well. And
Yeah,
that
that's
is
everybody caught out.
big one. Zelos taking down Nocturnal.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive. You know, potential defensive hold there, trying to keep everybody healthy. Rack Attack's ultimate going to run out. Mantis ultimate no longer available. And Cal will go down. There's one on the point, but at this point, it's going to be really tough to stop U4RIA. Spider Sweeper from Hot Six. Do they have the damage to deal with it? Everybody's kind of running back to deal with fun. In the meantime, Spider Sweeper just trying to set up the mines on the point. Zelos with Res, able to bring back Adios and Cloman, who just died. Meanwhile, those mines actually kind of avoided, making everybody avoid the objective at the moment. And a lot of kills need to come through from NRG. Armed to the Dangerous from Cal. Can he find the kills with it, though? Doesn't seem like it so far. Hotsek finally potentially would taken down. Ultra probably going to be rest himself, though. Cal able to find one. Turns back on the light. Wait, they brought it back. Clone Man barely activates DHP or the overhealth. But is he going to live on the outside? Calls back to the health pack. Gets the health as well from support from Eris, who's popping that Mantis ultimate. And Cal will finally be taken care of. It looks like NRG could have brought it back with the sleep onto fun. Stops this Venom finding more value. U4RIA is trying to close out. Rack Attack with the Mantis ultimate brings everybody healthy on the objective. Nocturnal coming up with an ultimate as well. Same with Ultraviolet, but he's going to go down, and he doesn't have the passive up. Poor man, that's a huge kill onto him, because that res could have maybe brought everybody back who's about to go down. Nocturnal does pop the ultimate, but he's going to die to Adios. Rack Attack will bring himself back with that team up with the Adam Warlock. Light trying to find some more of the best. Yet again, getting some damage down. Caldo able to find one on Adios, who swaps to Black Panther. Cloman able to take down Rack Attack. Zealous from the point, gets a kill, has the res as well available. Gonna pop it. In this instance, it's a minus wall situation because Adios went down earlier and NRG just staggering in. They pop the res from Ultraviolet as well. Fun goes in, goes aggressive. Hotsick brought back. Same thing with Cal. But they get immediately taken out by Light, who goes aggressive into that res. So that's 3 for Light, who has been an absolute menace on this map. It's just Rack Attack and Nocturnal. They're trying to kind of just funnel into this objective. They had 90% of the board, but U4RIA did a great job with the cleanup kills on this round number 1, which was so back and forth.
That might have been the most back and forth fight we've seen in this entire tournament, right? That took at least like 3, 4, 5, maybe even like 5 minutes. That was very long, right? And then pulling out the Black Panther of their very own as well, just reses flying left and right? That was just all over the place. There was moments we thought NRG brought it back, and then U4RIA was like, no, not today.
This game is chaos at the highest level. That's what makes it so much fun. There's just like so many wild instances that happen like that, where you're seeing ults pop, dives. I mean, it's mainly on these domination maps that it can get so scrappy, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's just characters such as Venom as well, just being able to fly to the point extremely fast. Black Panther having so much mobility to get back there. Adam Warlock, Mantis being able to revive each other as well. The Strange Portal too. There's just so many instances to be able to get back to that point and touch that fast and just keep the fight going, right?
Yeah. And now U4RIA again win the first round. Actually, for this first time in the domination map type series against NRG, able to take that first round. You know, first time it was NRG Portal from Strange, from Spark Chief. They want to go for an aggressive Eye of Agamotto play. They dive in with Light too. Are they able to find any kills though? There's the Eye of Agamotto from Spark Chief. They do trade it though. And Adios. I mean, just the follow-up damage is there. Penny Parker though, dropping a lot of those mines, keeping everybody healthy. So those also back into it. Rack Attack and Ultraviolet also going to be back into it. Meanwhile, Light trying to get some damage. Spider Sweeper onto the point. Rack Attack able to find one on a Cloman. That's huge. Also, Mantis Ultimate here keeps that Penny Parker healthy for now. Just running around the point, making sure that nobody can cap it just yet. Meanwhile, Nocturnal back into the fight. Light goes aggressive. Can they find Light, though? Nocturnal desperately needs to find this kill. He's going to dash up top and away from the fight, but he's going to be out of it for now. Meanwhile, here goes aggressive. Adios, Spark Chief on the point. Takes down Hotsick. It's traded. Adios for Hotsick. Cal on the backside. 1v1 with Light. Who wins that? Snipe from Light with the spear. Spark Chief on the point is well able to find Rack Attack. Trying to find Ultraviolet now. At the moment, it's just Nocturnal on the point. Pop skills and fun. Able to find one. Cloman trying to dash around. Dives back down on Nocturnal after wall riding or wall climbing. That's a huge kill for U4RIA, who are up in this fight, but everybody's low. They don't really have any healers here. And NRG have secured the point again with Penny Parker, who has come back from the spawn, who has dropped that mine deployer. And Light has the Bast ultimate as well. Nobody's even won this first fight, and yet there's so many ultimates. Kill from Rack Attack again. Zelos has the res if he wants to use it, though. Cloman's going to go down. They secure this objective so well with the Penny Parker, and it's displaced U4RIA.
Getting flashbacks to the end of that last that last point, Dustin, it's just straight back and forth. Down goes Light to the hands of Fun FPS and NRG as well with the Penny Parker here. I absolutely love that pick. Just being able to hold this point down so well and see if they can manage to do so. They need this if they want to come back in this series. They do not want to be going down 3-0 right now. And they'll be entering this fight with a few ultimates of their very own as well. Same for U4RIA.
Yeah, I like to swap from Cal over to the Black Panther. He's been playing so well alongside that Psylocke for U4RIA now. 30% of the board. In a situation where it felt like they were in control at points, Hotsick, every time he came back to spawn, just kind of denied that objective and played it so well. Meanwhile, Fun, does he want to go for this early dive? He's just kind of scouting at the moment. Now here comes the Dark Shot from Adios. Clone stunned and slept. But meanwhile, Nocturnal goes aggressive on Zelos, finds him, but he's going to have that res in a moment because of the team up. He's just going to wait for that res. Nocturnal here, ready to pounce with the Black Panther. Black Panther goes through. Can Zelos live for long enough? No, just going to go down. Meanwhile, to the point, Mantis ultimate from Eris, but it's going to be down Zelos, who's unfortunately left in the dust. Can they find the kills? It looks like they're doing so quite well right now. Even without Zelos, they committed so many resources into taking down that Adam Warlock. It's cost them on the objective. Ultimate from Nocturnal, very interesting in this case. Can he find kills? Recall from Light. Comes back through. Nocturnal to find one kill. Eris going to go down. But everybody's back here now for U4RIA. And they control the objective.
Yeah, Zelo's going down right there, but Light and Adios being able to clean things up. Adam Warlock, Ultraviolet popping the res as well, bringing back both of their duelists. And Ares manages to go down. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but Spark Chief taking down both Nocturnal and Rack Attack.
Yeah, that could be huge. Cal towards the point, trying to find the final blows. Gets Adios as well. Cal has really been such a flexible player. Has been the reason why NRG has won at points, and they've been able to come back pretty well. Cal did fall off the map, though, in this case, but NRG secure the point again.
Yeah, and they're getting to 90%. Penny Parker as well, just mines everywhere all over this point, right? It is so hard to approach this, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. At least you don't have to deal with Spider Sweeper just yet. 60% of the board for Spark Chief. Nocturnal, meanwhile, getting caught out by Cloman, has to dash away. Also, Magic comes through, has to go invisible. So they've done a good job forcing out cooldowns from Nocturnal. But Spark Chief's going to die in the Penny Parker, just trying to go to the point. Bro looked a little bit lost in that case. Cloman going aggressive. Born again from Zelos will bring Spark Chief back, but nobody touches! Nobody touches! Oh my god. U4RIA 9. They didn't even touch the point. Now we go to Eldritch Monument. Tied up.
Yeah, that was definitely winnable if someone could just manage to get a touch right there, but no one able to touch. Very unfortunate for U4RIA, but it's okay. Don't let that break them down. They can still secure this round right here, but that is just not what you want to see right there.
They use Zelos' Karmic Revival too. They use his ultimate, man.
Yeah, they burning that and just not being able to touch as well, and they would have been able to come back with Bast and Mantis's ultimate as well. They had so much resources and just not able to touch. Very unfortunate for them, and they would have been able to go up 3-0 in the series, but they can still take this map right here.
You know, Hansik's been playing incredibly well on this Penny Parker. You know, I did not think on this domination map we'd see too much Penny Parker, but because I guess of these square mission areas, it's always very strong for Penny Parker that doesn't have to really worry about the area of space, I guess, because you don't have that pillar that you do on other maps and other dominations. One is just straight up a square objective. Now here comes an aggressive push from Eris and U4RIA. Spider time on the inside from Hansik. He's just trying to make sure that it's going to be a lot of damage coming through onto everybody here. And they're going to get the kill. Adios trying to come back up the stairway is going to go down to Mines. Nocturnal, meanwhile, onto Eris, able to find one more. Cal as well as Zelos. It's one-sided at the moment. Sure, you get the reses coming through from U4RIA, but Ultraviolet and the rest of NRG are playing this quite well. Eris going to go down on the backside as well. Light able to find Cal. At least that's one. But in this case, how much more can he find? Finds Rack Attack. Doesn't get the reset too. Gets stunned and deleted by Fun. And that's a reset again for U4RIA.
Yeah, Light doing Black Panther things, just securing 2 eliminations there, but too little, too late, and this might just be what NRG needed, right? A lot of momentum going into this map as well. A lot of ults across the board too, and as I say that, Spark Chief takes out Cal, though. That is a big elimination for U4RIA right there. The dance of the butterfly coming out as well for Nocturnal. But down goes Ultraviolet. Nocturnal managing to get one elimination. Down goes Rack Attack as well. No supports for NRG right now.
Yeah, trading backlines at the moment. It seems like U4RIA came out on top for now. Audios, though, does fall low. Got the Dark Child ready to go. Yellow's able to find Hansik. Ultraviolet also with the ultimate going to res Hansik back into this fight. Ultraviolet's going to go, or Zealous is going to go down meanwhile. To Nocturnal. Goes back and forth. Now Dark Child versus Nocturnal. Going to go down fast as well from Light. Able to get one, get two. It's just Cal and Fun, but they're able to get two more. So sort of coming back. Cloman with the ultimate going to come out on the point. Has some over health. Still in control of the objective, though, is NRG. Fun trying to stagger, trying to delay. Can anybody touch it? It's going to be Cal keeping this point under control for now. Can he find any kills, though? Does get Cloman and stays on the point. Never mind, he gave it up for a moment, but U4RIA finally in control. Hansik comes back now. Does he want to back on out of there? They're going to be down one for this fight. Cal is gone, so is Cloman, but Cloman can probably make it back faster on that Venom, so they're going to play it slow for now. Meanwhile, Light goes aggressive on the Penny Parker on the high ground. Does get the final blow onto Hansik, who really couldn't do anything in that case, just being danced around by a Black Panther. Meanwhile, Light just going up, avoiding all that damage. Going to recall as well, back into it with the team up alongside that Magic, able to get back in a way. Make sure he can get some heals to stay healthy. Also wait for his cooldowns to come back up. Now, NRG in this case, missing Hansik. Being dove upon is Ultraviolet. Does Ultraviolet have the passive? No, he doesn't. So that is going to be, he's going to be out of the fight. The Adam Warlock, meanwhile, towards the point. Spider Sweeper. Or rather, Hansik trying to control the objective with the mines. Audios going to go down to Cal. Also, Mantis ultimate from U4RIA. Going to lose Audios in the middle of that. Fun backing up and away from the fight for now. They're going to be missing Rack Attack on NRG's side. Surely they could have used him. He's going to be brought back with that passive as well from the Adam Warlock team up. Now everybody's towards this objective. U4RIA able to get Light. He's going to be going down. No Adam Warlock reses in sight, so Light will really be out of the fight. And Fun again onto Zelos. These dives have been perfect from the Venom player of NRG, who secures the point, and Cloman now has to back on out of there.
The Fun FPS is actually, he has been such a versatile tank as well. We've talked about Nocturnal being, or my apologies, Cal being versatile as well. So is Fun FPS just being absolutely amazing on the Venom right now, harassing everyone right now. They just need some, oh no, down goes Fun.
I don't think he had the swing. It was a tough angle with the roof above him. Maybe he just couldn't get a swing there or didn't have a cooldown now. Meanwhile, Cloman goes aggressive onto Rack Attack, stunned by the Penny Parker. Ultraviolet with the res, also going to bring back Nocturnal, who just got one. Cal as well with two. Meanwhile, Audios desperately trying to find Rack Attack. Will find him. But Rack Attack gets brought back by the res. Rack Attack again after the res goes down, but he's got another res because guess what? This is definitely very balanced ability with Adam Warlock bringing back Rack Attack 3 times in that instance, who is still alive. And I believe, well, actually, he finally got taken down for the 3rd time, I believe, in that instance. Has to come back now with the ultimate. Meanwhile, Eris pops the Mantis ult to stay healthy, but not until Fun FPS collapses onto the Mantis player. And NRG have finally done it. They've won their first map in the series to go 1-2. We got a series on our hands now here, Hank. It's been a close map indeed.
That's the first map as well we've seen Adam Warlock played out, and it played into the favor of NRG, right? Definitely very useful for both teams, just being able to provide constantly, right? Fun FPS, very well-deserved MVP right there as well. Light, 46 eliminations and a loss as well. That is tough.
Yeah, it did feel that points, him and Audios were really the ones doing something. But, you know, I think in this instance, it was so close. I mean, it was so back and forth. Obviously, you could tell the Penny Parker got massive value on the map. I mean, it just seems like on Hydra's Charteris base in Hell's Heaven. I mean, it's just so tough to deal with the Penny Parker who's in control of that point. And also, Nocturnal. You know, that damage cannot be understated. 25,000 damage put out with 52% accuracy. I mean, Nocturnal has been a standout player alongside the rest of his team. But it makes it so crazy on domination. I mean, as we saw with the team up, with the reses, I mean, you get, if you're a Mantis player, you could be resed, was that like just twice in a team fight while being like one of the fastest characters in the game. You just get back to the point super quickly. So, I mean, these domination maps are going to be chaos. They're just going to be chaos, man.
It is definitely chaos. Just so many fights throughout that entire match. Just so back and forth, right? And as you were saying, Mantis being able to be brought back twice in an entire fight. Adam Warlock can just bring his entire team back as well. And Mantis can hold her own as well when she is brought back in a 1v1 as well. Just being such a mobile, fast character, right? Being able to damage boost herself and her team as well. Just such strong strategist too. I'm wondering if we'll see Adam Warlock ban again here potentially going into this map 4. I'm not too sure about that one.
I mean, it depends. We've seen 2 dominations so far, and I think that's where the Penny Parker shined the most. Obviously, that's where Hodsec was really, really good on it. We can't see that map again, so it's going to be tough, I think, for them in terms of the decision-making process, because we saw previously on Convergence, and we're surely going to see like a convoy map or something in just a second here. We saw previously they played the Namor, they played more of a pokey composition, and I think playing that dive comp could potentially work. Maybe if you go to a Convergence map where you get set up on first point, but it's always going to be tough, especially on these convoy maps where, you know, characters like Moon Knight can come out. You know, we saw Moon Knight group previously in that combination on Aegis Path, so it's going to be a tough decision to make for NRG. But obviously, like you said, they got to feel good about the composition. They finally got a win over U4RIA, who in other instances looked super good, right? They looked really clean on the convoy maps.
Yeah, definitely looking very clean. We saw a whole lot of dive comp throughout this past match, right? With the Venom, the Black Panther, the Psylocke, the Magic as well, right? I feel like that Limbo portal as well, being able to allow the Panther to just teleport back in time, right? Just adds even more movement to an already so pesky character that is so hard to deal with, right? And I believe Light pulling out the Black Panther, Kyle adjusting to his very own, just whipping out the Black Panther too. They managed to take this one home, right?
Yeah, that goes to sort of, we talked about the team ups in terms of, is it really worth it to run that Limbo portal? But now let's take a look back at that map to check the highlights out, and then we'll go to a short break. So see y'all in just a bit.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. My name is Dustin, joined by Hank the Tank. Today, Hank, obviously, the series has gone the distance so far. You know, it's 2-1 at the moment. Not the full way just yet. Obviously, it's best out of 7, so neither team is on that map point necessarily. So NRG has kept competitive. They're still in the series. They just won the previous map on Domination. We'll have yet to see what the map pick is, but I think you pointed out how their pick bans or the protect ban system went very well this time. You know, obviously they could get rid of some very important heroes, and it seems like they did a good job matching the Black Panther with Cal alongside having a Psylocke in Nocturnal.
Yeah, Black Panther and Magic and Psylocke as well. Even the Black Panther, just that team up as well, adding that extra mobility, that extra portal as well to just be able to get out of jail free card, basically just being able to get out already on top of so much mobility for Panther. Panther just has, I feel like Panther is the strongest duelist, the strongest dive duelist in Marvel Rivals, right? Just being able to get in, get out, get your abilities back, just secure so many eliminations at once, and they can't even touch you, right?
Yeah, that character is unbelievable how hard it is to hit. I mean, we talked about Spider-Man maybe being like a close second in terms of like how unkillable the character can be, but I mean, yeah, you can just run up walls, you can dash on through, you get over health, you get pretty much everything you possibly would want on that character with the shields and stuff. It's so tough to kill Black Panther, like you mentioned, and for both Cal to realize that, and then also for Light to play it on the map was definitely huge. I think you talked about how, you know, on the side of Light, it's tough because I think he had nearly 40 elims, right? He had nearly 40 eliminations in a loss. It's pretty tough.
I think it was 46 actually, unless I am mistaken right now, but that is a lot of eliminations for a loss. It's been 3 very back and forth matches, right? We haven't seen any blowouts so far. I feel like this is the most competitive series we've seen of the entire tournament, and it'll only get even better in the grand finals after this match. It's 2-1 right now, U4RIA being up. I feel like either team could take this one home right here. I'm very curious, as we've been saying, to see whether Warlock will be banned again. I don't think we'll be seeing any Iron Man, Hulk, Strange, any of that action, but I'm curious to see whether the Warlock will keep thriving or if he will be banned.
Yeah, I don't know, because both teams obviously like running it. So the big thing is, I think, also getting, you know, as good as Light has been on Black Panther, I suppose that's a limiting factor for the Black Panther, I guess, comparatively to where, you know, you see Light on Star-Lord just from across the map, you know, beam you down, right? 2-clip you or just generally play very, very well. Whereas if you have Light on Black Panther, he's limited by range, right? At least with Light, you can kill him when he's on Black Panther, right? At least, like, maybe sometimes he'll be close range with you, or you could just live for long enough because Star-Lord just does a little bit more damage maybe than Black Panther at points. So it does seem like at least you have that matchup. You can at least get him off the Star-Lord. And, you know, I think yesterday we talked about how some of these top Star-Lord players are super hard to deal with, right? You got Light, you got Super Gomez on Star-Lord who have been nuts. You know, you got Cal and Nocturnal who could play the Star-Lord to a high degree, but, you know, it's interesting to see if, you know, both teams opt into playing the Adam Mantis comp yet again.
Yeah, so we're heading over to Shin Shibuya Convergence, the Psylocke Protect and the Venom Protect, two heroes we have seen a lot of throughout this series as well. And the Hulk ban, nothing new from NRG, and the Hala ban for U4RIA. I don't believe we'll be seeing any of these heroes, any of the Hulk team up so far. And the Moore ban, that is very interesting. The Moore a bit of a substitute as well. We've been saying maybe if you are a Hela player, the Moore is a good secondary. And down goes Star-Lord. No more Star-Lord gameplay as well.
Yep, they just want to get that out of Adios's hands, or sorry, Light's hands. And Adios obviously going to hover that Psylocke, understanding that maybe they needed that on the previous map. I think that's probably the point of emphasis for sure. And, you know, I think going to the No More ban, that definitely bodes into the, you know, make sure Light can do as much as possible on the Black Panther. Make sure you can get more value out of it. Obviously, you know, when you have Hela on the map, it's just easier to kind of deal with these dive compositions. You can just kind of phase away with invulnerability on Namor. You know, you can also throw down your turrets, your little squid boys, to kind of shoot anybody that comes in and dives on you. So it's a very tough character to deal with. So it kind of makes sense why they banned him.
Yeah, those little squid boys, as you were saying, are definitely very pesky to deal with, especially as a dive melee character like Panther. Very hard to deal with and get rid of. So I agree. I feel like that is a very good ban right there. Hotsick pulling out the Penny Parker, a very underrated hero. I feel like just really being able to hold points down like this, right? Just absolutely take control of it. It is very hard to approach. And it looks like Adios is going to be pulling out the Psylocke. I don't think we've seen Adios on the Psylocke, right?
Yeah, he played Mantis, or not Mantis, sorry. He played Magic.
Magic.
Yeah, on the previous map where, you know, he can play that character. And they saw Nocturnal play as well as he did on this character. Maybe that's why. Oh my god, a lot of damage coming from Cloman. Cloman kind of caught out of position, has to go with the 1v1 with Nocturnal flying away now. Nocturnal gets some heals. Meanwhile, Cloman out of the fight though. So that is some dive presence removed. Meanwhile, U4RIA rotating all the way around. Cal now on the Hawkeye as well, trying to get value. Actually to go aggressive on this off angle, maybe unexpected. Just dumps into the air, doesn't get the kill though. If they don't get any value out of this Hawkeye right now or play around him, that would be scary. Damage does come through, but here comes Light, just dashing on through, kills Rakitek, kills UV. Those reses now need to be used, and also there is no healing during this fight. Audio's able to get Fun. Rakitek and UV are gone, but so is Fun, so some of that healing removed. Adios with the 1v1, also takes down Nocturnal and shoots the body too on top of it. Adios, a little bit of B image in that instance. Cal able to get one of the Light. They could potentially bring it back with some nice shots out of a Hawkeye, but surely everybody play. Oh! That shot of the Zelos. Wait, they potentially could do this. Eris over the top side. There's two on the point. There's a healer back. Zelos does res himself, though. And yeah, there he goes, Cal. Unfortunately for him, that kill was not enough, especially since Adam Warlock can, you know, just res himself, even if you get a nice kill. 2 ticks already given on the point now. Nocturnal comes back through. They're going to have some members of the team here, but they're going to be missing Cal in this fight. Nocturnal going to pop the ultimate towards the point. Will get one, gets two. Actually, they could do it, definitely. Zelos gone. Doesn't have that passive to come back, and they have come back onto the point with the mines and the Penny Parker.
Yeah, and just cleaning things up. Down goes Clone Man. 2 minutes remaining. They did manage to get 2 ticks so far. Just a whole lot of Psylocke gameplay, a whole lot of reses. Like, that res team up is so strong.
I will say, Adios has the skin diff. You know, he's got the pay to win skin, mainly because that skin is just amazing. Now they drop down to the point. Everybody dealing with the mines. They actually will go around it. They just want to dive onto Rakitek. Poor Rakitek running for his life. Can he live? Nope. Gonna go down. Does he have the team up passive? Nocturnal also goes down, who came back through. That's an interesting decision from Nocturnal. We talked about skin diff and maybe brain diff in this instant. Cal able to get Adios though, so both Psylocks removed from the fight for right now. Ultra probably going to go down. A lot of mines on the objective, though, to stop this push from getting a ton of value. Hotsick going to go down to Adios. Gets rid of that spider presence towards the objective, and now halfway to fully capping out. Nearly a minute off the clock, by the way. Rack Attack just looking for some extra damage. Spark Chief is low. Here comes Cal. Misses the dash, the first one, but Spark Chief able to get the kill on the Nocturnal. And the support's finally back here for U4RIA too. Keeps everybody healthy. Clone Man keeping himself nice and high HP. Light with the pop. Pops the ultimate. Gonna get rid of the Rack Attack as well as Zealous on the point. Able to get one. Ultraviolet pops the ultimate though. Gonna bring back all of his teammates who just went down. Audios on the inside angle. Pops the ultimate. Able to get one. Able to get two with the butterfly dance. Make that potentially three, or at least the damage comes through to close out on three. And U4RIA take the first point.
Very well played from U4RIA. You definitely need that, and getting that team wipe as well, bringing in the reses as well with Adam Warlock and the Mantis, but Psylocke just being able to clean things up once again with the press of a button, right? The butterfly dance, just wiping things, and U4RIA, they're looking strong right now.
U4RIA's looking really good, but it did take him a while to take that point. I'm curious how this Penny Parker does in the street space, right? Because first point on Convergence, you can lay up all your mines, you can go in with your ultimate, really make sure it's hard to cap that first point, but in this case now some ultimates are pop. Nocturnal going to use his as well as Rack Attack, so that's two committed against Eris's one Mantis ult, and it keeps everybody healthy too, so that's nice for U4RIA. We'll see in the neutral game if anybody can get a kill. Sleep Dart or Sleep comes through onto that Venom, who went aggressive, has to back on out of there with the overhelp, is going to do so. Ultraviolet by Clone Man, Light as well, they peeled back everybody. Odds are going to go down to Zealous. Nice shot from him. Over to the backside. Goes for the res too. Loses both Eris and Adios. Will use it on the inside. Also goes down after popping the ultimate. So he's going to be back with the passive too. Perfectly timed from Zealous. Almost went down from NRG, who could have killed him and canceled the ultimate. However, in this case, it did not happen. U4RIA still have the edge, still have the advantage off of Zealous' perfectly timed ult.
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal from Zealous right there. Very well played from them. Adios coming up with the Psylocke butterfly dance as well. Light looking to manage to get a flank right here. And he does. Down goes Nocturnal. Can he make that two? It looks like he's trying to run away actually from Cal.
Yeah, he gets away, and that's a huge opening kill. Now, this cart moving to the very end. Hodzic trying to set up a good spot for his defensive mines. It's been tough so far. Here comes Nocturnal. Adios. Goes onto Ultraviolet, who's going to have to pass the same with Rack Attack. So they're both gone up now. Here comes a Bass from Light towards the point, but a counter Bass comes through. Rack Attack back in the fight. Fun will go down. So you're going to miss the Venom in this fight if you're NRG. They have a lot of ults, though, so they pop the Mantis ultimate. Lights are able to get Nocturnal, so he won't be here either. Cal also caught out of position during a Mantis ult. That's tough. UV, though, with the res. Does he want to use it? NRG could. They still have people on the point, though. Nobody's able to really get a lot of value in terms of objective gameplay with Hodzic's mines, but Hodzic eventually gets poked down. Everybody's still relatively healthy. Here comes a really early ultimate from Nocturnal. Nobody really in range for it. Does get a little bit of damage, but pressures everybody away from the point. Meanwhile, Ultraviolet with the res going to bring back Hodzic. And everybody's going to back on out of there for now, understanding UV kind of saved things with his ult. Zealous has his own ultimate, though. People going down. Eris will fall. Does Zealous want to use the ult here? They're hunting for that Adam Warlock. Here comes the Born again. So it doesn't really matter if you get a kill necessarily here, because you can just come back immediately from Adam Warlock. Light, though, goes low. Still relatively healthy. Zealous able to get Nocturnal. They come back towards the point. Mines available for the defensive side, but they have no ultimates. Everybody's low. Hodzic going to go down. NRG, you're missing two members of your team. Eris also still has the Mantis ultimate. Going to be forced to pop it because of the dive from Fun. Fun tries to stagger. The spawns are super close to for NRG, so they can come back and touch potentially. Ultraviolet going to res himself with the passive. Light jumps back down to a health pack, and 1v1 potentially with the Venom on the outside. Meanwhile, NRG is still in this. They pop the Mantis ultimate. Stun comes through. No! Rack Attack dies in the Mantis ultimate. That is massive for U4RIA, but Zealous has some pressure on him himself. They're in a 5 versus 6. Zealous going to live. He gets the heals from everybody in Eric. Touchdown Cal, who went aggressive on the Black Panther. Overtime ticks down, and NRG are staved off this objective. U4RIA, finally. That was about a minute and a half fight. Going to close out and move on to third phase.
Feels like that was a little bit more than a minute and a half. Maybe about 3 minutes. Once again, a whole lot of reses. Mantis being able to revive herself, and then Adam Warlock reviving Mantis, and the rest of their team. It's definitely very strong.
Yeah, I was surprised by NRG. I mean, that was such a long fight, an extension of a fight that you didn't think NRG would potentially win, which obviously it didn't at the end of it, but...
And the Adam Warlock just bursting Mantis through her ultimate as well. Light taking down Cal. A little bit of a Panther diff right there in the 1v1. And he has the Bast ultimate coming up too.
Hey, he had some help. He had some help from Adios there, so it was a little bit of an unfair matchup in that
Definitely.
instance. A little bit. But now Zealous on the point, able to turn around, find Nocturnal. And that's brutal. Those 2 stagger kills, like you said, Hank. Cal comes back now, but they're losing some more members. Light will go down. At the very least, Adios trying to find the kill onto Mantis. Red's still available. Does he want to use it? Looks like no. Going to save it for the next fight. Portals come through from Spark Chief. No way he's doing it. Is he doing the portal? No, he was going to try to do the portals, but he got forced out of it. I think he blocked at least one of the spawns. So whoever's on that left side spawn, can they walk out? That's what we have to look for. Now Bass on the point, able to get 1. Here comes Spider Time on the point. Goes through that portal. Now Adios, meanwhile, able to get 2 with his butterfly dance. Nice kills from him, from Mac Attack. He's going to res himself. Cal also went down. Meanwhile, undefeatable Mantis player on the backside angle. U4RIA able to res Cal as well. Light trades it back. Ultimate's running out. So portal's running out for NRG. Nocturnal's going to be brought back. The rest of U4RIA trying to play it safe until Supportal's run out. Now Energy go too aggressive. Fun's going to go down. Eye of Agamotto from Spark Chief. No way! That could be huge. Rack Attack, does he get saved? He does somehow. The support is there. They try to come back towards the point. They're able to get some kills, but it's traded back and forth. Eris is going to get res back into the fight because of the passive, but Rack Attack, nice shots onto Spark Chief as well. The Eye of Agamotto was huge, but not big enough because U4RIA have nobody else here. In NRG, even though they kept losing one member every single time, they stopped the push there at 95 meters.
Time to switch things up, including which
Ooh.
side you're on.
That was a round, Dustin. That was a round. All of these are just so competitive. We haven't seen any matches like this so far in this tournament. I wish we could take a look at the stat sheet right here, but maybe not. It looks like we're gonna be seeing some matches.
Dude, 900,000 damage. I bet.
Yeah, just a million damage across the board. It looks like we might be seeing some Magneto here. Maybe some bubble dive. Maybe bubbling Panther and Psylocke as they're diving the backline as well could be useful. A shield too.
Yeah, I will say on this map, on Shin Shibuya, right, this first point, Shin Shibuya is one of the first maps introduced to Marvel Rivals, right? So, you know, U4RIA has a lot of time practiced on this map, and for NRG, right, I wonder how many times they've ran through this first point, because it's always hard, right? This is like one of the toughest first points in the games to cap. So if you can get through it, like U4RIA eventually did, with about a minute left on the clock, you know, NRG's in a good spot, but this first point is going to be hard, and maybe that's why, like you mentioned, they have to change it up with this Magneto.
Definitely is a little bit hard sometimes to approach this first point. Maybe we'll see a Doctor Strange portal that makes it a lot easier. Spark Chief holding the high ground as well. Yep, definitely Doctor Strange portal. Where is it going to go, though?
So you probably put it... Ooh, okay, they're going all the way around, potentially. A little bit of scoutage, too. Oh, he's getting shot while in it. No, he died!
Oh
he died,
my God!
He came through! Oh my God! That was amazing. Was that that wasn't even a defensive portal? No, it was a defensive portal from Spark Chief, I believe, in U4RIA. So they find the Doctor Strange, kill him during that ultimate, or sorry, during that portal play. And now with that, I mean, NRG just runs in and dies. They break the high ground a little bit at the very least, but that's huge for U4RIA.
Yeah, Audio's just cleaning things up. Fun FPS just hanging on for dear life, and oh, Adios, we gotta get out and just find a health pack.
He's going to back up for now. Meanwhile, UV goes down to Spark Chief, so U4RIA kind of killing these getting these staggers. NRG tried to turn something into nothing, and it's just sort of resulted in a bunch of stagger kills. They do get a tick on the board, though, so that's at least some semblance of a strong position to be in now, right? A tick on the board, 2 minutes, 55 seconds left, 42%. Obviously, that second tick is going to sort of delay down back to 0. Back to 33%. U4RIA have ultimates also coming up online. Now, what does he want to do here? Going on the left angle, tries to climb back on out there again. I mean, he's just getting pushed away in every instance. He's trying to go on these flanks, but U4RIA is there to match every time. Nocturnal dashing up to the high ground. Meanwhile, Spark Chief in the front line, pushing away everybody from NRG. They want to play this around this objective level where they go for an aggressive dive onto the Magneto. Is the Magneto caught out? No, the shield keeps that Magneto healthy. He's going to back up for now. Undefeatable from Rack Attack. NRG tries to go aggressive after Eris defused Eris. Here's a Nocturnal ultimate. Can they find any kills? Everybody backs off except Eris. Eris cut out again. Tough situation to be in. But do they get that res? Eris going to be back, so is Zealous. So they're going to have both the supports back in just a moment. But in the meantime, what value is found? Hotik's going to go down. Ultraviolet also to go down. Same with Cal. So U4RIA takes advantage of their passives with the team up alongside Mantis and Adam Warlock. 2 minutes left now. It's tough for NRG.
Yeah, NRG can definitely respond here, though. They do have the Panther ult, the Res, the Big Meteor as well. Could see a Slam Dunk incoming as well. But it's not looking the best for them right now.
It's not. Zelos is aware that he heard Nocturnal hiding behind their flank. Comes back to the team, wants to be in a safer spot. Also still has his Res available, so needs to either die, then Res, or play safe, then Res. Meanwhile, NRG has ultimates on their attacking side. Bast on the right side from Light. Doesn't get any value necessarily. In fact, he goes down to Rack Attack. Now a Bast on the attacking side. Goes into the shield of Spark Chief. Gets the kill. Zelos is back with the Res as well. Brings back Spark Chief. But can they find more? They need to find kills during this Res. Otherwise, U4RIA in a great spot. Also with Clone Man in the ultimate. Keeps everybody healthy. Nocturnal towards the point. Towards the Mantis player. Can he find the kill? The heals are there from the Adam Warlock over the high ground. He has to back away. Stay healthy. Audio's able to get one. Hot 6 back from the Res from Ultraviolet. But we'll go down again to Light. Cal trades it back, though, since Light had to go aggressive. So that's huge for NRG, who have now gotten 2 ticks on the board. Mantis ultimate from Rack Attack. They want to secure it. Or, sorry, Ares using their Mantis ultimate to come back through after Rack Attack runs out. And without those overhealth shields, without a little bit of that support from the Mantis player, it's going to be really hard for NRG to live here. Rack Attack NRG back, but Clone Man with the kill into fun. That's big. Cal again with the Zealous. They're finding these stagger kills. They're trying to work themselves back into it, but no ultimates here in the neutral game. They need to build Nocturnal's ultimate to have a chance. Cal's able to find Eris, though. And sort of big. It's a very scrappy fight. I mean, Audios on the right side angle, able to find one with the dash on to Cal. Had some help from Clone Man too. They can get some support. No! Oh, no way! Audios found Ultraviolet while invisible. And now towards the point, Nocturnal's able to find Spark Chief. They're closing out of the point, and they do it. They move onto the streets phase with 2 minutes and 30 seconds. What a long fight it was, but NRG finally close out.
That is a huge clutch right there. Going into overtime, right? You don't want to be going down 3-1 in the series. Then you're just hanging on your last limb, right? A huge clutch right there from NRG, especially Ultraviolet, managing to find an elimination instantly, just giving them the advantage going into that. Very well played.
Yeah, that was on an invisible Psylocke. I don't know how he saw him. I mean, that is pure luck, basically. Nocturnal, meanwhile, hiding around the corner, able to find Eris. But 2 kills with Audios and Light, combining with the Dance of the Butterflies. Very strong ultimate when you don't have support to counter it. Nearly a team wipe, but just Nocturnal left trying to hide, get some damage in, but a wipe for U4RIA happens there.
Another big wipe. Black Panther still not back in the battle, so they're at a disadvantage right here. Eye of Agamotto coming up as well for Spark Chief. Mantis, 1 HP. Can Thor manage to secure that? No, he cannot.
Just yet, Cal walks forward. Zelos dashed upon. Oh my god, while he's running back also onto Audios. Bast as well. That's a lot of damage coming through. Probably don't even want to use your passives. Just go for a wipe now at this point. U4RIA looks like they're going to do it. Hold on to ultimates and their passives as NRG control the payload once more.
Yeah, and RG definitely needs this to win this fight right here. Only a minute remaining, right? Adam Warlock res coming up as well. That could be absolutely huge if used at the proper time. Fun FPS, no! You cannot be affording to be taken out right there. Nocturnal just managing to get out, but no. Adios taking down Nocturnal. It's a 4v6 right now. Only 40 seconds remaining. They have to play near perfect right now. And it's not looking good. Down goes Cal and Rack Attack. You can't be caught staggering right now. This is important time.
Yeah, it's brutal. And because Rack Attack just used his ultimate. So you're not going to have Mantis for this next fight. At least U4RIA also used theirs. NRG now, 23 seconds left. Aggressive push looking like it's going to happen for U4RIA. They've also got a res to back it up. So if they do want to go for it, they won't be punished too hard. Cal, meanwhile, dives up. Can he find kills? Able to find one on the Spark Chief and onto Eris, but the res is there from Zelos. Brings those two back in a moment. Cal just wants to go to the cart, but he needs to find some value in terms of damage right now. Psylocke on the low ground, having to deal with the Black Panther. Goes back down to the health pack. Eye of Agamotto, meanwhile, on the front line, able to find Hodsec. That Thor is removed. UB does have the ult. Ready to go. Does he want to use it? He's going to need to. He's down 2. Born again. Brings back those 2 members. Hodsec is here. Same with Cal in a moment. But the damage from Audios is huge. A fun FPS. Is he going to get rezzed as well? It looks like he is. Here comes Thor. Onto Audios. But it doesn't matter. The Thor has not found value at all on the map. Removes that Thor twice now. It seems like it's just light towards the payload, able to find a rack attack. They're up 1 in this fight. NRG have no ultimates in this neutral game. They need to find some value, but Eris goes aggressive, gets the sleep onto 1 and some extra damage, but they're securing around the payload. Rack attack able to pop the Magus ultimate, build it in time. Also, the value from Cal is there. Spark Chief from the spawn has the portal. Eris also back with the team up, resurrect. But once Eris goes down again, they're going to be out of it. Spark Chief wants to back out of there. They're going to live to fight another day through this portal. They just want to play it safe right now.
Yeah, NRG continuing to push this forward. U4RIA, they cannot use that portal. All they have to do is win one fight right here before they manage to touch, right? They have the butterfly dance of Adios. If used properly right here, they can secure this fight right here. We don't want to let them get any reses. Out it goes.
Yeah, butterfly dance is huge. Cal and Nocturnal both fall to it. And that should be it for NRG on this map. U4RIA, it looks like they've done it. Are going to go up 3-1 to series and put themselves on map point. And although it was close, they played the ult game perfectly, understood when to wipe. Like we talked about previously on other maps, Hank, I mean, they did it so well on this one, even though there was a few flubs on the previous domination map. Now on Convergence, they get the job done.
Adios, Psylocke, MVP, well deserved. Very well played from U4RIA. Going up 3-1 in the series, only needing one more map to advance. And wow, look at the eliminations. As I said at the end of the beginning, one of the first fights at the very beginning, 62 eliminations from Adios. That might be a record for this tournament so far. 33,000 damage, just absolutely farming the lobby, making everyone else just, they don't even compare to that. 62 eliminations, Dustin.
Yeah. That's tough, man. That's tough. I don't know how you deal with that if you're on the other team. I mean, it looked like Hotsick was trying to make some swaps, and that's the tough part. Hotsick, obviously, the only one not to break double-digit elims and also end up with 20 deaths. I mean, it's not that Hotsick's a bad player. It seems like for Hotsick, it's hard on the attacking side. You saw on defense with Penny Parker, you can get a lot of value, but on when you swap to offense, when you're playing Penny Parker on attack, it's so much harder on Shin Shibuya. And you have to play characters that can help your team get through the choke point, on the flanks. That's the great part about Spark Chief sets up Adios there, right? Spark Chief also ended up with a high elim count as well and damage. I mean, that's the benefit of having a great Doctor Strange player such as Spark Chief.
Oh yeah, and you can definitely have a lot of different play styles as well with Doctor Strange, right? Just because you're a shield tank, right? That doesn't mean you just have to sit back and protect your team, right? You can play very aggressive as well with Doctor Strange, right? Being able to get in, use the shield to get out as well. There's a lot you can do with that hero, man. But very well played from U4RIA, right? 62 eliminations, 51 from the Doctor Strange as well. I feel like maybe, as you were saying as well, maybe too many swaps from the other tank player.
Yeah, it's hard because I think Hodzic, to me from the outside looking in, obviously I don't know how their team dynamics are at the moment, but he seems like he plays a ton of Penny Parker. And while Penny Parker can be good, it's tough. It's a very niche hero, simply because of the fact that it's not going to work every map, right? And he's obviously trying to find some answer. Swapping over to Thor, I don't know how much of an answer that really is, especially without that Storm and Hela. So it's tough to make that hero specifically work to a high degree. He's trying to figure something out. I respect it to a point, right? He needs to kind of change it up, play a different hero, but it doesn't seem like that's the right pick for sure. And they're looking close. They're still looking competitive, so they still have time to change things up on this map number 5, since this is a best out of 7. They're still in this tournament. Obviously, on other days, it would have been a best out of 5. So at this point, U4RIA would have won. But because we're in that lower bracket finals, they are now on map point. And obviously, if they win this next one, they're going to win the series. And now the onus really is on NRG to try to win these next 3 maps in a row to cement themselves in the grand final.
Yeah, like you said, the pressure really is on NRG, right? You have to win 3 maps in a row, right? And we've seen this go back and forth constantly, right? Either of these teams could take it home, right? It's been a battle. It's been very back and forth, but we're gonna show you guys the highlights of the recent match real quick, and then we'll be going to a short break and getting into match number 5.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명
So it's not like the players pick the maps. It's just we go to whatever map they want to. And
한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리의
welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational North America. My name is Dustin, joined by Hank. We're heading into this map number 5. Obviously, I think in this matchup, we've seen NRG kind of struggle. I think the most we've seen them struggle throughout the series on the previous map on Shin Shibuya. Now, or moving forward, obviously, Hank, they really need to get a good map here, right? It's obviously up to, a lot of different variables behind the scenes, but some would say it's randomness, whichever map they would get. We'll see, right? Obviously, on domination, that seems like their best opportunity to win, to kind of showcase some of their individual talent, individual skill on a map where you need just to control the point and just sort of play around that objective. They seem to do that quite well, especially with Hansik on Penny Parker, and overall kind of playing around that composition. It seems to be their strong suit.
Yeah, you actually took the words out of my mouth. Penny Parker on the domination game modes especially, right? Just being able to hold the points down with the webs and the mines. They can't even see the mines through the webs, right? So you're just going in there and just eating so much damage, right? And just being able to play around that as well with the dive, just being able to do whatever you want. Maybe they could get a domination map here, and we're going to get into the next match right here. Symbiotic Surface Convergence. And NRG is going to be kicking it off with the first ban, I believe. I am wondering if we will see a... Oh, yeah, we did manage to see this, I believe, the other day. Missing out on the first ban. You do not want that, especially if you are down 3-1 in the series. You cannot be letting little flukies like this happen, right? And now, because of that, U4RIA gets to protect the Hulk, when NRG could have banned Hulk immediately, right? Making a huge mistake like that. You do not want that. And now U4RIA basically just being allowed to run free with the Iron Man, Hulk, and Doctor Strange trio.
Yeah, that's scary, man. I wonder what happened. I don't know. They banned Star-Lord at the very end of it just to make sure there are Star-Lords in the game. Maybe they'll play it themselves. I can see that. Maybe Hodsec forced to play on to the Hulk could enable them to play that Iron Man matchup as well if they want to. I mean, surely at this point, NRG understands how strong Hulk and Iron Man can be, right? I mean, especially if they've been first banning, and I don't see a situation.
I feel like at that point, after you make the mistake of not making a ban, right, and knowing that they protect the Hulk, I feel like maybe ban the Iron Man instead of the Star-Lord, and then maybe just run the Star-Lord Mantis Adam Warlock mirror match, right? Maybe because they're not comfortable running the Iron Man lineup, but it looks... I'm not even sure if... Is U4RIA going to pull out the Iron Man and the Hulk?
It's definitely making them think, right? Because, I mean, that'd be the first time they'd play it throughout the series. And,
maybe they want it for later if they need to switch to it. It doesn't look like they're going to be coming out on that right away.
I don't know. Both teams are thinking, man, this is interesting. This is really, really interesting. I thought, going into this map, for NRG, it seemed like the best map choice that they would have, or the best chance at winning would be like a domination map, such as T'Challa. So they could have definitely benefited from that sort of map pick. Now going on to Convergence, obviously, and having to play Clintar is I would say a tough situation for them to be in. Besides on this first point, I don't know, man. It's like they put Rack Attack back on the Mantis. They have Hansik onto Magneto instead, and for U4RIA, it looks like they're not even bothering with the Iron Man. They're just going to roll out with the same comp they've been running.
Well, we will see how it plays out. I don't know why they protected a Hulk and not choosing to run him. I don't really think it's a thing of trying to get in the enemy's head, but maybe they'll pull it out later in the match. I do like Venom on this map a little bit as well, just being able to dive and harass the backline. Venom working very well with the dive heroes as well of Panther and Psylocke on both ends. Basically a mirror match, actually.
Oh my god, that damage is crazy. How is Rack Attack still alive? Light had so many cooldowns to take him out, and finally he will. Although it is traded by Nocturnal, Audios will go down. Rack Attack's going to be back into the fight since that character can just res because of Adam Warlock. Light, again, will find another character that can just res themselves. Rack Attack at the 1v1 with the Black Panther will lose it, but gets traded out by Nocturnal, who came back, but Sparksy able to find Cal on the back left. So it is scrappy so far. One-man forced to use a lot of his cooldowns. Will fall on the point, trying to create some space. Unfortunately, did not have the peel. And as long as Nocturnal is here, you're in a good spot. Audios still on the point, also poking out on the back right. Nocturnal understanding that, tries to hunt down the other Psylocke, but gets turned on by Audios. Down low HP, gets some of those heals. Sparksy on the outside needs some as well. Audios able to get rid of Fun, but takes some huge damage from Hodsik, who's finally online on the Magneto, looking strong so far on that character. Also, ultimates have been being built up this whole time. Light, meanwhile, misses some of his cooldowns on the inside angle. Mantis ultimate from Eris keeps the team alive of U4RIA who go aggressive. Rack Attack doesn't have his, unfortunately, so Osic's going to go down. Nocturnal tries to come back with his own ultimate. Able to take down Zelos. Can he find any more? Yes, he is. On to Light. So because of U4RIA's a little bit of overextension, because of the Mantis ultimate from Eris, they're going to go down. Cloman is kind of running around, trying to stagger, delay as long as possible, make sure this objective isn't taken immediately. But NRG eventually get it done and cap out with about 2 minutes. That's solid time for NRG.
Yeah, that's actually really good time, especially with how long we've been seeing these fights last in the previous matches, right? Some fights lasting as long as 3 minutes, just without it coming to an end, right? Just being able to get that over with immediately, push this cart forward, right? Definitely need that if you're NRG, especially beating 3 wins in a row. Out comes the butterfly dance from Adios. A little bit of value, taking down Rack Attack. Oh my goodness, down goes both supports, and that is a team wipe right there, basically, for U4RIA.
Yeah, that's just overall good movement, good tech, understanding the kit. You know, dashes forward, then pops the ultimate mid-air, so they don't know where it's coming from. So great work from Adios. Also only using that ultimate. NRG now having no ultimates, besides Magneto in a moment, are in a tough spot. And U4RIA, I mean, they've stacked them up here. 4 minutes, though. NRG has a little bit of time bank to work with. The Light's about to go aggressive with the Bass. I mean, he just controls his objective, gets poked on the outside, does eventually go down to Nocturnal in the neutral game, able to find one, comes back through. Zelo's forced to use the res, so they're going to be back. Same thing with Cloman in that res. Is close enough, but here comes the Meteor from the top side. Didn't find any value necessarily to pressure out Spark Chief. Now with the ultimate into the back with the dash, able to get 2. Nocturnal has been absolutely amazing on this hero. Does get trapped away by the wall on the inside angle. Somebody shot it, the Destructible, forcing that wall to pop. Now Ultraviolet brought himself back with the passive. Also, Cal going aggressive towards that outside angle, able to find Light. Eris going to be brought back into this fight. And NRG will control this payload once again, getting it pushed on forward. Obviously, Eris was trying to stagger there, but NRG played that quite well in the neutral game without ults.
They definitely did. They have the res coming up as well. U4RIA with a lot of ultimates coming up here. NRG just doing a phenomenal... Oh my goodness, Nocturnal. Yeah, definitely want to get out of that. You would have died there.
Has to back up. Obviously, Cloman goes in. Very aggressive. Light, though, on the backside, able to take down Nocturnal. Zealous able to find Ultraviolet as well as Rack Attack. The Force Bolts removed again. Can be brought back with the passives from the team up on both. But they're not going to use them in that instance, actually. They're just going to go for the full respawn, regroup, and U4RIA hold on again.
U4RIA doing a good job keeping it together. They have their very own butterfly dance as well. The Kobe, the Meteor from Spark Chief coming up too. They need to hold this down for 2 more minutes. Try to secure this 4-1. Out comes the butterfly dance from Adios. Not man. Oh, never mind. Clone taking out both supports. Beautifully done. Magneto just hanging on for dear life. 1 HP. Down he goes as well. Down goes Hodsick.
Yeah, that's some good synergy from U4RIA, but on the point, meanwhile, NRG is still pushing that cart, so it's a weird spot to be in. Cal came back through, understanding they were a tough team fight to win. Venom actually goes for the ultimate in this case to live for a bit longer. I don't know if that's the play from Fun, but does use that ult. Now, U4RIA, they've stacked up some of their ultimates for defensive hold now.
Yeah, we've been talking about it as well a lot for NRG earlier, right? Just burning those ultimates and losing fights. We can't really afford to do it that much. And oh my goodness, Ultraviolet with the beam onto Zelos, the opposing Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock, difference of doom.
Yeah, I mean, this hit is cracked. No matter what happens in the series, Ultraviolet has been a top tier Adam Warlock. Meanwhile, the cart's being controlled. Fun and Adios go towards it. I mean, they're able to win this fight just based off of that based off that Adam Warlock pick. Now going back through, Fun goes for the dive. Nice block from Spark Chief, gets rid of the ultimate from Hodsick. He tried to get that slam dunk onto the ground, but cannot. Zelos with the ultimate, able to bring back Spark Chief and Light. So they will be here to come back and recontest with 45 seconds left. Zelos able to find Nocturnal. Can they find any more? The res and the heals are here. And 1v1 with the Black Panther. Meanwhile, on the point, Adios trying to fight many members towards this payload. Eventually able to take down Fun. That's a big kill, but the Born Again able to bring back Fun. So Ultraviolet now he dove on with the ultimate. Here comes Adios. Finds 1. Can he find another? Yes, he does. Finds 3 indeed. From that fight, U4RIA able to also secure the objective and get a fight win last second.
Yeah, Fun is not having fun anymore. Only 10 seconds remaining. They need to manage to get a touch possibly the Venom might be able to. Only 5 seconds remaining. Are they able to get this last touch? This could be it for them in this tournament as well. And they don't manage to get it. Fun just seconds away.
It was so close. They did make it further than they did in Shin Shibuya at the very least, but dang, that does stink. That does stink. I mean, they were like right at the very end too. There was some great work as well from the defensive side, though. If you saw that, Hank, I mean, they were also, in terms of Adios, he was just poking for Nocturnal because obviously Nocturnal's invisible, sneaking through to the back line, just trying to spam angles where he could potentially be.
Oh, 100%, 100%. And it appears maybe Fun might whip out the group here. Oh, we still haven't seen any Hulk yet with the Hulk Protect. It looks like Fun is trying to figure out who he's going to go with Spidey Duo once again.
Yeah, I mean, you got to play comfort picks at this point. I mean, it may not be the best map for it, but at least on convergence, you can play around this first point very well. With Penny Parker, like we've seen before, the only downside is I think this first point, compared to Shin Shibuya on Clintar, it seems like it's so large. It's a huge radius, so it's very easy to kind of avoid those mines. Even if they're well placed, it's going to be difficult for NRG to get this first point hold. Because how U4RIA's been playing, I mean, they've been snowballing, man. It seems like they've just been taking control of the momentum and not giving up.
They definitely have, and it looks like U4RIA is actually going to go with the Strange here. Definitely going to be expecting a Strange portal here. I don't think I will be able to stop that. If they're not fully aware and grouped, this could be very bad here for NRG, actually.
It's weird they wouldn't set up the mines here on this inside angle, considering most Doctor Strange's TP up there, but now UV and Rack Attack go down. Coleman is willing to hot sick. Cal's able to trade one, but Spark Chief over the top. Just with the rest of his team, securing their supports, making sure Zelos doesn't go down, but Zelos has the support, gets the kill onto Fun. Nocturnal able to find Cloman, though. No res for him, gonna bring it back. So they, as long as they can maybe keep Cal alive, they're in a decent spot. Nocturnal as well, able to find one more. They ignored the Psylocke, and she's able to get kills and dash away, and the stun on the Spark Chief too, so they brought it back slowly. Spawns come back through. No tick yet either for U4RIA, and Ultraviolet's able to get two, so with those kills, they come back through to the point. Now U4RIA, their backs are against the wall now in this case. Clone Man has to back on out. Not even a tick gained either. So NRG, great work from Nocturnal, specifically the Psylocke player for them.
You definitely need that as NRG, right? You have to secure this fight right, or this match right here. This is make or break, right? If you lose this, you're going home with only $3,000, right? You want a chance to compete for that $10,000. You have to be hungry, right?
Yep. Yeah, they have to be hungry. They wanted to go for an aggressive dive, and they do so. I'm surprised they didn't pop Nocturnal's ultimate. Does he find a kill? Oh, wow! What a shot from Rack Attack. Jesus. Cal as well dropped his ultimate, though it did get him killed. And Zelos with the res going to bring everybody back. So in that huge radius, anybody who dies there will be resurrected in that red zone that you see. So that means U4RIA is going to be back in this. They're going to have every member of their team alive. And Spark Chief as well on the Penny Parker to try to match Hodsick is definitely interesting play. 2 minutes left now here, it looks like, for this next fight. I think they're about to walk in just a moment. Spark Chief tries to look on this left angle, but he's getting poked out a lot. Needs some healing. Does get some. They're trying to bait him in. Adios now comes back through with the butterfly dance. Able to find Cal, but nothing else. Ultraviolet also still has the res. Does he want to use it? Spider time towards the point from Spark Chief as well. Ultraviolet's still holding onto this ultimate. Fun's able to get one. Right click dead. Oh my god. Adios removed. Nothing to bring back Adios either. Ultraviolet has been an absolute menace. Looking around, back, left, right, and corner, dealing with his Black Panther. We talked about how hard this hero is to kill. Spark Chief's mind does find Nocturnal, but I think the damage is already done from Ultraviolet and NRG. Just nice shot from the Adam Warlock player. And NRG are still in control.
Yeah, Ultraviolet's been doing it non-stop, right? Getting that first crucial elimination with the Adam Warlock right click, right? Just giving their team a massive advantage, not letting them be able to revive that teammate, such as a Black Panther, right? Just so good and so necessary. Only a minute remaining as well. Staggering is not what you want if you're Team U4RIA.
Yeah, Spark Chief is a really good Doctor Strange, but so far in the Penny Parker, he's been struggling. Also, I believe in that previous fight, Zelos was staggered. So that's why Spark Chief was kind of out of position, walking forward. Coleman now gets poked low. Gets stunned. Pops his ability, though, to make sure he stays alive. Adios comes back through. But there is a huge ultimate from Nocturnal. Will it finally kills us with the Mantis ultimate? It does. Light goes down to some spam from Rack Attack. The support's really putting the team on the back right now for NRG. Sparkbeat, though, does trade it back, though. Nocturnal will go down. Does Ultraviolet want to use the res still? He's a bit far. It's such a long map. They're just going to back on another for now. Save the res. Wait for those DPSs to come back. Wait for those duelists to head back into this fight. Since it's such a long-range map, they have to walk into this spam now from Ultraviolet, who goes for some right-click. Spam comes back through. Hotsick went on to Zelos. It's the attacking Adam Warlock who finds the advantage. Also, board again from Ultraviolet. Will bring people back. Nocturnal with the ultimate. Audios with the ultimate, able to find one. But now, Ultraviolet will be brought back, or at least Audios will. Try to find a little bit more. Zelos as well, using his own Born Again. Stays alive because Cal's trying to go for some aggressive plays. Meanwhile, pretty much everybody's back. However, Eris will go down. Sleep comes through. Zelos will take down Cal, though. That's a huge kill to get on the attack, but nobody touches again! Oh my god! Oh my god, nobody touched, and now NRG wins the map.
That is definitely very interesting. Not the first time that we've seen that in this series, right? Nocturnal MVP on the side. Very unfortunate. No touch again. Wow. So NRG will be bringing it back 2-3 in the series, needing to win 2 more maps. I mean, well played. That was a good hold. Regardless, not being able to touch for U4RIA. 19,000 damage too for Nocturnal. Wow.
There's a famous organization and a famous saying in the hero shooter genre. It's called a C9. Yeah. You heard of it, right?
Yeah, of course.
I think we got to call it a U9 now, or U4 maybe. A U4.
That's the second time U4RIA has done it? Or...
Yes, they did that on Domination. They did on map number 2, I believe. They also didn't touch. So I'm thinking this is a U4 at this point, man. That's a U4. Yeah, I'm thinking that was a U4. I don't know. We'll see. The community can coin whatever terms they want, but man, they had the edge too. They were in the advantage, bro. They were just like so far ahead, and they just didn't touch. They didn't touch.
That is a U4.
That's a U4. There we go. I like it. You've come around to it. You've come around. I saw you sneaking there.
It has some ringing to it, but I'm sure they don't want it to be called that. And even wow, NRG winning the map without making a first ban too, right? I mean, I don't know why they would protect Hulk as well, not even pull him out. Maybe it could have gone a little bit differently. Maybe added a little more.
See, this is why the protect ban system. I mean, while it does matter, it doesn't matter like that much. You can still win even if you miss out on bans. You know, I get people into ranked games. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat will get people in ranked games if they're in Diamond Plus. Not that many of them are, but if you are in Diamond Plus, you know, against the protect ban system, people will get mad. You know, you're like, okay, we didn't ban Hella. Why did we not ban Hella? I'm freaking out now. But you can see on the other team's side, you can see for NRG, it didn't even matter. They didn't even use their first ban, and they came out on top and got the win.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it doesn't matter. All it comes down to is who plays better, right? Who the chemistry, the strategy, just working as a unit, man. The bans can only do so much, right? I'm curious to see how they play out in the next match, but we're going to show you guys the highlights of this previous match, the U9, and...
U4, U9.
And we will be right back after a short break. I hope you guys enjoy.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Actually, low key, the pride industry was kind of
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. We're now heading into that map. Or not even map point. Just kidding. NRG just won. I literally forgot what happened on the previous map because that was a U4, as we're calling it, unless the community absolutely hates the term. But that was insane. I mean, if you missed that last round, basically what happened was U4RIA didn't touch the point, even though they had every right to. They had people past the point. They had people behind the point, but nobody was on the point. So, Hank, let that be a lesson for anybody that's watching.
Gotta touch that point.
Be an OBJ player, man. Play the objective. You can't just be running around looking for elims all the time, because it could cost you literally second place or first place in this case. Cost you a whole $4,000. I mean, that's a big deal.
Yeah, especially if you're a tank player, a vanguard player, you want to make sure that you're holding that point down for your team. Allow them to look for those eliminations off of the point. For example, right? Having the most health, you want to be able to hold that thing down for your team so they can get you those eliminations, right? You just have to be aware. Make sure you touch. Very simple things like that. You know what I'm saying? But they are up 3-2 in the series still, right? Might not matter as much. They can still win, right? Won't be a failure for them, right? So all they have to do is win one more map. I feel like they can do it, Dustin. They've been playing really good, right?
Mm-hmm. They have, and I think for the side of NRG, it's tough though because for U4RIA, you know, they're the team I think that's very practiced. They're very well versed going into this, and if I think based on what we've seen from the supports, you know, the supports of U4 are really good. We've seen a lot of highlight plays from Zelos as well as Eris. We've seen some insane stuff from them, but I think if I'm going to give an edge to any support line, it's probably that of NRG. I think that their supports are playing to a really high level. Rack Attack and UV, aka Ultraviolet, live streaming right now, probably on Twitch, probably streaming the tournament with no comms. If you want to watch him, check him out. And he's been playing so good, and I think so has both of these supports. So, you know, realistically, back for U4RIA, the more maps we go, you know, that's you're entering, you know, more and more, you're entering deeper and deeper waters because you're giving more time for NRG to get experience under the game, more time for their team to kind of play around and figure out what works. And that's kind of scary if I'm U4RIA as a team as experienced as they are. So you want to sort of cut them off now, get the win now, and close out on the series. Otherwise, you know, maybe you buy a little bit too much time for NRG to come back in the series.
Yeah, you definitely want to close things out as soon as possible, right? Both of these teams are very hungry. They want to make it to that grand finals, get that $10,000, go up against Nightmare, right? Shut them down. They've yet to lose a single match, right? But
yeah,
you want to end things as soon as possible, right? Just giving NRG more and more matches to just learn and adapt and try different things out as well, right? They're just gonna keep getting better and better and thriving, and you have to shut it down as soon as possible if you're U4RIA.
Yeah, I don't know why. Originally, I tried to equate them to AI, which, while that is probably a decent you know, comparison, it's still like humans do that too. Like, it's just like, well, I don't know, like they're built differently, basically, this team right now. So NRG, you know, they've got the talent, they've got like compared to if we compare them to LG, who obviously left the tournament early. LG has a lot of fantastic players, very talented players, just not that experienced in Marvel Rivals just yet. Whereas NRG, you could tell they've been playing a lot of the game. You could tell that they've sort of been learning the ins and outs of the compositions and have been working themselves back into winning this series, which obviously they're still down at the moment. U4RIA do look like a really good team and at times look like the better team. But as long as you can figure out Hodsick, maybe figure out this tank role, you can sort of work things together, sort of splice in these compositions. Obviously, it was interesting because on that previous map, Penny Parker was the character that U4RIA really couldn't match that well. They had Spark Chief obviously swap off to the Doctor Strange, which he is one of the best Doctor Strange players. But you saw he sort of struggled when he played Penny Parker a little bit. You know, at points he was not playing as well as somebody like Nocturnal, sorry, Hodsick, who is obviously very well practiced on that hero.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It looks like we are going to be seeing the Star-Lord and Psylocke protect here. NRG now banning the Hulk, not that it was even brought out in the last match. I like the Namor ban as well. We were a little bit confused about that, but it does make sense because if you will be diving that backline, Namor can definitely harass you. It's very hard to deal with those pesky turrets, and no more Adam Warlock from NRG. Ultraviolet playing very well with the Adam Warlock for sure. 100% absolutely gaming, but U4RIA just having that res as well, it can definitely be very annoying. So I think we will be seeing a lot of Luna, Snow, Mantis on both ends. Light getting that Star-Lord once again, regardless of that team up, a strong hero as well. Oh, might be making a switch.
They could. And now we're going to a domination map as well, where Penny Parker will be pretty strong, right? Obviously, T'Challa. So this is a good map, which both teams can see each other, by the way. If you come back here, you can shoot the statues and see the other team if they walk out. So you might get baited into looking or seeing what comp you're going to run, maybe. Maybe you run out with like a fake hero. Obviously, you can hear them also right over there on the other side of the map. But very interesting spawn in the game right now. You can like actually see the other team if you want.
Yeah, funny thing I like to do on this map when it starts is I like to go Groot and wall them off when they walk outside.
No way. You're that guy? You're that guy.
No, I've done it once.
Oh my god.
It's just because I play Groot. It's not like I just randomly load him up and do it.
Oh, so you just want to let them know.
Yeah.
Like, I'm playing Groot, by the way. Don't come on your phone. Letting your presence be known. I respect. That's an alpha move right there. I like that.
Enemy has arrived.
NRG playing around the point. They've actually also with their pick ban system or the protect ban system. Oh my god, already the light. No way he's caught out. Cal on the Black Panther. Nice sedate though. Onto that Black Panther will get him killed. Spark Chief and the rest of the squad as well. Playing around Zelos, who is trying to keep Spark Chief alive, and they do so. NRG committed to that fight after finding light, and unfortunately, before he collapsed on Adios to find those kills.
You were saying as well earlier, I think you said what NRG needs is a domination map, correct?
So yeah, it's interesting that U4RIA kind of won that first fight. I mean, that's big because now that Penny Parker can't set up, right?
Yeah, those Penny Parker mines are a very very annoying on these domination maps. Very hard to approach as well. Nocturnal with the high ground. Oh my goodness. Down goes Ares. You do not want to be caught lacking there. Down goes both supports for U4RIA, and the rest of them are just going to drop like flies right now. Light trying to jump off the map. The Venom trying to get out.
I'm sure NRG are now very happy with no Adam Warlock, like you said, in the matchup, because you get a kill and they're actually dead. You know, isn't that crazy? You get a kill,
it feels good, right? Not having to win a whole team fight with one player remaining. Oh, Adam Warlock brings back 4 more players. Fight lasts another 2 minutes, right? It's got to feel good to just be able to end the fight then and there, right?
Yeah, and it makes every life way more meaningful, so you can't be like too crazy. Nocturnal, meanwhile, goes aggressive. Luna's ultimate comes out though to counter it. Do they have the follow-up damage to get kills? It looks like no. Far too much healing from Luna still. Meanwhile, towards the point, Cloman was there and will fall down. So he'll not be in this fight, caught out of position. And that might matter. Cal goes back and forth on the high ground, gets some damage in, and drops back down. Meanwhile, Venom ultimate. Here comes Adios with a dash and then his own ult, but Rack Attack is there to counter the butterfly dance. And now Adios has to back on out. So both Luda Snow players playing perfectly with their ult, saving them. That's what you have to do on that character. But now here comes Agamotto. Is it countered around the corner? Looks like it is. Light still sitting with his legendary. Does he want to use it? It's spider time from the inside angle. Is the damage found for U4RIA? They're against all of these mines. So Hotstic's able to find one with said mines and finds 2. So it's a legendary versus a Penny Parker ultimate. And in this case, U4RIA still come out on top because of Adios finding more kills. But Rack Attack, the DPS support. He's getting some more kills, more damage in downrange, but Adios gets picked up for Rack Attack 2. No way! We talked about it before. These strategist players from the side of NRG just putting the team on the back. Here's a bash from the point from Cal. Will dash through, find some damage onto Spark Chief, who was trying to flip the point, but could not just yet. NRG's built up to 88%. Cal into the sky onto Light, who is hard pocket on the outside angle. Does have the health pack to work around, but Cal's making sure that he's denying it. Light has to back on towards his team, needs some support and cannot. Cal's there with the follow-up. Nocturnal from the back left, also onto 1. Zealous will fall. More damage onto the supports of U4RIA. Can anybody even touch? They've been staggered a little bit. Eris tries to find Cal, who was all the way back away from the middle of the point. Mantis ult is popped by UV just to secure the win, and they're going to do it on round number 1.
And RG bringing it back, showing that they are not to be messed around with. It's definitely got to feel good as well. As we were mentioning, not having to deal with the Adam Warlock reses, right? Just being able to win that fight. Just, I don't know, man. The Adam Warlock is just so annoying to deal with, and it looks like it's paying off for them as well. They're playing really good right now.
Yeah, specifically the strategist players of NRG, right? You have Rack Attack UV constantly making those flex swaps. Obviously, UV was previously on the Adam Warlock, and then Rack Attack was playing some of that Mantis, and now they just swap roles. They put UV on the Mantis, Rack Attack onto the Luna Snow, so showing some flexibility. Meanwhile, for U4RIA, they put Zealous on the Luna Snow off of Adam Warlock, so it's an interesting decision. And U4RIA, though they're down the round, do have ults in the bank. NRG close to theirs. We'll see what both teams opt to do. Spark Chief as well onto that Penny Parker instead of Dr. Strange on domination, obviously showing favoritism towards that hero.
Yeah, U4RIA as well with a lot of ultimates to kick it off with right now. They have Psylocke, all of the defensive strategist ultimates as well. Venom flying in. Out comes the ultimate out of Mantis for Ares.
Adios goes in, banks on out there. Meanwhile, Nocturnal with his ultimate did dive in, at least force an ult, but no kills came out of it until Cal finds Eris over the top. Meanwhile, Spark Chief does trade back. Nocturnal, he did just use Butterfly Dance. Zealous in the back will get killed by Cal. With everybody on the ground, that's a great spot for Cal to be in 1v1 with that Light in the sky. Turbo trying to find those kills. Meanwhile, Adios on the low ground, able to find a kill onto 1. Can he find anything else? He finds 2 in that instance. Meanwhile, Fun able to take down Light. That's huge. Spark Chief on the point, however, will finally take down Fun. It is just Nocturnal on the point, so U4RIA will take the point first.
That is a team whip right there for U4RIA. We have the legendary coming up as well. No defensive ults to counter that as well. Could potentially be a team wipe if used properly for U4RIA. You do not want to lose this map right here. You will be going down 3-3 and then sending that to that game 7 with NRG having momentum. You need to close this out right now, U4RIA. They need to win this map.
I like that Penny Parker's had a lot more prevalence in the meta since the release. But Spark Chief, oh my god, deleted by Ultraviolet. Are you kidding me? How many dinks was that? Just headshot after headshot after headshot. Removes the tank immediately. Penny Parker will go down. Legendary, though, to try to bring it back for life. Can he find any kills? It's Nocturnal to find a kill. He will go down the Clone Man who dove on him, but that's another kill. Meanwhile, Hotsick on the point tries to just put all of the mines sprinting around the mission area, making sure there's as many mines as possible on a Clone Man who gets frozen. And now everybody is back here on the Clone Man to get rid of him. Stagger kills come through. Spark Chief just died. Will die yet again. Point flip now. Mission area flip for NRG.
Another one for us.
NRG looking to secure this, bring this one home, man. You do not want to be going home at this moment. Only Psylocke's ultimate Nocturnal on the board right now. Cal looking to get a quick elimination onto Lightning just to get out somehow.
He got the health pack too. Actually, no, he didn't. Both players aren't kind of ignoring the health pack right now. Cal's just kind of running back and forth. Now it looks like Light grabbed it, but he's low. Into this guy, trying to find the kill. Luna's ultimate to come back out through. So Dance Floor keeps everybody healthy on NRG's side. Also maintains his ultimate for U4RIA, so you trade 1 for 1, but Zello still has his ult, now pops it. That's going to be an ult advantage for U4RIA. Cal's trying to find some damage through it, just build up towards that fast. Will dive onto Audios, who's caught a little bit out of position, but can get to the health pack. Meanwhile, Sparta time from Spark Chief. Towards the point, goes down, no way! It's yet again a bit of a difficult situation. Penny Parker, Audios dives in with the ult, but it gets canceled! Oh my god, Ultraviolet! Shuts down one of the best ultimates in the game, gets it canceled, and I mean, NRG are just sitting pretty right now. They're in a great spot with 60% of the board now after that shut down from Ultraviolet.
Well, they definitely are. We've been saying this all day, right? The strategists have a huge impact in the outcome of a match in Marvel Rivals. They don't get as much shine, but they definitely deserve it, right? Ultraviolet's been playing absolutely phenomenal today. So is Rack Attack. Just being able to get those crucial eliminations, cancel those ults as well, right?
And Cal constantly harassing everybody, making sure that those strategists are in a good spot. Freeze on the Clone Man, slows him down for now, but now goes in, understanding that stun, that CC will not slow him down. Fast meanwhile from Cal, but he's going to die while in that fast from Audios, who now pops that butterfly, and he gets 2 kills. Or sorry, it's Nocturnal on the other side, who gets 2 kills. So NRG still has the advantage, even though they've just lost UV. Now comes the Legendary from Light. Surely he finally gets some kills, but he goes low, gets poked super low by Nocturnal with just a few shots. Runs away from that Venom, understanding that if he gets close to that Venom at 30 HP, he's going to go down. No supports here. Gets poked a little bit more. 10 HP. Gets to the health pack. Barely alive. Then tracks down Fun, who was desperately trying to find him and track him down. So U4RIA take the point. 53% again in the mission area. U4RIA. I mean, this is going to enter the last fight territory now, Hank, and it's scary.
Yeah, if U4RIA loses this, it's gonna be very much too close for comfort in that next match, right? All they have to do is win basically one team fight right now, send it to a map 3. Ultraviolet with the Mantis Assault. Luna Snow ultimate as well on a Rack Attack, right? On both ends, actually. It's all about who can do it better.
Usually the kills happen after the support ults. The strategist holster used. Meanwhile, UV taking a lot of poke damage. Gonna go
They're
down.
not gonna...
Come in. Oh no!
She didn't pop it.
No, he was split. Didn't pop the ultimate either. Did they just go for a fast fight here now then? Or in this case, Audios going to use the butterfly dance. I don't think NRG really can touch. I mean, they just got to save ults for next round and take this, take the tie. No. Yep. Nobody else. Nobody can touch. Go next. Tied up.
That is definitely interesting. So we're going to be going to map 3 right now. U4RIA versus NRG. If U4RIA manages to take this map home, they will be going to the grand finals, competing up against Nightmare for that $10,000 first place prize, $7,000 to the loser, second place. And NRG, they got to secure this right here. It's do or die. It's do or go home, right?
30 seconds before you attack.
In U4RIA, they swap Spark Chief over to Doctor Strange, right? On a spaceport on a submap like this one. I actually think the Penny Parker might be a little bit better for a map like this. NRG, I wonder what happened. You know, Hank, like it seems like Ultraviolet was just taking a different approach. They'd be looking for a pick like he usually does, and in this case, Cloman found him and just punished.
The battle starts in 5.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, at that point, like, just getting solo dove, you could look at it both ways. Like, you could possibly pop your Mantis Assault right there, get to point, definitely have your life try to potentially win that round, right? Or to save it for the next round. But they already have so many ults built up that I don't think it was necessary. U4RIA, Spark Chief taking the strange portal to the first point, putting them in a good position. Not really much use out of that at all, actually.
One man runs up the wall, goes for the dive, but gets slept. Sedated by Ultraviolet. Luna Snow popped by NRG. Can they find the value? Can they find the kills? Coleman towards the point, just runs to the health pack, is able to get it as well. Meanwhile, 1v1 at the point with Nocturnal, and Nocturnal's actually kind of winning it. Now pops the ultimate too to make sure he can live from Coleman. Coleman's going to back on out of there, so no kills from that ult, but it will result in that being pushed off the point. Light from the high ground, able to get one on the UV. That's huge, and with the duel, Cal actually wins it with his own, but Spark Chief is there to counter it, so traded 1 for 1. Ton of Penny Parker mine just everywhere. Absolutely terrifying. Coleman towards the point, can use his ultimate to stay alive as well. Looks like he does so. Goes back up to 800 HP temporarily. Just dives onto Nocturnal, making sure that that Psylocke is tied up. Meanwhile, towards the point, Hossack trying to stay alive. Is going to go down to Spark Chief on the Doctor Strange. So that Penny Parker now removed. That's going to be a great spot for U4RIA to be in. 1v1, Light in NRG Cal. Cal goes down, traded out by Nocturnal. Both of these Star Lords, the focal point for either team. Now, Mantis ultimate from the point. They really want to try to make sure nobody else can touch for NRG, who doesn't have any support ultimates. So although NRG was in control, now it'll be flipped back, and U4RIA is in charge of the mission area. What is you? Oh my God, UV was just in there.
Yeah, that's some pretty bad staggers right there. But
yeah.
U4RIA with the Psylocke ultimate built up as well. Luna Snow on both ends.
Yeah, we see these Psylocke players just dash in with their butterfly dances,
which basically just force out the support ultimates all the time.
That's like the whole plan with it. We'll see if it happens this time. Here we go. Just as we said, but what happens afterwards is really what matters. Now with no support ult, UV also taking so much damage from Adios on the right side. Luna Snow towards the point. Lot of brawling happening, but no kills. Rack Attacks runs out first. Now here comes the ultimate from Nocturnal, who has 1 HP. Does he find any kills? It looked like the Luna's ultimate was still going on, so he couldn't find any damage, but the Mantis ult keeps him nice and healthy. No Mantis ult for U4RIA's side, so they have to back on out of there for now. Can they survive? Legendary pop for Light. Can he find any kills on the outside? He is. Aerith also in the fun is going to find one, so even though they were down in terms of the portals, Cal needs to find some huge kills right now. Is able to find one. Can they keep him healthy in the sky with the Legendary? Yes, they can. Cal finds Adios. A little bit more damage down below as well, and they're going to take the point flip.
Spark, it looks like a bit of a stagger there as well. NRG with control of the point, right? Not really many ultimates built up as well, but that's okay.
It's on the board now. I mean, it's getting down to the wire. Both teams trading blows. U4RIA have the ultimate advantage for NRG. What do they want to do here? Do they want to play aggressive, or do they want to try to disengage these ultimates? They're obviously showing forward, but obviously that could change. Here comes the Mantis ultimate. NRG back down below. Nocturnal goes and fades. Light able to get the kill on the UV, who too is caught out of position. Adios on a rack attack, able to find one without the ultimate as well. So they're just able to get those kills. Unfortunately, NRG caught a little bit out of position. Cal just here on the point, trying to find some sort of value. But it's just staggering onto the point, making sure that it's going to take a little bit longer for U4RIA, but they're going to control the point eventually.
Yeah, all U4RIA has to do is win one more fight right now, and they will be heading to the grand finals, potentially. Adios with the Psylocke ultimate build-up as well, same as Luna Snow for Zelos. It's looking like it's going in their favor right now.
And the one plus side is that Coleman did use Feast of the Abyss there. So he's not going to have the ult to sustain. Adios goes aggressive, double dash in there with the butterfly. Gets 2 immediately. Rack attack, UV down. No resurrect as well because no Adam Warlock in this map after he was banned. And now Adios just pressuring out this Venom. Nocturnal able to get one. 1v1 with Light and Cal. He's able to trade it. Spark Chief as well with the fun. They're able to get kills. Nocturnal is here. And they, with the Luna Snow ultimate, truly sustain. NRG, they've got nobody else here. There's a Legendary as well available. Hossack runs into touch. He's still alive. Luna Snow ultimate as well. But once this ends, that could be huge. Light, and he's picked off. It might be over for them, though. Oh, my God. Runs to the health pack. Still has that ultimate. Goes into the air. Pops it. Mantis ultimate, though. Everybody needs to stay in it. Otherwise, they're dead to light in the sky. Rack Attack able to find Eris. That's a huge opening kill. Audios down below able to find a hot tick. Chaos able to find one. UV as well in the Zelos. They're brought back into the series. Stunned in the sky. Overtime ticks down. It's still in favor of U4RIA. So you have to stay on the point. But NRG, they get the kills and they close out on U4RIA and flip the point. We're still in it.
Wow, the Doctor Strange stun in the sky was not enough. 95% for NRG. I don't even think U4RIA can touch right now. They don't have a portal. They're trying for dear life, and they can't. NRG bringing it back 3-3, heading to map 7 from a 3-1 deficit, bringing it back to 3-3, taking it to map 7. What a comeback from NRG.
Ooh. We thought that this match would be close, but I mean, that was unbelievably close. Deserved MVP for Rack Attack there. The supports really brought it back with a well-timed Mantis ultimate from UV. That's how they kind of came back in the series. I mean, I don't know. This is an absolute masterclass from UV and Rack Attack at the moment, and the rest of NRG too to play around them. So, well, I don't know what you're going to do now on this next map. I mean, it's a pretty brutal spot to be in if you're a U4. Obviously, map number 7, momentum is now kind of lost, right? I mean, is it really even going into this last map, considering how that one went?
I'm not too sure, but has NRG won every map that Adam Warlock has been banned? Are we sure about that?
I believe so. I believe you. I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yeah. We're gonna look back at the VOD. It's be like map number 1, Adam Warlock ban. Well, we tried. I think he actually might have been banned map number 1. But regardless, you know, map number 7 now, heading down to the wire. You know, Spark Chief and crew try to get it done. They try to make something happen there, but it was just last-second heroics there, right? It's tough for Light because Light was playing a lot of Star-Lord, but we saw that Star-Lord get shut out every time there was a Lunas ultimate, every time there was a Mantis ultimate. It was just everybody grouping around the Mantis, making sure nobody would go down. And obviously, NRG put themselves in the position to potentially cement themselves into that grand finals and get that rematch against Nightmare.
Yeah, both of these teams looking like they have leveled up for sure, can definitely compete with Nightmare in that grand finals, being as good as they are. They're still undefeated for a reason, right? Just so strong, right? Either of these teams, I feel like, could take this home, right? We've seen a whole lot of different compositions too, right? The Star-Lord being countered as well by the Luna Snow and Mantis ultimates. We've seen a lot of that, right? Just forcing that out as well with the Psylocke ultimates too on both ends, right? It comes down to ult management, right? But you do also just have to hit your shots and play better as a team, right?
Yeah, figure things out is what the side of U4RIA has to do. We'll see if they can do it. It was obviously back and forth, so we're going to take a look at the highlights and head to a short break. So don't go anywhere. Let's see these highlights and come back in about 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 한 명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 내배까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐
Welcome back, everybody. If you haven't tuned in till just now, good for you, because guess what? We're going to map number 7. Hank, obviously, we've had a very close series on our hands from NRG. They've put up a good fight against U4RIA. In fact, such a good fight that it is now 7 maps deep into a series that looked like U4RIA had under control until they didn't. I mean, you were talking about during the break that that U4, I don't know if we'll call it that the whole third of it, but you know, obviously they didn't touch the mission area twice, and because of it, they've lost twice. Tough.
Definitely very unfortunate for U4RIA there with a 3-1 lead, blowing that. Now it is a 3-3 series. The winner of this match will be heading to the grand finals, going up against Nightmare, and that is a tough team to go up against. Now let's get into the ban phase once again. Hella ban, nothing new there. Don't think we've seen them switch up on that once. The Hulk ban coming out from NRG and the Psylocke Protect. We've been seeing a lot of Psylocke in this series here. U4RIA, I'm curious. They will protect the Star-Lord. Nothing new there. We know Light is very talented on the Star-Lord. And wow, that is an interesting one. Taking out Penny Parker. How do we feel about that?
I mean, I like it. I think that it removes, you know, the best hero for the side of NRG for Hodsik. I mean, I don't know. He could play Doctor Strange, and you know, he could play it to a high level, but you know, compared to Spark Chief, I don't know if he really matches up that well in that hero. Similarly to how Spark Chief kind of struggles whenever he's forced to play Penny Parker. So, in terms of just direct bans for heroes that you're going to see in their team, I mean, it's a good one, right? You know, we're going to Spider Island's Convoy. I personally don't think it's that good of a Penny Parker map anyway, because, you know, obviously it's Convoy. The Convoy is always moving, right? I mean, it's tough to even get like a defensive hold on Penny Parker. You can get certain angles, but it's like you can obviously just go around them. on Penny Parker. So it's obviously a very direct ban just for how Hotzek has been playing, and I kind of like it for U4RIA.
I agree. I definitely like that as well. And another thing I've not mentioned yet, Adam Warlock is not on the table for this match. So we will be seeing Luna Snow and Mantis on both ends, per usual. Looks like Spark Chief is using the Magneto again. Adios going back for the Magic as well. Absolutely amazing Magic gamer, right? But I feel like when Adam Warlock's not on the table, I feel like NRG has been playing pretty good. So let's see how this match goes down. This is the final match in the loser's bracket.
Very final one. UV are going really aggressive. I mean, you have some time. Oh, this combo can get pushed. Oh, freeze into a sleep. That was amazing. The duo between Zealous and Eris, both using their CC simultaneously to get that kill, to get the final blow onto an aggressive Nocturnal. I mean, with that opening kill, you put yourself in a great spot. Obviously, U4RIA is still getting that cart pushing. They're very limited to where that is at the current moment, but NRG is going to need to reclaim some of the space they just lost.
Venom hanging on for dear life on FPS. Not sure if he popped his armor or not yet. Manages to get out.
Florman goes aggressive. Deep, but gets frozen. Slept by the supports. Adios does trade back. Rack attack, though, and gets killed by Cal over the high ground, or defeated by Cal over the high ground now. U4RIA have to wait for those members to respawn, and you mentioned earlier, no Adam Warlock team up means that it's going to be very slow for both sides until they build up that dance floor. U4RIA now, they've got to build up their ultimates. Ultimate has one. Hotzek gets poked down incredibly low. Some great poke from the side of U4RIA. Bubble shield from Magneto onto the height for Light, who presses off Cal. Nocturnal, meanwhile, invisible. Comes back. Is invisible once again. He gets some damage. Also, they go aggressive with Ultraviolet's ultimate. Now Nocturnal pops his own into a Mantis ultimate from Eris, so they're going to stay alive. And everybody in NRG now has to back up, understanding they just used both support ults, or sorry, they just used UV's ultimate. Need to keep holding on to Rack Attack's ult. Legendary now from Cal. Goes for a peel, gets the kill onto Adios before Zelos can get there. So that was a great timing from Cal. Momentum-based Legendary, able to get the kill onto one who was a bit too far, so now he's able to just keep pressing up that damage, but now he's tracked down by Light, who gets that shield from Magneto, who gets now two. UV and Cal will fall. Will he find a third? It looks like the answer is yes. 3 kills for U4RIA. Sure, they lost the first member of the team, but it is nearly a full. It's a 5K for Light in this instance, and NRG now back to the spawn they go. U4RIA move on to the streets phase of Spider Island.
Oh, U4RIA is gaming right now. Dustin. Also, Adios, Dark Child on the board right now. Clone Man looking to maybe get some good poke damage right here and get out. Cal controlling the high ground as well. Adios alone up there. Not really much they can do. Breaking down the terrain as well. Out comes the Dark Child from Adios. Can they manage to get any eliminations though? It appears only Doctor Strange is alone on the... Oh, down goes both supports for NRG, and down goes Fun FPS as well.
Yeah, that's huge. Momentum shifts there for NRG. They just kind of don't really get a ton of value here at the moment. Obviously, Nocturnal's trying to just bounce around, play very evasive. Meanwhile, Light got picked off from U4RIA a bit too aggressive. NRG now have brought themselves some time. Very aggressive ultimate. Butterflies from Nocturnal. Spark Chief shields to keep himself healthy. Nocturnal also doesn't get any kills and gets killed himself. I have Okamoto, but no, he's pushed back by Spark Chief. What a displacement. And the plays from Spark Chief on the Magneto was absolutely beautiful. Make sure that Hotzek gets absolutely zero value out of that Doctor Strange ultimate. Now, UV forced the Mantis. On the other side, U4RIA also using their own Mantis ultimate, so it's even back and forth. Nocturnal will be back in the fight. It's bot time for the duelists to re-enter the equation. Nocturnal, or sorry, Cal now coming in Legendary, able to take down Adios. Can he find any more? Cloman will get tracked down. That's 2 kills. Unfortunately for Zelos, he keeps popping these ultimates, but nobody's even near it. Spark Chief, though, did kill 2 with his own huge Magneto ultimate. Spark Chief has been absolutely disgusting on this hero. Has really been putting U4RIA on the back right now. Nocturnal is trying to find some kills to bring his team back. But Nocturnal's going to get staggered. And NRG now in this case also have Cal sort of caught out. He's going to have to live. It's going to be very hard against all of that damage. And right now, U4RIA Snowball has been absolutely brutal. No ultimates for NRG is built, just besides Rag Attack's ultimate. They maybe can come back in last second, but it's getting close. There's so many staggers happening for NRG. Do they want to use the ultimate? They're just forced to use it by default without any ults. And now U4RIA, they just have to play slow. If they do, they're going to have Light's Legendary in a second right after the ultimate dashes into the air. When does he want to use it? He's waiting for it. Sees Nocturnal, dashes to the left. He's still waiting. Meanwhile, Cal on the backside, able to find one. That's a huge kill. Also, Nocturnal finds Zelos. I wonder why the tempo was just lost there for U4RIA. Oh, it's because they capped the freaking cart. Oh. they capped the cart at the end. I was like, absolutely unaware of what just happened. They capped the move on to third phase, so they don't even need to use ultimates.
I didn't notice that either as well. And U4RIA managing to lose this fight essentially, but I love the plays out of Spark Chief with the Magneto, right? Just absolutely pushing the limits with this hero, showing that he can shine with heroes like Doctor Strange as well. But just the Magneto right click, just canceling out the Doctor Strange ult is just absolutely phenomenal.
Still from Spark Chief, keeps himself alive, but Zelo still gets hit by the butterflies. And meanwhile, Light with the Legendary kills Nocturnal right after he came out of the ultimate. So we're all even, tied up. Sleep to date comes through onto the Magic. Everybody sort of backing out. Hotic needs to live, needs those heals desperately, but will go down. Meanwhile, Cal in the 1v1 on the outside. Rack Attack's gonna go down to Spark Chief. Also, Light wins the duel with Cal. Back towards his own side of the map. Very interesting position for Cal to be in, but it's a full wipe now, or at least stagger kills for NRG. U4RIA still get this convoy moving.
Well, looks like Hodsick pulling out the Thor pick here. I know we saw a lot earlier as well, a whole lot of switching tanks. I don't know if that is the play right here. I feel like comfort picks would be a little bit more better. A lot of ultimates across the board as well for both teams. U4RIA just continuing to push this thing forwards. Bloodman diving the backline, looking to get a quick elimination.
And they do so.
He does.
Yeah, that was a great kill from them. Audios has won the Hodsick though. We're all even. Luna Snow Dance Floor is up, so NRG can stay pretty healthy. Fun gets frozen. Dark Child comeback. Legendary from Cal tries to shut down the Dark Child. Does he get any kills, though? No, there's a Luna Snow ultimate there. Also, Magneto tosses his ball straight into the ground. Nocturnal will fall. And now Cal, I mean, he's just all alone, getting staggered. And this convoy's around the corner, basically. Fun is trying to stagger it out. Obviously, it's just him now. He's going to need to live. But he dives back in, has the ultimate, so he can stay nice and healthy. But obviously, without any support here, he's going to have to stay alive after the ultimate. Rack Attack's still alive. Here comes Ultraviolet's Mantis ultimate as well to keep everybody healthy. They need to stay on the cart. 45 seconds left. Cal on the left side, or Light on the left side, able to take down Nocturnal. Caught out of position. That's huge. That's so much damage removed for NRG. And with Audios on Magic, you get so much frontline damage. Rack Attack is going to go down. You just have 2 on this payload. In 30 seconds left, nobody else is really here. Nocturnal will come back late. He finds one, but can you live? It's just Fun and Nocturnal. Fun goes down. People will come back from spawn, but is anybody even going to touch in time? UV's going to be here. Cal gets one on the Zelos. They actually are getting some kills, but Audios finds one. Nocturnal pops the ultimate. Are they going to find any kills? Light trying to press down Nocturnal after the ultimate goes down. He does get him, but Nocturnal's able to trade back one. Light gets another one of the Rack Attacks. Drives back down. Speeding to win, basically, at this point. You just have one on the cart. It's Fun FPS. Anybody else here? That Cal will go down. Overtime now ticks down. You just have the Mantis alive. He's going to get traded out. And U4RIA, I mean, they're just killing everybody as they touch the objective. They're going to fully capture out with no time left. And that's very hard to do on Spider Island.
Time to switch things up.
That is very hard to do, especially against a team like this. An extremely back and forth tournament, and that is what they needed, right? If they didn't get it to the very end right there, they could have lost this match, right? It's better off sending it to overtime potentially if the opposing team were to also push to the very end. No Adam Warlock, like we said, so no more reses, a lot more quicker fights going down as well. Hopefully Hodsick, I feel like, can find a tank here and stick with it for sure.
Yeah, he's struggling a little bit for sure. I mean, you mentioned now he's on Magneto, he's on Thor. Can't play the Penny Parker, and you know, I think he's definitely been the best Penny Parker player. But this is the problem, right? This is the problem in solo queue for a lot of people. When you don't have a big hero pool, there is a chance that you know, your hero will be banned. So you always have to at least flex onto something else just more consistently to make sure you have
You're so sensitive.
other characters to play, right? I mean, you can't just be a one trick, basically.
Yeah, that's why it's better to learn at least like 3 heroes per role, maybe even 4 at least, instead of just one tricking one character, right? And not only that, you need to get those heroes to the same level of skill as all of your other heroes, right?
Yeah, exactly. You gotta get everybody up to a high level. And it's especially difficult at the pro level, in which all of these players are at, basically. Before on the defensive side, though, or yeah, on the defensive side, Energy on the attack, playing a very similar comp, except they have Hansik on Magneto. Cal, meanwhile, trying to control the air with some shields, but Adios, knowing that they're out of cooldown, dives back down, finds Nocturnal of all people in a very aggressive spot. Payload around the corner. Gets the KO onto 1, and they just want to back up for now.
Need some help.
Cal trying to get the high ground right here. Look for elimination onto Light. Just a little bit of poke damage back and forth right now. Don't really think
Trading
we're gonna... Oh! Light being backed up.
How much vertical mobility every character in this game has. I mean, it's
Definitely
absolutely
insane.
wild. Meanwhile, dive comes through onto the middle of the tanks from NRG. They're constantly backing up, giving up space. Meanwhile, U4RIA, invisible Nocturnal, he's over the time side, looking for that elimination. Drops back down to the cart. Supportal's used. The big giant clump of them. Eris used 1. Double supportal used by NRG. You don't like to see that if you're an NRG fan, considering double supportals means,
I am ready to
double strategy results means that you could be easily engaged upon by U4RIA, who have their own now for this next fight. They're able to find 1 on a rack attack after that. Now comes Light with the Legendary in the sky, able to track down his counterpart. Also, UV goes down on that low ground. And that's tough. I mean, that's just some miscommunication there from NRG. And it's not a situation you want to see that in with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, popping both strategist ultimates at the same time leaves you vulnerable to things like Star-Lord Legendary, Psylocke, Butterfly Dance as well. But Light with the Star-Lord Legendary, they're just able to clean up. Adios with the Dark Child as well. A lot of other ultimates on board for U4RIA. If used properly, they should be able to...
Oh my god.
Adios 1 HP with the Dark Child, managing to take down Rack Attack, and Nocturnal goes down too. But Cal with the Legendary of his own, not really the optimal time to pop it right now, just getting absolutely beat up and terrorized in the sky. And everyone else just dropping like flies right now.
I mean, you're seeing the versatility of Spark Chief. He was saving onto Magneto's ultimate just for Calzol, right? So that Legendary absolutely countered. Because you can't shoot past that giant ball of steel, and he's just going to run at your face, just capturing all of your bullets as it builds up charge. Obviously, it's hard to hit the shot onto that Star-Lord, but he found value just in running at him with it. Now, here Magneto comes out from the attacking team. Hansik able to find 1. Clone does trade it back, however, for Rack Attack. Space still controlled by U4RIA, though, so NRG has to take back this space, reclaim a lot of it, and it's right into Light's bullets. He's going to back up, though, still has some support from his own Luna Snow in the sky. Venom goes aggressive. Yeah, the round from the Mantis going aggressive as Light wants to find some more damage throughput with some help from his strategists. Nocturnal with the butterflies, it's into his support, so no damage will be dealt necessarily. Nocturnal's back into the team as well. Legendary is available for Light. No supports to counter it. 1, 2. I mean, it's the freest ultimate in the goddamn universe at this point. The entire MCU is aware of how disgusting Light is right now. 3 kills for him. Follow up NRG with a tournament life on the line. 20 seconds left. It's tough, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can combo this Star-Lord ultimate with as well. Like Magneto can bubble him as well, and if the opposing team NRG does not have any support ultimates to counter it, Luna Snow only being at 90% of the time. Very unfortunate for them. Only 5 seconds remaining for NRG. It's do or die.
Light pressuring out the Venom towards the cart. Legendary from Cal. Can he find any kills? Luna Snow ultimate as well. Popped by Rack Attack. Dance Floor is here. Cal finds 1. Finds 2. This could be what they finally needed. The Luna Snow and the Star-Lord collaborate together to get even more kills. 3 kills for Cal, or 3 elims in that fight for Cal. Eris going to go down 2. They try to come through and touch. Coleman staggering towards the payload. But they're going to cap out in overtime. Move to the Streets phase with 2 minutes and 30 on the Streets phase. You get so much time in the bank after capping out, but that was super close for NRG.
Yeah, they have got to be sweating bullets right now. If they lost that one fight, they would be going home just now. Cal on the high ground, taking a little bit of a Star-Lord duel right now with Light. Just retreating, getting the Magneto bubble. He could play aggressive, but getting a little bit body blocked by the high ground. Now it's a 2v1.
Ooh.
Light having to retreat. He manages to get out. Very well played. Good heals as well from U4RIA.
Yeah, strategist play has been the forefront of the entire tournament, despite being backline heroes. Cal, meanwhile, trying to move onto this right side angle. They need to consider using ult, so now they do. Nocturnal gonna pop one. Mantis ultimate a bit too late, though. Not gonna save Zelos. In fact, the freeze comes through, and Ultraviolet on the right side with the kill. I mean, this is perfectly timed. Maybe this is exactly what NRG need. They need Ultraviolet to come through, get these elims, get these KOs at the perfect time. And they're gonna stagger Coleman out, too.
Venture forth. The web.
Only a minute 30 remaining as well. NRG, Cal, looking to get a little bit of a flank here. Building up that legendary, too. Both support ultimates as well to counter U4RIA.
Early dive in. Dark Child, dive on in. Dark Chief is super low, though. UV forced to pop his own Mantis ultimate. Cal in the sky used the Star-Lord. Legendary, but it's kind of a strange time considering where the support ults were, or the strategist ults were on the defensive hold. Now they're trying to find some follow-up kills. Magic just bouncing around. Less than a meter left to go before the cap out happens. Now legendary from Light. Could this be it? With 40 seconds left to get the kills. Nocturnal's able to find one and to secure that objective too, making sure to stay on it this time so it's not a U4 and NRG are reset once again.
Light and U4RIA stopping it with just 1 meter remaining. Only 30 seconds. No ultimates for NRG except the Butterfly Dance. They need to go big or go home here. Only 20 seconds remaining. They need to figure out how they're going to get their touch. They should be able to do so. Light and the rest of U4RIA trying to hold down this high ground as well. Maybe get a quick elimination.
Oh, Nocturnal. Yeah, that was exactly what you said. Quick elimination is huge for Nocturnal, but will they go down? Yes. Nocturnal's going to get found, KO'd out of the lobby. Eris is well into Hodsick, and with 1 second left, they need to touch the objective, and they don't. NRG pull a U4 in this case. And U4RIA are going to win to put themselves into that grand final in this absolute barn burner of a series. It went to 7 maps, but they get the job done to put themselves in top 2, sending NRG home.
U4RIA going to that grand finals now, able to get their revenge potentially against Nightmare, the undefeated champions. Let's take a look at the stat sheet right now. Penny Parker was banned. Unfortunate for Hodsick, unable to find the tank, as we were saying, too light. 43 and 3, 26,000 damage. That is an MVP performance right there. Amazing job as well from his entire team. Ares and Zillows on the strategist, Adios as well, and both Vanguards. Just can't do it better than that.
No, yeah, Light looked amazing the whole tournament. I mean, he was, despite even losing some maps, just constantly with the highest elims in the lobby. I mean, only 3 deaths. Yeah, he's played absolutely out of his mind. And for the likes of U4RIA, I mean, we got to resign that, right? It can't be a U4 now. You know, they lost the domination round. Sure, they lost a whole map because of it. But I don't think it's as bad as the overall term C9. So resign that statement for now. No U4 in this case, since considering they're such a talented team and also have cemented themselves into that grand finals. I mean, good for them, straight up.
Yeah, they're competing for $17,000 in that grand finals alone now, Dustin. That is a lot of money to be playing for, and even just making it to the grand finals is a victory in its own as well. Definitely the most competitive series we've seen in the entire tournament so far just now, and we will be getting into that grand finals shortly too.
Yeah, very shortly we'll be getting to that grand finals. It will be a bit more longer of a break, so expect about a half-hour break before that grand finals is ready, just for the players to kind of regroup and, you know, breathe after that one, and maybe for you guys to get some dinner if it's late where you are, or if it's breakfast wherever you are. It could potentially happen. So yeah, it's gonna be 2 best out of 7s again. So that was just the best of the 7. Now we got another best out of 7 grand finals in just a bit. Hank, obviously I want to get, before we wrap up, before we do some laundry and get out of here and get ready for that grand finals, you know, what is your personal thoughts so far from the tournament? I mean, obviously it's been a pleasure casting with you. What else do you have to say, about this tournament?
It's just been a pleasure to watch this so far, Dustin. The top of the top Marvel Rivals gameplay, very strategic ban process as well. Love to see how that plays out. Lots of star players on every team as well. But we're gonna take you guys to the highlights of the final match of this series just now, and then we will be taking a longer break, getting into the grand finals.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the winds and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the winds and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift to you. Ready to unleash it all. Get pumping your fries, raising up fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink up, open your eyes, raising up with this and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
We are cloak and dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma! Burst! Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? World Stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick. 爆元手一。Perfect hit. The dragon unleashed. 气贯长龙. My fist is unrivaled.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink out, open your eyes, raising up with this and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the unravel till the end. Rise up, your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out.
Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Red table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma! Burst!
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Where do you think you're going? Squirrel stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick! Ball Perfect hit! The dragon unleashed! My fist is unrivaled!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. My name is Dustin, joined by Jake Lyon. Today, we're going into the grand finals. Jake, obviously, it has been an incredible weekend tournament. Four teams were invited, and only one's going to come out on top for $20,000. Man, how are you doing? And excited for this grand finals matchup between Nightmare and U4RIA?
I'm good. I'm excited. I think Nightmare have been really just rock solid through the whole tournament. But U4RIA and NRG that was a knockdown drag out brawl in the lower finals there. So I'm curious to see, is there something that they've learned, that they've innovated? I mean, the game is so new, right? To have two strong teams go up against each other, the one who survives can come out a lot stronger coming into that next series. So I think U4RIA are going to need to rely on that, going to need to build momentum to go into that grand final.
Yeah, momentum indeed needs to be built. And speaking about momentum, you should check out this winter celebration and build some momentum in the new Jeff game mode, where you play as 4Jeff versus 4Jeff and get a free cosmetic. So you can get that new Jeff skin in your portfolio for you to try out this game mode, maybe snack with some friends, try out the game mode, new winter celebration, brand new skins in the shop too. So it's not just the free Jeff skin, but it's also all of the other skins alongside it with the Groot, with the Venom, with the Rocket, Luna. So a lot of awesome new skins hit the store just recently. Check the game mode out before January 9th. It'll go away. So it's only limited time game mode, limited time skins. Check them out with the Winter Splash Festival, the brand new game mode with Jeff. I was telling earlier, I was telling Hank, played yesterday. I played in a 4-stack with the new Jeff Winter Celebration game mode, and we were a little sweaty, man. I bet you if we get a few ex-pros, playing that game mode, running the lobbies now, you spraying the Jeff everywhere.
Starting to make the call-outs on the Jeff's Winter Celebration game mode.
We were
starting
target calling, dude. Yeah. Dude,
We're scrimming 4v4 Jeff's Winter Celebration, looking for some opponents.
Yep.
Take us down.
Yep. Every game after the game, we said, "Nice scrim. Thanks for the scrim. GG." And then the other team's like, "Bro, why are we trying so hard? It's like the Winter Celebration. This is supposed to be fun. You taking all the fun out of it." But you know what is fun, Jake, is this grand final. Obviously, Nightmare yesterday. I think you saw the matchup between them and NRG in the upper bracket finals. Another pretty dominant win for Nightmare. I mean, if you're the underdog here, if you're U4RIA, it is kind of a daunting task. And I know there's a bunch of cliches we could probably say here. Probably will say them. But for U4RIA, it is kind of David versus Goliath. How do you feel going against Nightmare at the moment in this grand finals matchup, especially with how things went on day number 1?
I will say, if you just look at the scoreline, you see, on day 1, Nightmare did win 3-0 over U4RIA. They've got to be considered the favorites of the tournament. They're the champions from the War of the Realms tournament that we played previously in Marvel Rivals. So Nightmare, they are a strong team. They are a fearsome opponent. But if I'm on U4RIA right now, I think you got to be focusing on momentum. You got to be focusing on what you've just learned and taken away from this last match you played with NRG. And what can you do to kind of throw Nightmare for a loop? So far, no one has been able to do that, to push Nightmare off their comfort pick strategies. And I think that's going to be the key for U4RIA. While both of those teams have looked great, utilizing the team ups, I think Nightmare, when you just give them the unlimited team ups and you don't take those away from Nightmare, they look like a monster team, super scary to go up against. I think one positive potentially for U4RIA is that Nightmare pretty much always first bans Hela. And in that last series, it was U4RIA doing that exact same thing, right? Against NRG, is constantly first banning Hela. But I think if you're U4RIA in this series, maybe you can get a little bit of advantage, let Nightmare ban the Hela and go a different direction. That kind of gives you just that little edge in terms of hero selection, denying some of these team ups that Nightmare is so fantastic at using.
Yeah, that's a great point, because yesterday U4RIA were sort of playing into, or at least 2 days ago, they were sort of playing into Nightmare's hand, right? I mean, it definitely seemed that way, where maybe they were a bit too comfortable, like you said, with playing that Mantis alongside the Adam Warlock. It's probably just because, obviously on their own team, they've got Light, who is amazing on Star-Lord. And I guess from a pro player perspective, Jake, obviously it's tough because I imagine, I want to get your take on it. If you think you have the world's best Star-Lord player, but in our case, we could watch and we're like, Super Gomez is kind of just like the GOAT. I don't really know if there's somebody to match him right now. Obviously we have a bit of a narrative bias, but from a player's perspective, do you just try to let you take that matchup, even if maybe from an overall perspective, from a macro perspective, it's really hard to take that matchup, especially against a really good Star-Lord player like Super Gomez?
I think we can look at it as 1-to-1, that, it's like Star-Lord versus Star-Lord, but I really think that misses a lot. In a hero shooter, it's all about the team play, the coordination, how everybody is getting the most value out of these situations. And for me, rather than saying Super Gomez is just so much better on Star-Lord, Light has also looked fantastic on the hero. I can see why they want to bring it out. But for me, what makes Nightmare head and shoulders above is really how they exploit the team ups. I think they're playing on a higher level. They've made some plays I've seen them make have been sending in the Star-Lord intentionally to die, letting him go alone, just taking a ton of attention, and then he's going to res himself, come back to the engagement, and Nightmare will have done something with those few seconds, right? They'll have taken a stronger position, they'll have picked somebody else off, maybe someone who can't res themselves, and so Nightmare just playing on that level has been really impressive to me. And yes, I think it's very reasonable for U4RIA to come into the series and think, we're just going to match that. We can play to that level as well. And I wouldn't hate to see confidence like that, but I also want, the humility from them that if that's not going their way, we get a couple maps into the series to be able to change things up. That's what we saw from NRG, right? Their change-ups in their matches against Nightmare and against U4RIA were both the moments where NRG started to get something going. And unfortunately, they weren't able to get those wins, but still, it was when they were willing to innovate, willing to to change things in the series, that the underdog team, I think, has a better shot. So for Nightmare's side, I think they're probably going to stick to their bread and butter. I think it's going to be fairly predictable, but that doesn't mean it's going to be easy for U4RIA. I mean, Nightmare has been fantastic on the comps they've played.
Yeah, fantastic indeed. And for U4RIA, you hope for, if you're a fan of U4RIA, that they have sort of used that previous game as a bit of a tune-up game because, from like at least the individual perspective, maybe in terms of Spark Chief, right, he had a very fantastic start to strength, right? He was amazing on that character, but kind of, I wouldn't say struggled too much on the other characters, but once he had to play like a Penny Parker over to some other characters, it sort of found its way into the meta. And in fact, on the first maps in that U4RIA game, I think we had some really interesting compositions. Obviously we mentioned how, from a team play perspective, Jake, not much has changed for either of these teams. Last matchup, I believe they just kind of want to play the same thing over and over again, at least for the first two maps. I think it was the same compositions until that map number 3, when they went to Aegis Path. They played like a Moon Knight, right? Moon Knight and Groot. So I like how you said that earlier. They want to maybe play a bit of a different composition, maybe do some different picks and bans, or protects and bans. Do you still agree with that original point? They need to maybe come out the first match swinging and change up the entire meta.
Yeah, I mean, if I were on Team U4RIA, that's the direction I'd want to go, just based on the 3-0 result that you had losing to Nightmare in round 1. I will say though, the 3-0 maybe is a little bit deceptive. In the end, like, there were 2 full holds back to back, so we got to say, like, Nightmare, they won it. It was a decisive, really strong victory, especially on those first 2 maps. However, one of them was extremely close, like the first map of the series in that initial round. It was like, U4RIA got 99.6% cap, and it was just like insane clutch from Nightmare to be able to bring back that first point and make the hold. The second map, although Nightmare full held, it was almost a counter full hold. U4RIA almost won that map. It went down to overtime. Both teams on attack really struggled to get any capture progress on Spider Islands. And so for me, I really think, U4RIA can come into this series. I don't think they should think themselves as too much of an underdog. Like, yes, Nightmare is going to be the favorite, but I think definitely there's real reason to be optimistic for U4RIA. The bigger question I have for them is beyond the strategy, beyond the tactics. It's just, are you ready to go to another Game 7? I mean, I think what we can say for sure is that Nightmare's not going to go down easy. And for U4RIA's players, this is going to be a major test of their endurance, their strategic depth. And these are all things that Nightmare has been strong on. So I think that's going to be the bigger question for U4RIA. How do these players just handle the situation they're in with 10 grand on the line for first place?
Yeah, I mean, they've proven it in previous tournaments, like you mentioned with the War of the Realms earlier, that they can, but can they do it again in the Invitational with only 4 teams over the course of a weekend that we talked about it before, how, this weekend has been pretty quick, except today, right? I mean, obviously for the past couple days, both teams, or all of the teams that have played have won in 3-0 fashion, except today. Today's the only time they've went to the map 7. So not only are we extending their endurance, but obviously, going into this, you have to look at it from a rest perspective, right, Jake? For Nightmare, I mean, they've had a few hours to chill, maybe scrim, maybe get some practice in. But in terms of like how this affects the actual series, who does this benefit more? Does this benefit the likes of U4RIA, who have had, experience maybe getting warm back in a real like tournament setting with their tournament life on the line? Or do you think maybe Nightmare, with that break and also the opportunity to watch that matchup, have learned some things? Who gets the edge in that instance?
For me, if NRG had come out on top of that last match and were the team going to the grand finals, I would have kind of felt good about them just getting more reps, trying all these different things. But U4RIA, they've been scrimming the game, right? Like, they've had time to prepare. They've come in with strategies, with plans, tactics, all theoretically ready to go. So while they may have learned some things in this series against NRG and maybe got pushed to the limit, to go up against Nightmare, a team that, I think has a very different approach from NRG, has a very different style and a very different way of playing. If anything, it's going to be a challenge for U4RIA to just mentally reset and be ready for the opponent that they now face in the grand finals. For Nightmare, though, I will say, like, honestly, to be this team that's just sitting around waiting in the grand finals, watching a game go to 7 maps. I mean, it goes so long, longer than you were certainly expecting if you're a Nightmare. It's kind of like, are you iced out at all for Nightmare? Just having things be delayed so much. You've had to wait a long time for this match. They probably had a warm-up scrim, but that could have been hours ago at this point. So, for Nightmare, Nightmare, that's a kind of a question for the staff, for the strategy, in terms of like the player management for this team. Like, are they ready to come in really hot on map 1 and make a statement? Because, you know, if you come in map 1 and U4RIA puts out a dominant showing, they could start to, you know, build that momentum, ride that high. And I think in a grand finals with so much on the line, momentum can be everything.
Yeah, 100%. Momentum can be everything. And for, you know, Nightmare specifically, I think when we're looking at this series as well, you know, because of how dominant they have been, you know, you definitely could be feeling a little bit too confident even at points, right? And I know that for their offseason from the War of the Realms tournament into the Invitational, I know they made some changes in terms of that staff, like you mentioned. I believe one of their coaches from Nightmare went from Nightmare over to U4RIA. So one of the coaches for U4RIA, if not their head coach, is from Nightmare. So they've made those changes through the offseason. And, you know, obviously it would be a huge revenge match, potentially, for a huge grudge match for U4RIA, not only for their players, simply because they were eliminated previously by Nightmare before in the War of the Realms, but also, you know, for their head coach. So there's a lot of storylines here, obviously, but specifically for that preparation, like you said, I'm curious if U4RIA is prepared for this. You know, I think even I was telling you during the break, one of their coaches DM'd me. He's like, messaging me before this match, and you're like, man, he needs to lock in a little bit, you know, get him ready to go for the match, right? Because you need to be focused and ready to face one of the best teams in the entire game.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you come out of that, like, especially when going to a game 7, it's such an adrenaline dump. There's so much riding on that. You know, you're playing for this big pay jump in the prize pool, and you get that win, and you get this huge release of that excitement. It can be really hard to build that up again and to get everybody like on the level of intensity and focus that they need to be to play at their best. And so honestly, for U4RIA, I think that's going to be a test for the staff. Like you mentioned, staff coming from Nightmare to U4RIA. It's like, what can they say here to keep the players focused, but not, you know, get ahead of themselves, given that potentially we're going to another long series here in the grand finals. I mean, Nightmare not going to go down easy. I think that's one thing that I'm very confident in terms of predictions, with how strong they've been this whole tournament, with how many different strategies we've seen them bring to bear. I think they're a team that's very ready for a long series. And for U4RIA, as much as they want to come out strong, I think honestly their best hope is to really snowball the series early. I think once Nightmare starts to, you know, win a few maps, even if it's back and forth and we go to game 6, game 7, that's where I'm really going to start to be worried about U4RIA's players. Like, can they still deliver their best performance after such a long day? I mean, pretty much anybody I think would be in a tough spot there, but that's kind of the reward you get for Nightmare, like being the team that's been undefeated, that's been in the upper bracket. You know, this is the challenge coming out of the lower bracket. Like you said, David versus Goliath. You know, David has to really work hard for that one.
Yeah, for sure. David's going to have to put on the training montage or something before this matchup. And Jake, I think you mentioned it before about, I think outside of Marvel Rivals in general, just in general content creation, I think you talked about this previously, where there is diminishing returns, right? Have you mentioned this, how at least on, you know, in esports, it's a bit weird because, you know, comparatively to traditional sports where you get tired after doing a physical activity, in esports, you get mentally drained. I know that, I mean, obviously, I don't think either of us are psychologists or sports psychologists or physical therapists by any means, but I know that, you know, as a professional, you know, you have experience in this realm. I mean, what can you say about, you know, playing through a tournament throughout the whole day and then getting ready for it? Is there a point in which you do get tired? Is it you've played too long today? You know, if you play like 6, 7, 8 hours in one single day, can you keep playing and still gain the same amount of improvement that you would, you know, earlier in the day?
I mean, I think a lot depends on the individual, but also this is something that comes from a lot of experience for me, like players knowing, okay, like, you know, this is going to be a very long day. I need to like hold some energy in reserve. I think more experienced professional players probably do have that composure that, like, even in a tough series, even in a very important match, that, you know, they can hold just a little bit back just to be ready for that long day. But that'll be the kind of the test I think we'll see here for these U4RIA players. Like, do they have that veteran presence that's keeping them calm in these tough moments? And honestly, even in game 7, like, no matter how veteran you are, when you go down to the wire like that, when it's starting to look like energy might be bringing the series back, you know, forcing a potential reverse sweep, you know, the adrenaline starts to get up for pretty much anybody, no matter how well prepared, no matter how mentally strong you think you are. It's tough to be in that type of a situation with so much money on the line. So for U4RIA's players, I think the key really is just you've gotten this like 30-minute solid break. It's time to just, you know, reset, talk with the team. And honestly, if I were them, I wouldn't even be worried too much about the gameplay stuff and like deciding how to play strategically. Just like get the mental reset, like get the actual rest. You know, like you were saying, like in a long day, you just need a rest sometimes just to bring back your best self. You know, go like seriously, if I were the coach of this team, I'd say, all right, everybody like walk away from your PC, go for a walk outside, get some food, go lie down, just like give your brain a little bit of a break so that you can come back and, you know, like when you start playing this grand finals, you're going to get excited. You're going to get that energy. The scary part comes deep into the grand finals, right? When you get close to the end and you're trying to close things out, and then do people get overhyped, or do the calls get cluttered? You know, these types of things can come in, and if Nightmare has their composure, they could be making comebacks that they shouldn't be making. And I mean, we've seen that from them time and time again. They're so good in the clutch. Sometimes these fights that have looked like they're going the other team's way, Nightmare is probably the best team in the tournament for just holding on by their fingernails in those really tough situations and somehow turning what looks impossible into a win.
Yeah, really good at that indeed. And speaking of, you know, that getting that break, getting that rest, some of the players are still doing that, and that's why we're getting a little bit of or having a little bit of time before the match starts. One of the players I think is still in the bathroom, so we'll see once they're back and get into that series. Obviously, they got to wash their hands and do all that sort of stuff. But you know, I don't know. I'm a believer, Jake. This is gonna be a little bit of a bad take. I think you're probably gonna cringe at this one, but I'm of the belief. Okay, I'm not. Well, this is not Listen, I think that there's a little bit of a science behind what I would like to call gamer gunk. Okay, have you heard about this before?
Enlighten me.
So you know, there's a famous player, Jonak, right?
Yeah.
He said he started taking showers before matches, and you know, I believe his team, when he played professionally, would do worse after said showers. So I'm just saying, I think when he wasn't showering as often, maybe he had a little bit of extra gamer power. You know what I'm saying?
All right, well, Dustin, I want you to evaluate that strategy and let me know how it goes. And hold up, guys. Hold the phone. Hela is not banned.
Oh.
Star-Lord banned. Nightmare looks like they've been saving strats. This is really interesting to me. This is a big development. Will we see the Helas come out?
Maybe.
Oh, this is exciting, Dustin. This is something I didn't expect to see in this series, and already it's starting to deliver. I mean, Hela has just been like, we probably haven't seen much this tournament because almost every team, like at least more than half the teams, are first banning it, getting it off the server. Hela is insanely dominant right now in Marvel Rivals. If you've been playing on the ranked ladder, you know what I'm talking about. This character absolutely owns. I myself played, I think, only Hela until I hit Diamond. I think I played 100% Hela. And now we're going to see, looks like Amazing and Adios queue up on the character. I don't think we've seen either of these teams to deploy the character just yet.
No, I mean, I wonder how often they've even been practicing it in scrims, right? I mean, it's definitely up for debate how often they've been playing this new hero, but obviously or this old hero, I guess, because Hela's been a mainstay in the general game for quite some time. I mean, Amazing and Adios, both players incredibly talented at this hero. Obviously, we've seen some incredible Helas throughout the time that Marvel Rivals has been around, but like you said, Jake, it's just always first banned. I mean, it's just such a strong character, similar to Psylocke. So having both of these characters unbanned alongside Mantis and Adam, I mean, this is one of the most disgusting teams that we could see just in general for like bans or no bans, right?
Yeah, the amount of just like raw poke damage that can come out from these comps is pretty insane. But honestly, I think especially with the Psylocks in the lobby, I think we're going to see a lot of Psylocks trying to hunt down Helas, trying to sneak up on them and burst them down. But that matchup is far from easy for a Psylocke. Even if you get the drop on the Hela, she's got a powerful escape. She's got a stun and just massive burst damage. So a lot of pressure on Amazing and Adios right now to deliver opening picks for their squads. Let's see how it breaks down, Dustin.
Yeah, RIA already breaking some terrain. Not the bridge, kind of wants it for his own cover. At the current moment, a lot of spam into that shield from Spark Chief, just controlling that convoy. Amazing taking some early poke, actually even uses the flock to get away temporarily, but look who's waiting above. It's Hogs, ready to go for the dive and sort of back up. Meanwhile, Super Gomez in the 1v1 on the right side with Light, takes that duel. Doesn't get any kills. It's Adios, meanwhile, on the low ground, able to get his own kill. Whereas Light, now on the Psylocke, previous series was playing a lot more Star-Lord, now in Adios on the Psylocke, has been insane on the Hela. We can see why this guy maybe has been playing so much, or is rather the Hela for U4RIA instead of Light, which, you know, both role-wise is definitely interesting. Gets those opening kills and makes Nightmare rotation already reset.
And Nightmare, though, they're going to Strange Portal into the backline. Amazing gets one and slips out. Psylocke can't clean it up, and it's an insane clutch. Beautiful TP from Gaskin. It looks so strong for U4RIA, but they just weren't ready for the Strange TP, and that's been that resiliency that Nightmare has shown all tournament long, right? Even when they're in tough scenarios, they are ready to make these counter plays and try to turn things around. A couple reses come in for U4RIA, but Nightmare are just back to full strength. That was a clean reset for the attackers, sent home, and oh, this is a tough late death as well for Araris, and things are kind of falling apart here for U4RIA. It looked like such a great start, and then Nightmare not only got back in control of the cart, but now completely dominating the map.
Yeah, luckily for U4RIA, at the very least, this Hella being in the lineup does add some variance, so that can take away some of the maybe, or it can add some randomness, I suppose, to a series where U4RIA definitely might need it. Nightmare on their attacking side, on the defensive side rather, Amazing taking a very aggressive angle, whereas if you can see on the left side of the screen, Light's going for a flank on the back left, but Kurova well aware of it, looking to regroup. They're hard diving onto Kurova, support ult ready to go. They do sedate that Venom, immediately Light will go down before we could even use the ultimate. Rez comes through onto Kurova from the team up. Born again from Zelos, meanwhile on the attacking side. Hello Elise from the high ground. They immediately deleted with the Doctor Strange in the sky and then come onto the ground. Amazing going as aggressive as he possibly wants because he's got that ultimate ready to go. Double dash through for Super Gomez, able to get one kill onto Zelos, who doesn't have that res ready to go. Kurova's wall into Light, that's another kill. And I mean, this snowball is now out of control. Nightmare, minute and 30 left now for U4RIA's attack.
Yeah, Nightmare bends, but they don't break there. Keep trading these kills out. And Audios got absolutely focused down. I think Nightmare was so aware of that Hella ultimate. Can be a massive ultimate, can save Hella and turn things around for massive kills. But Gaskin was right there with the Strange. Everyone pouring the damage immediately into the Hella. And Audios really didn't get the value he was hoping for. Now I think there's a lot of pressure on the Doctor Stranges. Eye of Agamotto's in this team fight are going to be critical. That stun can easily turn into a team win.
Super Gomez and the Venom waiting on the right angle with the pressured out for now. Coleman goes for the dive. Already forced to use cooldowns, and the ultimate goes into Super Gomez. Gets him incredibly low, but the heals are there. Amazing. Now in the ult. Spam actually gets a kill on the Hella with the Super Gomez, or with the Doctor Strange, and this guy trying to block him. Gets two in it, which is great for them considering no ultimates or no team up available there for Zelos to bring him back. So yet again, U4RIA forced back to spawn off of some fantastic ults by Nightmare.
And Clomez taking a ton of pressure, got stunned out of his grapple, barely surviving with the help of the supports. Amazing really pouring on the pressure right now on the defense, and Nightmare are set up well for this. They are going to have to navigate through the Mantis ult from Araris. Can't be overcommitting into that powerful support ult on defense. Super Gomez, though, looking for some opportunities on the flank. Adam Warlock as well.
Dashes in. Mantis ult comes out, though, to counter it a little bit. Eye of Agamotto, meanwhile, from Spark Chief and U4RIA side, but counter Eye of Agamotto from Gasklin. They get the kill, too, onto Zelos. Everybody for Nightmare is backed all the way up, though. So Gasklin, you would think, is out of position, but not really, because he had some support from Aramori and her ultimate. And everybody else is being cleaned up now. Even an invisible Psylocke will not save Light. Everybody else just roaring towards this payload. Not even a chance in the world, it seems, for U4RIA on their attacking side. It just a path. It's been absolute domination for Nightmare.
Yeah, we talked about momentum coming into this, and it looked like U4RIA was starting off hot, and then it's just been all Nightmare for the next 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and I was a little worried for Nightmare. I thought allowing Hella into this series was a tactical mistake that, you know, Nightmare's been so strong with Hella out of the game. Like, why change anything? Why mess up the formula? But this also is like a statement now that, okay, like, I thought this would be U4RIA's advantage, that they're not going to have to ban Hella, you know, allow Nightmare to ban Hella, get that slight tactical edge. If you win this map right here for Nightmare, you're kind of showing U4RIA, hey, like, you want to let Hella, you know, continue to be played? If we just dominated you like this, that's a little bit of a scary prospect for U4RIA. Maybe they're going to have to be first banning Hella and sacrificing that tactical advantage that I thought they'd be having. So for me, this is a big statement map for Nightmare. If they start the series off like this, they are potentially set up to cruise through this grand final.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good. You know, I'm sure both of these teams as well are well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses, right? I mean, for Nightmare, you know, in practice, because if you're unaware, if you're maybe new to Marvel Rivals esports or the scene in general, these teams, obviously, because everybody's based online, you know, they get to play against each other quite a bit. So U4RIA and Nightmare, I'm sure, are very familiar with each other. Amazing and Nightmare, I'm sure, are like, okay, we could take Audios maybe in that Hella duel. Maybe in practice, Amazing kind of dominates that 1v1, right? So maybe at a macro level, U4RIA in practice have shown some things to Nightmare.
Yeah, 4 minutes on the clock right here for Nightmare's offense. See if they're able to get something rolling. Still winnable for U4RIA, right? This is a map that we have seen full held quite often. Defenders do tend to have a pretty strong position here.
Yeah, Spark Chief. See if they can do it on that right side. Whoa, oh my God, Super Gomez dashed in, taken out by Adios. He did this previously though, Jake. Finding that first kill is huge, however, for U4RIA. If they can keep it up, they're looking for Hogs now. Forcing him out at least to get some heals down below. But U4RIA, pretty good spot at the moment, although Cloman is low.
Adios showing patience here. His turreting is so important here, suppressing the enemy team. But U4RIA starting to take a lot of pressure, giving up a bit of map control. Right, Amazing's in this wide left off angle, starting to pour on damage. Super Gomez into the backline, burst down Hella. Oh no.
Out of nowhere, man, just ran right towards that Hella, shut him out immediately. Carts towards the very end. Payload's about to cross the finish line. The convoy has reached its destination. They had 2 minutes, 50 seconds in the bank, and they just win on Aegis path to take map number 1.
Nightmare are hungry for this first place prize. They do not want to go home with less than $10,000 in the pocket. They are undefeated to this point, looking like the best team in Marvel Rivals right now.
Yep. War of the Realms champions. Obviously we've mentioned it previously, but next week is the very beginning of the Marvel Rivals Championship in terms of the broadcast stage. I know it's been happening behind the scenes, but this team, Jake, they're looking like favorites just in Marvel Rivals in general, right? I mean, not only are they the best at their roles at the moment, but at a macro level, I mean, better than anybody. It seems like they just play so perfectly and elegant.
Yeah, they're a team with a lot of experience, playing Marvel Rivals. They've been really working hard on this game ever since it came out, ever since the first playtest, and that's starting to pay dividends now, right? We see teams with whether they have big names or not from other games. I think Nightmare's been the team that has just put the most effort in, that they've been scrimming the hardest. They bring a lot of skill and experience from other titles, but they're deploying it in Marvel Rivals. They're finding the next strategies, This is the team that I feel has been the most innovative in terms of setting the meta. I feel that they're the team that others have to respond to.
Yeah, in U4RIA at the moment are that team that has to respond. Obviously, we'll see if they can do it. I mean, they had points with the Hella. Just real quick, Jake, like a 30-second elevator pitch. What does U4RIA have to do before this highlight and break to maybe come back in the series?
Maybe at this point, maybe you ban Hella. Maybe I think U4RIA could see it as all right, just keep gambling, keep taking the risk on the Hella. But I think both of these teams are teams that have been consistently banning Hella, and maybe Nightmare, with their strategic lead, with not having to play as many matches, have the advantage. They prepared to be playing the Hella in this specific series where they really haven't used it anywhere else in the tournament. So maybe for U4RIA, taking that out of the equation could stabilize things, but still, Nightmare is a very scary opponent.
Yeah, Nightmare is a very scary opponent indeed. In fact, that was such a good elevator pitch that we still have time, Jake. So you've managed to somehow beat the quota. But we're gonna head to those highlights and head to a short break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after this highlight and break.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐 어둠이 따 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자존을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그리들의 승리 완명해 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자존을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 있다 내일까지 세계 운명
Yeah, it's still that broken. Well, I need help pronouncing these, by the way, quick for.
한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 방바늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자존을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리의
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. My name is Dustin, joined by Jake. We're amidst an incredible series between Nightmare and U4RIA. Currently, Nightmare up 1-0 in this best out of 7. We just had another best out of 7 today where U4RIA took down NRG in that map number 7. It was an absolute barn burner. So a lot of energy obviously spent by them coming into this series. They needed a little bit of time to rest, to recoup. But obviously, this map number 1 was a bit of an eye-opener, I imagine, for U4RIA and the rest of the viewers that are now tuning into the grand finals. Jake, it's comeback time maybe for U4RIA.
And U4RIA have a big decision to make with the first ban. They are going to take out Iron Man, so I think daring the Hella to come out once again. See if Nightmare want to respond. Maybe they allow Hella in. In fairness, Hell's having domination. Maybe they don't. It's the Starlord base. Wow. So Nightmare has just come to this series in particular with a completely different playbook. They are prepared exactly for the match against U4RIA. And this is going to be the real challenge for a team like U4RIA that's just had a bruising, 7-map series against NRG, like struggling through it, trying to find the way to win, where Nightmare has just been prepping, it looks like, for this series all day long. They look so ready, so prepared. And I'm curious to see, is this Iron Man ban really going to change much when it comes to playing against Nightmare?
It might very well be, because they also want to play that Black Panther. And, obviously Black Panther going to be mainly for, I believe, Light on his side. He was trying that out last time alongside the Psylocke, but with Psylocke and Black Panther available, I mean, now you got an interesting duo with those two.
And the Magic Band is interesting. I mean, I wonder, I don't think we've seen Nightmare use nearly as much Black Panther, so I like the Protect from U4RIA. I think this really, protects the comfort hero for Light, and he's been really solid on it, found tons of picks in the previous series, looked great on the Panther there. And I'm curious to see how Nightmare respond. And on these domination maps, Dustin, I felt like the high mobility comps, like playing everyone all divers, have looked really, really strong. Nightmare maybe going to mitigate that with the Venom ban, reduce some of the, high dive potential. And right now, this is interesting. Nightmare are playing Hela, which for me is very expected. This hero is insanely strong, probably the best hero in the game. And U4RIA are not. They are daring the Hela pick, and they are going to try and battle through it with a full dive comp. Try to punish the Hela rather than playing their own. The question is, will this work out? I think this is a real challenge. Trying to kill Hela is so scary. Not only can she two-shot you, but she can stun you out of your skills. She has a hard escape that lets her, get out of trouble and get saved by her teammates. At this level of play, Nightmare is going to be so ready to keep Amazing alive. And fights that go more than 10 20 seconds without a kill are almost always going to go Nightmare's way, provided Amazing is landing his shots.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Jake. U4RIA, Light in particular, is going to have to play perfect audio. They've changed it up, Jake, too. They're not even going to play the original.
Maybe they're
Black
realizing
Panther.
they're like, oh, hold up, guys.
We
might need to
that.
play Hela.
We forgot about the best character in the game.
They
guys.
did protect the Black Panther. Maybe depending on the map of domination, there could be a map to play a faster style. So this is only the first round.
That's a great point. Yeah, you can always change things up. It's not win this round or go home. You do have another one to come back in. Early TP from Gaston over the top right. They're ready to go already. That was such a fast TP too. Usually teams like to set up a little bit further, but this one was a very fast TP from Nightmare to set up. Super Gomez though really low. Incoming Hogs, which without the Iron Man, by the way. Hogs just playing Hulk by itself. You rarely see that. Super Gomez though before the TP. Going back and forth just to save HP. Hogs is just absolutely destroying the back line of U4RIA. Audios removed as well. Point taken for Nightmare.
We've seen so many teams ban out Hogs on the Hulk. Like, we've seen that so many times throughout the tournament, and you're starting to see why. And a late death for Light, that's got to sting, especially with Point in control for Nightmare. They're going to take a lot of capture progress, and Psylocke is a hero who wants to set up before the fight. Oh no, more snaggers. You can't allow this to happen. U4RIA are falling apart at the seams, and Nightmare is just going to continue to pour the pressure on.
Yeah, they're doing a great job at it, building towards those ultimates all the while. U4RIA now, they got to regroup though, Jake. Obviously, in this situation now, you're going to have to deal with all the defender spam. You not only have to deal with Hela, you got to deal with Kurova. I mean, there's so many different angles you have to worry about.
Man, Amazing is going to have open season here. Light is going to swap to the Black Panther though, so it's going to be a full dive attempt for U4RIA. See if they can get through to the back line, get on top of Amazing. Gaston gets swarmed though. Down one. This is a good start for U4RIA.
And they take him out. I know a lot of people talk about Wolverine being a tank killer, but so is Black Panther to a degree. Obviously, their Hulk has ran out of Hero Hulk form back into Bruce Banner form. Baby Bruce is out on the field. Out of the sky?
What a
No way,
knockdown.
Fox! Yeah, he knocked him to the ground with the jump, and then Clone Man takes on Aramori. So they're at least finding some ground here. However, the people they are killing can be resurrected. So Kurova back in the fight with the team up alongside Mantis. Hogs as well. Using his ultimate, just backing away U4RIA for now in that Mantis ultimate, forcing them to commit support ults to a fight that really isn't in their control just yet. 70% built on the board. Hogs back into Hero Hulk form. U4RIA going a little bit aggressive. Super Gomez as well with his own Dance of Butterflies, trying to find some kills, but no, it's Aramori on the low ground to find one with Hogs on the low ground. Aramori is just smacking this back line. Sure, you're going to have the team up resurrects, but it might be too little too late here, Jake. U4RIA just got rolled.
Yeah, Aramori's ult management has been something I've noticed all tournament long. She's constantly having that trump card final support ultimate, and the team is so ready to capitalize when she creates that advantage. So, her timing on the skill, even willing to die there, right? Like, rezzing back into the fight and then having that last ult. Big Eye of Agamotto from Doctor Strange gets deep into the backline, and it's already a triple kill for Nightmare.
They just win. I don't know how any team stops this, Jake. Like, that was, you not only have to, coming out of spawn, have to deal with the flanking Super Gomez and Kurova, but then you also have to think about a Doctor Strange ult. They're making U4RIA's brain explode, I swear.
There's too many threats, right? U4RIA, Nightmare's just not a team you win by focusing one player. They're way beyond that as a group, right? Like, they understand how to, if one player's taking a lot of pressure, somebody else is going to put more damage down somewhere else in the fight. So you really have to be, playing just a really clean game to go up against a squad like Nightmare. And this is what mastery of hero shooters looks like, right? Where the other team just feels like there's nothing they can do to win. All these small details on the sites, they add up. And like that fight with the better ultimate management. I feel like Nightmare always has better ultimate management. Like almost every single fight, they're using their ultimates for clean value. We almost never see them thrown away for nothing. And we can't say the same for pretty much anyone else in the tournament, at least when they go up against Nightmare.
U4RIA going into this next round. 30 seconds before Missionary unlocks, but U4RIA at least have ultimates to work with. Both Dr. Strange is going to go for TP plays originally. We'll see where both teams opt to position. Both just flip the map, sort of, it looks like. But Kuroba's the one out of the portal to get the kill onto Adios. What an opening kill. I have Okamoto from Clone Man. Does it connect onto anybody? It looks like Super Gomez, but Super Gomez somehow lives still. So Hogs and Bruce Banner form will get taken out. Spark Chief also to Super Gomez, but Kuroba with the ultimate resurrects both Super Gomez and Hogs. So they're back into it. And Gasklin, I'm sure, also will be back into it because of that res. Super Gomez will trade on Adios too. So it's still a 6 versus 6. Delos forced to use his own resurrect to bring Adios back. Light now going aggressive. Did get stopped temporarily by Adios, or sorry, by Aramori, but she still got their temporary resurrect. So people are still alive on both teams. A lot of res is coming through, and Clone Man trying to chew through this. They're just trying to get as many kills as possible while you're having to deal with Ramazing in the Skybox in the ultimate. Spark Chief finally gets 2, showing he is also really good at Hulk compared to Hogs. They are actually going to take the point first. U4RIA is in control of the mission area.
Wow, what an incredibly competitive fight, but just barely goes the way of U4RIA. Still trades coming in, though. Ramazing trying to battle this back. It's a 5-on-5. Hella running for her life. Could just wind up being a late death here as Spark Chief hunts her down and looks for more. And this uncharacteristic stagger for Nightmare as they look to regroup, look to reset. U4RIA would love to keep snowballing. I mean, given the mobility of this Black Panther Psylocke composition, they can really keep chasing for kills if they get any opportunity.
And usually we see Spark Chief on the Doctor Strange and Clone Man on Venom and other heroes. So a bit of a difference in terms of how they're using their players right now. Meanwhile, Super Gomez, the Dance of Butterflies towards the point. Zelos keeps themselves alive, but not until Kurova comes through the right side angle to take down Light. Amazing shot for him. Super Gomez now has a health pack to play around, just constantly spamming in. Meanwhile, ultimate committed by nobody. Super Gomez just takes down Zelos, who has that res though. Meanwhile, Adios using his own ult on the backside gets stunned by Ramazing afterwards because they have that Mantis ultimate. They waited out patiently. No follow-up was there, and Nightmare take control of the mission area.
And it's big for Nightmare to get this flip because, I mean, the big challenge when you're running this helicomp is retaking the point, right? Pushing up as this vulnerable sniper. That's the biggest opportunity for U4RIA. And the challenge for U4RIA is now walking up when Ramazing has a bit of space to work with. Luckily, I think this map with all these inside rooms and corridors, maybe U4RIA can find a way to sneak up and start this engagement. They do have that Black Panther ultimate, potentially could use that to burst down Ramazing, but he's playing very careful, very aware that the threats are going to be headed his way.
Yeah, huge point in understanding Hell's Heaven is, like you mentioned, Jake, the moving map. It's just constantly changing, absolutely destroying Hulk before he comes in. And also Baby Bruce, Spark Chief goes down in the Bruce Banner form. And with that, U4RIA is in a tough spot. Zelos has to resurrect him. So already one ult committed just to bring back Spark Chief. They could play it slower as well and wait for these reses to come back through. Kuroba then takes down Adios, who was just AFK in the top angle. Will get brought back, though. Meanwhile, Ramazing with the Hell ultimate. They want an open space to use it. Light's able to get 2. Kuroba is potentially going to be able to resurrect himself. Ramazing still hitting shots. Eris and Zelos will both go down. And then even more damage comes through. Rai's just doing whatever he wants, it seems. Even if you dive onto him, he's got the ultimate available. Hulk, though, trying to buy himself some time. Now back in Baby Bruce form. Adios having to deal with it, and there's just too much pressure now. Eye of Agamotto onto Ramazing. He cancels it with his ultimate, so he doesn't get caught in the Eye of Agamotto. And my God, I mean, that was just perfectly played by Nightmare. Sure, you used Ramazing's ult, Jake, but you've also got rid of the Eye of Agamotto.
Ramazing is taking this game over. Hella is so insanely powerful when she stays alive in these fights, and Ramazing is landing shot after shot. U4RIA just can't quite connect to the backline, and there's so many other threats, right? Like, you have to deal with this Hella. She's got to be, public enemy #1. But the rest of Nightmare, Hogs, and Super Gomez in particular, are proving so disruptive. Look at Hogs straight into the backline. So much to worry about for U4RIA.
Light dashes him, but Super Gomez double dashes back towards Light, so not even one of the fastest characters in the game can escape and evade Super Gomez. Meanwhile, Hogs on the front line deletes everybody. No resurrects, not even a question on how that map went. Nightmare are up now 2 in the series to win on Hell's Heaven. In this best out of 7, they're halfway there.
And they have 2 support ultimates in the bank while they win the map 2-0. Another brutally dominant showing for Nightmare as they just barrel, frankly, towards the championship.
Amazing work from Nightmare. Now, moving forward, obviously, they have another map to go, 2 more maps to go. For U4RIA, they keep letting that Hella go through, and at this point, it might be a mistake. Jake, Amazing with 11k damage, 19 kills, and 2 deaths.
Yeah, he was the server admin, it looks like, in that last map. I also want to highlight Hogs. I mean, we've seen a lot of respect bans towards Hogs Hulk, and this is why. Look at that damage. He's second highest in the server. He's over 2k over the next player on the opposite team. Only the Hella outdamaged him. I mean, this Hulk was masterful by Hogs, you know, constantly initiating fights, forcing a ton of attention on himself, and still staying alive, still being alive deep into the engagement. So Hogs really, I think, got to credit him a lot with this map. Like, he knows, like, he's got this Hella on his team. He's got the trust that Amazing is going to produce, and he is creating all the space in the world for Amazing to work with. The combination is beautiful to see, but like you said, Dustin, at this point in the series, can you keep letting the Hella through? That just, it looks too scary. This character is bonkers.
It really is. And I mean, just to go back onto Hogs, just to give him a bit of a shout out. I mean, this guy has really been, I see people on social media talking about how, you know, there's like this Hulk tech that is brand new. And we just found out about it yesterday. Hogs has been doing this stuff on Hulk. He's like the first one to do basically everything. So make sure to check him out if you're a Hulk player, because this guy is absolutely, like you mentioned, Jake, one of the best in the game. And they do have to look at Hella. So, you know, pretty much everybody on both sides. I don't know. This is like a 6-headed Hydra, man. Like, that's not even a real thing, but it's just absolutely disgusting how they've been able to pop off like this.
Yeah, you know, I think like Hella, like I like the idea maybe of letting Hella into the series as like an agent of chaos for U4RIA. Like, you've lost to Nightmare without the Hella, maybe with her in, it could go a little bit better. But I think if you're going to allow Hella into the series, you better be playing it yourself. Like, in theory, this full dive style, maybe it could work, but I mean, Hella has 2 insanely powerful tools, 3 arguably, that allow her to survive these engagements. She's got her stun ability, you know, can pick off a diving duelist with that stun, followed up with a quick headshot. You've got this, the bird can get you out of trouble, fly you away. But then also, I think the ultimate is really underrated for its survivability. Like, in that scenario where you're about to die, you've got nothing left in the tank, the ultimate turns that on its head, and then you just team wipe the enemy when they've overextended to try to kill you. So from my perspective, if you're gonna continue to unban Hella, you gotta be playing it yourself. You gotta be dueling. But Amazing is just really on too high of a level right now. I mean, so it's a tough question. Like, do you really want the duel? Right now, it doesn't look like you do, but we'll see what U4RIA like to do going into the next match.
Yeah, I don't know. The only way to really match it is to maybe use some sort of outside source to help you deal with Amazing, you know, in general on the Hella. But obviously, that was really one-sided, right? Straight up on that previous map. But things can turn around. We'll see after this highlights and a short break to continue with the series.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the winds and
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. We are amidst a series between Nightmare and U4RIA. Luckily for U4RIA, they sort of evaded earlier. Jake, I don't know if you saw, so far in the series, by the way, if you're just tuning in, earlier in the day, we had a matchup between U4RIA and NRG. U4RIA didn't touch the objective twice. I wanted to I wanted to make a new term, coin a new term called U4 instead of C9, the typical, everybody kind of knows it in the general hero shooter scene. But they won the series, so it's like you got to kind of take that back, right? They're a really talented team in their own right, and still won the series. Got to take it, not coin the term necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, I think this series so far, though, Dustin, it's beyond like not touching the objective. It's just a dismantling right now from Nightmare. Really, it's been a while since we've seen anybody really be threatening against Nightmare, and just watching them play, I feel like there's so much that the average player can learn and take away from this in terms of if you want to take your game to the next level in Marvel Rivals, you're enjoying playing the game. Nightmare is the team to watch, right? Like, they are playing the game on the highest level, really with a great macro understanding of the game. Like, even some of these moments with the mass res, like seeing from Korova, like they play so much more proactively around that ultimate rather than saving it for like emergencies or something went wrong. Sometimes they're sending their divers in aggressively, going in super aggro for trades, planning to all die at the same time and get res. I think for me, that's what it looks like from Nightmare, that they're really, firing on all cylinders, and U4RIA are going to take the hell out. I think it was a reasonable idea, a concept to shake things up and change things. But it's clear from those first two maps, if you don't want the Hella duel, you can't let this hero be into the series.
Yeah, I think to your original point, it's like an agent of chaos, like you mentioned, right? It's something to throw in there to see if it works. But I mean, against well-practiced teams and against one of the best teams in the world in Nightmare, sometimes it can feel like it doesn't matter what you throw at them, right? Because they have so many compositions they practice. I know I talked to Amazing in a short Discord DM with him. I mean, he said he has like 4 or 5 different heroes in his hero pool, right? He's playing all of them to pretty much the same level. Yeah. So, when there's players like that, Jake, even if some of these bans come through, which they're very unique in their own right, with Groot and Doctor Strange being banned, it's maybe not enough to stop Nightmare.
Yeah, the Hulk Protect is pretty surprising as well with how insane Hogs has been on the Hulk. I think Hulk looks really comfortable for Nightmare. So for U4RIA to protect Hulk is like, I don't think Nightmare's worried about that at all. But yeah, Groot and Doctor Strange have been 2 of the top vanguards so far in the scene. Taking them out, I think we're going to see at least a momentum shift in terms of like the way the match is being played. For me, though, we need to see proof from U4RIA that they can still execute on this comp, because Nightmare, so far, it just hasn't looked like it matters what they play. Like whether it's the team ups, the heroes, they've just bringing so much heat on such a different level, and the execution has been so solid. Nightmare, though, at least they're going to be denied most of the team ups. They're going to have just the Hulk, Iron Man, Mantis, and Adam Warlock team up, so pretty decent. But Magneto and Psylocke kind of just floating in there in the team comp. U4RIA, though, are going to drastically change things, though. I mean, we'll see what they actually roll out with on offense. I'm an old hand at this. I know about getting trolled by attacker teams just picking random heroes in the spawn. But honestly, the Spider-Man Venom, I think that team up is kind of underrated. Could be hard to execute, though, when Nightmare have great position.
I mean, I'll be hypocritical. I said earlier that Spider-Man was a terrible hero for some reason. That's not right. I mean, Light is definitely insane on Spider-Man, and Nightmare first map banned him, I believe. So, there's obviously something to be said about this guy flying around the map like he just did.
That was freaking scary for Light. He almost went down. Almost got knocked out. Amazing. Playing together with the team, aware of the threat that Dive poses, ready to peel his supports. I love this adjustment from Nightmare. Positionally already aware of what their opponents are bringing to bear.
Light's a submersible, man. OSHA approved and everything. And Amazing over the top left is trying to spam in as everybody sort of walks in for U4RIA. But he needs the bubble. Yeah, just the back gun out of there. Hogs also stunned up by Zelos, who kills takes down Korova. So that's a nice opening kill. Super Gomez also drops down to Zelos, who takes down yet another one. So the support of Adam Warlock right now is less of a support and more so a damage dealer. U4RIA sitting very pretty and also building up their ultimates all the while.
Nightmare trying to stabilize, right? Trying to get back into this, but they've been really good in these situations in the past. Bending but not breaking. Clone Man looks like overextended there. Amazing pushing back forward for even more. And already U4RIA, that little advantage they had has slipped away.
That's That's got to feel bad for sure. U4RIA now on the high ground up there, at least Light trying to bounce around, right? Amazing in the sky. Beautiful tracking. Forces that Spider-Man all the way back to spawn. Zelos as well. Gonna go down. Does have the passive. No ultimates committed, as well as Aramori onto Light. Takes down a Spider-Man on Mantis. That's some beautiful shots from her.
Yeah, Aramori has been looking deadly right now, and she has a kind of a big job to do against U4RIA's comp, right? Like, keeping teammates alive in the face of this incredibly oppressive dive style really is a tough test for the strategists, but they can make all the difference here as the ceiling comes down, and all this exposed area. I think Nightmare's going to be pretty happy about that, having a little bit more time to put down damage from range.
Yeah, look at that beautifully timed Gamma upgrade as well, but Audios takes him down. He dives in first, gets the kill, also takes down that ult until Kuroba comes through on the jump pad. Pops the Born again whilst on it, so it's harder to kill it. Maximum pulse committed from Audios, but no kill comes from it. Right, Amazing beams down Cloman on the high ground, who's trying to desperately run away, but just can't. Sparkcheap, meanwhile, does take down Hogs, but he's brought back into the fight because of Kuroba's Resurrect. It was just long enough to bring him into it. Right, Amazing also still sitting with that Quantum Pulse. Can use it whenever he wants. Zelos back in the fight. Kuroba's going to take down Light. Spider-Man goes down. Also, Ultimate Kiddo as Sparkchief. Zelos on a Super Gomez will find the kill. No res to bring Super Gomez back, so that's something for them at the current moment. Also commits the ultimate onto Aramori, so they're able to get the kill, but here's the Maximum Pulse onto a support. Both supports, in fact. Zelos and Eris are going to fall immediately. Light does eventually trade them out, but Kuroba and Aramori are back because of the team-up capability. So they didn't really ever leave, and Nightmare still have a pretty strong control of the mission area, even taking down Light in a stagger kill.
Yeah, and the delay onto the Hulk as well. They're going to clean out Bruce Banner there and, again, retake position on the map. No cap time for U4RIA. We're coming towards the final fight here, Dustin. With 50 seconds on the clock, U4RIA have got to get something going. The one bright spot for them is they have a small window before Nightmare is going to have these powerful support ultimates online. I'm looking at Aramori at 75% for the Mantis ultimate. If she gets that online, I think we could be looking at a defense for Nightmare, but if she goes down early, offense has a great shot.
Corey is sitting at the choke point, able to take down Audios with a fully charged shot. Born again comes through now for Zelos on the left side. Audios and Arius are going to go down. Definitely need that res in that instance. And now you have a Hulk in your face. Hogs just absolutely dismantling the back line. I mean, they just can't do anything. Both strategists will go down. And towards the point, Gaston also takes down Cloman. So Spider-Man ultimate committed by Light. He is traded out, though, by Super Gomez. That's not what you want to see out of a Spider-Man with no time left. I mean, U4RIA, not even a tick, Jake. That was pretty dominant.
It's going from bad to worse, Dustin. I honestly respect to U4RIA for continuing to pull out these different looks, different strategies, trying to find something to knock Nightmare off balance. Like, they're not just banging their head against the wall. They're attempting different looks. They're trying different styles. But Nightmare are just too clean. Even when they start to fall behind in these, scrappy engagements, one mistake for U4RIA, right? Like, one step overconfident, and Nightmare immediately punish, strike back, and flip the fight on its head. They're just such a monstrous team to watch right now. It's really impressive stuff for Nightmare.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you're going to match it, especially when, for Nightmare's side, they get to play some of the best characters too. So we talked earlier about maybe those Agents of Chaos being involved. Psylocke has been that to a degree, right? I know Super Gomez, somewhat quiet, has been pretty consistent, not making any necessarily flashy plays, but considering, obviously in the War of the Realms tournament, Super Gomez was a huge star in that tourney. Now he's just kind of been taking the back seat and letting everybody else do the work while he's still putting in massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, Psylocke can be that just annoying hero, constant thorn in your side. Your strategists are always checking their back. Maybe they're not doing as much frontline pressure as they'd like to because they're worried about the Psylocke. So honestly, sometimes less can be more on these high mobility flankers, just creating spaces. Nightmare, Super Gomez does mark Jeff. Please roll out on Jeff. Please, we're begging you, the fans. Think of the Jeff stands.
No, the Jeff stands are unfortunately locked to the winter event going on right now. So, no Jeff today. Maybe later, as Nightmare are looking to close out, right? With 4 minutes on the clock, that's so much time in the bank, Jake. The Spark Chief and crew on the defensive side. They could potentially do it. It's a tall order. But, I wouldn't count them out just yet as Super Gomez is trying to hunt down the Iron Man.
Yeah, this flank from Super Gomez, look at it, just being so annoying, right? Like, forcing a lot of attention his way, not overextending, knows his teammates aren't quite ready yet, but when they are, now Ryan Amazing gonna start the engagement with the Gamma Burst on Iron Man. Still, the quick kill from Light. It's the right start for U4RIA.
Yep. The right start, but potentially on the wrong hero as Zelos can. Or wait.
No! The Cavs, guys, U4RIA. You can't let them get away with this. Oh no. That is a tragedy, Dustin. They just got backcapped right in front of their faces. I guarantee everybody in Nightmare is just laughing in the comms right now, and for U4RIA, it's dead silent. No one says a word. Oh my goodness.
Wow. I mean, we might have to bring back the term to the table, man.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. That was, you can't be letting them go like that.
Please do not spam U4 in the chat room. Okay, please.
Guys, don't do it. Chatters.
Don't do it. No J Lulk.
No J Lulk. No U4 is not allowed.
Not allowed.
Don't do it.
You may be tempted, but oh my.
I am tempted. That
Are you gonna open the chat right now? Typo casting, dude. That's unreal.
I was watching Hogs, on Hulk. Like I'm like, he's touching the point. I wonder what would happen if he pressures the point. Like, what are U4RIA gonna do if someone touches the point? Well, I mean, they got a lot of their whole team is high mobility. Surely someone will touch the point.
No,
maybe not. Maybe not.
We gotta think about this from a lore perspective. Spider-Man had to go deliver the pizzas. Like he was on a timer. They're gonna be cold. His boss is gonna be mad at him, dude. That's pretty bad. It's not gonna happen again. It's not gonna happen again.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen again. It's not gonna happen again. You're down 0-3 in the grand finals. That wasn't really that big of a deal. Sure, yeah, it's whatever. It's no biggie. We write that one off. It wasn't our map. It wasn't our map, guys.
Yeah. Go next. Reverse sweep time. You know what? Maybe to give U4RIA a shot. Do we implement more bans? Maybe if we ban every single hero that Amazing and the rest of the
What if we
play.
switch to the Jeff's Winter Celebration?
Yes. Who wins in Jeff's Winter Celebration? That's actually a good point. I'd like to watch that. That'd be funny as heck. But let's take a look at the highlights from that match. Obviously it was incredibly one-sided, very fast. We're gonna do a short break after that, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you for that map number 4. Be right back.
Only 60 seconds left. Double kick. 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. I see Chance. They've heard us, Jake, during the break. They've heard us. They've even one-upped us, it seems, Jake. What are they saying?
Yeah, I saw chat starting to spam. You forgot the point, which is pretty good actually. You know what, chat? Well done, well done. I don't often take my hat off to the Twitch and YouTube chat, but I'm impressed. I'm impressed. You forgot the point might actually stick.
That's up there, dude. Put that on the fridge. Mom's proud for sure. Oh my God. But before they've got a chance to, not to be too copium here. I know that, there's obviously some pleasantries, typical, 0-3 right now, down 0-3. Can you come back, right? You've already map number 1, 2, and 3 experimented with pick bans, or protect bans in this case. At this point, it seems like the protect ban system won't save you, right? You're going to have to deal with something on the other side. You're going to have to deal with, whatever it seems like U4RIA wants, or sorry, whatever Nightmare wants to run. What do they do here, Jake? I don't know. The side lock obviously not really working that well. It seems like same thing with Hella. Spider-Man seems like one of their best picks. The Star-Lord, you could go back to that maybe.
Yeah, I mean, actually, what's been interesting is Nightmare's been consistently banning the Star-Lord. They've been taking it out, and that has been one of the strongest tools for both of these teams. And Nightmares just feels, we have the bigger depth of strategy. We're going to just deny the Star-Lord from both of us and trust that we have a deeper strategic pool, which I think is actually a really smart choice for Nightmare. But beyond, like you said, it's not just about the picks and the bans. That's not going to save you. The reality of a protect and a ban system is what it does is just keep the meta fresh. It changes things up from game to game. You won't see the same strategies back to back to back, but it doesn't really it's not going to help you beat a better team. What you need to do for U4RIA is dig deep, lock in, and just I mean, honestly, it's hard to say because it's they need to just execute on a higher level. I think this goes beyond individual gameplay with how strong Nightmare is. I don't think that an individual can carry this game. I think what it takes is, people to calm down and to really have faith in themselves. But honestly, Dustin, for Team U4RIA, having faith and confidence in this position is like me rolling out of bed tomorrow trying to climb Mount Everest. It's good luck, man. Good luck. They have everything stacked against them. I think if they were to get a map win here, I would be really impressed, though. If they were to just start with something, I think that's the key to success when you're in this position as U4RIA. You can't start thinking about the reverse sweep and you're going to win the series. You can't think that way because it's just unrealistic at this point. You have to just think 0-0. It's 0-0. This is the first map in the series. We have to put everything else out of our minds and just play our absolute best, and let's just win a map. Once you win that map, you start to build, right? You have a foundation to start from, but this is the biggest, most tough test, right? Because to be able to put the rest of these occurrences out of your mind, you forgot the point last map. You got to put that out of your mind. Chat, I know, but you got it. U4RIA, they've got to put that out of their mind. They've got to come give it their all here on what could be the final map, but for their hopes, for their tournament lives, and for the cash on the line, U4RIA are hoping they can bring this to a longer series.
I'm locked in. I'll run through a wall for Coach Jake. That was that's sort of it. That was pretty inspirational until the whole you forgot the point thing. But
sorry, I had to get my licks in. I gotta have fun with it. I'm not a coach anymore. I'm a caster.
You could have some fun with it now, luckily. But for U4RIA, I'm sure they're talking about that, right? I'm sure Coach Yoki's behind the scenes mentioning those sort of things, making sure the team can get back to it, right? Because at the moment, you said it earlier. I mean, it may be raining, it may be pouring, but if you have some flint and steel, you can make it work, maybe. For this next map, we have to see what it's going to be, because that's going to change a lot, right, Jake? I mean, obviously, if we go to a convergence and a convoy, they sort of play the same, but obviously domination, that is like a pure mechanical map almost, right, in terms of how you play it. It's I guess maybe there still is a lot of strategy, but I would say it's a little bit more individual based than maybe something along the sides of convoy or convergence.
Yeah, I think domination is definitely scrappier. Teams split up a little bit more, whereas attack defense maps tend to have a little bit more of a stable setup where the teams are more prepared for each team fight one after the other. Maybe domination would play in the favor of U4RIA, but we've seen the game modes, Dustin. We've seen three of them so far, and it just hasn't worked out. I think this goes beyond strategy and tactics, like I was saying. I don't think this is about some little detail, some tiny strategic adjustment that's going to turn the series on its head. This is about U4RIA finding the way to be confident and to play their absolute best in this match, and also kind of hoping Nightmare slips up, hoping they get overconfident, hoping that some of this like hardened discipline that we've constantly seen from Nightmare starts to crack when, you know, they are on the cusp of the championship. They are on the cusp of claiming the trophy here at the Marvel Rivals Invitational and $10,000 cash. So honestly, you're hoping for a lot if you're U4RIA, if you're a fan of U4RIA, but Nightmare, you got to give them their flowers, right? Like, this is the team that has just run the table all tournament long. Like, yes, this is an invitational, so there's only 4 teams invited, right? So we didn't really get to see the full spectrum. But with how good Nightmare looks, just on like a raw strength level, I feel like this is the team that's got to be the favorite for the championship next week as well. Like, any team in the world. I mean, I wonder, can anyone hold a candle to Nightmare right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of the teams preparing for that tournament are sort of wondering that as well, or, you know, maybe looking to get their licks in next week in that championship, like you mentioned, Jake. And, you know, if U4RIA can win, I'll make a bet with you right now, Jake. I'll run through my door and I'll put the camera at the door. Like, I actually will. Like, if they could do it, I mean, why not, dude? I'll break a...
You are not the Hulk. You cannot run through your door.
What do you mean, dude? I'll
believe
bust
you.
out of my suit, dude. What do you... I'm gonna break my suit right now, man.
I'm hulking out, guys. I'm hulking out.
I'm seeing green. I'm hulking out. I think U4RIA, like you said, they have a huge mountain to climb. And every team watching, I know that there's a few teams that have mentioned behind the scenes, you know, they're like, okay, now I want my chance at Nightmare. You know, I'm sure a bunch of people in Twitch chat are like, you know, if I was U4RIA,
I would be Nightmare. This would be so easy. If I was in the, I would hit every shot and use everything perfectly and we would win. It's true.
Every time. It's true. You're right. I'd like to see you guys play in the tournament, man. Maybe next week.
That's why you got to queue up. You got to be in the Marvel Rivals Championship. And for the viewers, make sure to mark your calendars, guys. Next 2 weekends, we are going to be having the Marvel Rivals Championship. Be sure to be there. We're going to see some of the best teams in the world. See if anyone can challenge Nightmare. Maybe U4RIA can bring this back. Maybe there's something else left in the tank. I do like potentially this double diver look with Hella Band. I think that might be the strongest opportunity for U4RIA. You know, allow Light and Adios to shine on characters they've been super comfortable on. But at the same time, I kind of expect the same from Nightmare. I don't think Nightmare is going to go down easy. I don't think Nightmare is giving anything up for free with how dominant and how disciplined they've been all tournament long. You've got to work really hard for this for U4RIA.
Yeah, I mean, the odds are definitely stacked against them at the moment. We're going to domination, specifically Burn and Chalice, so...
Different Vanguard approach from the teams, right? With Nightmare marking the Venom and Magneto, U4RIA going for a Hulk Strange setup. Hulk Strange, I think, can be strong, but I actually like the look of the Magneto Venom on this particular domination map. I think maybe is a little bit harder for Hulk to get in and get out and have that, like, engage, disengage style that he's hoping for. Magneto can also get a lot done in terms of the damage. Strange TP, though, should give U4RIA at least the position they want to fight from.
And they swamped it out. Gasklin throws out the TP.
Off the Magneto. Still Hulk versus Venom. Curious to see how that plays out.
Super Gomez back on the side lock. Whereas U4RIA not even running it. They've actually just gone to Black Panther and Magic. So they at least get that team up there with both Magic and Black Panther so they can stay alive. But meanwhile, Rymazing already diving. Getting a ton of damage in, gets the Elim onto Zelos, but he's going to have the res. Same with Eris. They're both going down like this, straight back Kurova. So bear in mind when these strategist kills come through, they can res. Though Adios is not a strategist that has that team up, so he's going to be permanently gone for now. Whereas Hogs tracking down everybody else. Nice sedation onto one member of Nightmare, but at this point, they're already too far ahead, right? Super Gomez tracks down the Hulk. You just have Light alive, but, I mean, Stagger's now coming through for the Baby Bruce, and Nightmare take control of the point once again.
Oh, Nightmare, the Stagger is just, I mean, Rymazing actually just putting him out of his mercy there on Hulk. That could have been a brutal Stagger.
Definitely was Nightmare now. I mean, they're already building Psylocke Ultimate. U4RIA don't have any supports or any strategist ults against it. And this choke point is still being held pretty handedly by Nightmare. They're well aware. Look, they have like eyes on every single angle, Jake. They're just watching over everything.
Kurova's in such a nice position here, able to just pour on the damage. And U4RIA are all stacked up together in the flank, and they're fully surrounded. Gomez from behind.
Already gets one. Dives in. Doesn't even need the butterflies. Goodbye, Light. Peek the corner, right into Kurova's shots. Man, this guy has just been amazing. on this hero. I know yesterday I was watching you guys play, or I was watching you guys cast this game, and I tuned into Kuroba's stream to what's going on, and they were like playing TikToks in the background. They were just vibing during the match. Like, this guy so locked in even when he's not. It's just like disgusting.
Yeah, Kuroba's been the best Adam Warlock in the tournament. I think that's pretty fair to say. Just looks rock solid. Great use of all the skills. Impeccable positioning. Putting on a clinic. And Nightmare with a couple strong ultimates. Areris, 95% to Mantis ult. She would love to have that online when the dive comes in. She should get it. But the burst, I mean, look at Nightmare. They're just surrounding them. U4RIA looks so scared.
And here comes the butterflies. Mantis to try to counter it at the very least. So they do survive. Also to 1 HP is Super Gomez, but gets healed up immediately. Also, Kuroba sitting back with the res. Understanding if he plays back, if anybody goes down, they'll still be nice and healthy. Adios will still fall, so it doesn't even matter. He doesn't even need to use it. Here comes Ford again on the outside. Brings everybody back. Darkchild, though, amazing into the res, and all that damage now comes through. Rest of the team actually takes the kills from him. So in this case, Nightmare now rotating around. Hulk surely could touch. The stasis out temporarily slows down. Amazing. Here comes
Can
Hulk.
he touch?
He's not even going to touch. He's just running off the map, dude.
Oh man, the Darkchild right into the Adam Warlock res is insane. Right, Amazing just gets in there and cuts them to pieces off the mass res, showing that like as good as this ultimate looks in the hands of a team like Nightmare, in some of these other teams, they're just not able to put it together. They're just constantly on the back foot, are U4RIA right now. And Nightmare sense that. They smell blood in the water, but I'd love to see the patience they're showing, right? They're not over diving. They're not forcing these fights too deep into the enemy spawn. They're playing the surrounds. They're getting map control. And when the dive comes in, it's clinical. They get in, they force the Mantis ult, they get out, and then again, like I talked about, Armory with the support ultimate advantage, a better Mantis ult is really what wins that fight for Nightmare beyond any of the heroics from the Duelist or the Vanguard.
Yeah, a lot of fantastic work so far from Nightmare. But these poor statues, man, they're just getting a beating before the match even starts on Waterfall. But
I love this spawn. Like, you can just hang out with the enemy team in the spawn. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that again.
No. This map in general is just crazy because it's got so many destructibles. Like, I think even the rocks above the point can just, like, all collapse above one of the entryways. So a lot of crazy things can happen with the destructibles on the map. And U4RIA, they built up some ult at the very least, coming against Nightmare, who are in a high ground position and also currently have the round advantage.
Nightmare love this play, though, with the mass res, where they just all dive in, trade a bunch of kills, and just plan to come back with Kuroba's mass res. So U4RIA are going to have to be smart here, not over-focus the divers as they come in. Somebody's got to get on top of Kuroba.
Light double dashes in and does exactly what you said, diving on a Kuroba, but he's just walking away. Armory will go down, Super Gomez as well. So the peel actually kind of worked out. Clone Man able to take down Hogs. So Armory's back in the fight. Also, Kuroba's able to get one, but you got Hulk smashing Gaslit into the ground towards the point stasis for now, so you can't really do any damage to him. That might actually help Gaslit in this situation. That Hulk in that situation, Dark Shot from Audio trying to find some damage on Armory, who just used the res, so she wouldn't be in the next fight or in this fight if she does go down, in which she does in this case. Clone Man able to get Hogs as well. Amazing, though, trades back once. Super Gomez pops the ult on the point to the butterflies, destroy everybody. And it's again another wipe for U4RIA.
Super Gomez wants to get more, wants to finish off the magic. Spark Chief sent off the map. It's a tragic way to go for Hulk. Can't tank through that. And Adam Warlock, Kuroba in this, what a spam angle from him in that position. U4RIA wisely going high ground. I think it's something good for all the folks at home when you play this map. Pushing through that lower choke point is really scary. Going high ground, definitely much better for the attackers.
U4RIA now walking in. Does have the Eye of Agamotto ready to go on Coleman's side. Same thing with the Mantis ult from Areris. I mean, what do they want to do? I mean, they can do whatever they want. It feels like 50% of the board. Armory spamming out.
Nightmare's just running the clock out on them. Undeniably cruising towards this first place prize.
Yeah, at the very moment they are. Amazing on his Zelos. One more kill, or one more elim. Also, Kuroba's res. Same thing with Zelos. Darkchild's still available, and at this point, server admin Amazing, what does he want to do? Drops back down Eyeball Mogos there from Clone Man. Can they find the KOs with it? Nothing so far in the top right feed, although it's just Amazing and Nightmare, the ones getting the KOs. I mean, they're basically one team fight away from capitalizing, winning out. Super Gomez also just wins the 1v1 with Light on top of it.
Oh, the stagger on the Hulk. Please have mercy.
No mercy today. No mercy today. They're trying to get the $10,000. Trying to win this $20,000 tournament. Through the portal, one last fight. What can you do, U4RIA? They drop through
Like, it's
Ayabaga there. Lank does get one, hits another on two on Armory as well. Kuroba able to trade it back. Cloman goes down. Spark Chief another one. But I mean, they need an absolute miracle. Zello is trying to beast that miracle by bringing everybody back in the top left. But he's going to go down. Needs his own res. Into the ground. Hogs goes. I mean, everybody's just funneling towards the point at this point. There's fights across the entire map, Jake, but none of them towards the objective. Herrera's going to res. Come back to the team up, but everybody else is here. Maybe this could be a huge ultimate from Light. No kills, no touch even. When he was stuck in the ultimate, couldn't even touch the
couldn't
objective.
touch the point in the ultimate, and it's Nightmare, your champions. Unbelievable. Maybe not so unbelievable having seen the series.
No.
Nightmare, what a run in this tournament, though, Dustin. Undefeated, never dropping a map to anyone, claiming the first place prize, $10,000 cash, and honestly looking ahead to any opponent, right? Anyone who can really test them, because frankly, they weren't in this tournament.
No, they were pretty handedly the champions for a reason. I would say not. U4RIA looked pretty good on the first series against Nightmare. Obviously, that still ended up in 3-0 fashion, but Nightmare, the champions of the Invitationals. And you mentioned earlier, Jake, definitely one of the favorites to win the entirety of Marvel Rivals Championship next weekend, and that'll be an incredible time, I think, for the scene, as we'll see every single team possible compete for a massive prize pool starting on December 27th. You're not going to miss it. Meanwhile, Nightmare are the champions today, and Jake, I mean, nobody's going to forget them, right? I mean, that's not the same thing as you forgot the point, but they're dominant right now.
This is about as dominant of a showing as I've ever seen in competitive gaming. I mean, Nightmare, not only did they win the previous tournament, but it feels like they're even further ahead than they were before. And that's so hard to do, right? When you are the best team, other teams can study you, they can watch what you do, they can imitate you. It's hard to keep improving as the best team. It's typically much easier to catch up and equalize with those really strong teams by like following their lead. And yet, Nightmare is further ahead, right? That's not what should be happening in this tournament. Looking ahead to the Marvel Rivals Championship, as you said, in the next couple weeks, I mean, I think a lot of teams have to be watching these replays, looking at these matches, like trying to figure out what does Nightmare do so differently that we can't replicate, because honestly, no one else has been playing to their level. Like, they haven't had a competitive series in this tournament. I would have loved to say that it was. I would have loved this grand finals to be closer. But if anything now, I think this makes me more excited for the next couple weeks, the Marvel Rivals Championship. With the open qualifier, you get to see every team who wanted to play, qualifying with friends, with teammates, and just playing in that open qualifier from the game client itself. They're going to be the teams that are going to have to take on Nightmare and potentially stop their reign of terror. But you got to just think they're the tournament favorites rather for the next couple weeks as well.
Yeah, and 10,000 in the bank on top of that for getting first place. Second place is going to U4RIA, who honestly, all things considered, $7,000 out of a $20,000 prize pool for getting second place. I mean, that doesn't feel too bad, especially comparing themselves to Nightmare right now. And as a team, I mean, they kind of just robbed them, right? They just dismantled them at every single angle. You mentioned it, Jake. Just looked like a team looking to win it all, right, for this whole year.
Yeah, and U4RIA, like you said, like they had some big moments, they had some close competitive matches, they were able to pull it out and get this far against a resurgent NRG, and they were frankly able to sweep the table with Luminosity Gaming earlier in the tournament. So thanks to LG and NRG for competing in the tournament. But U4RIA is going to claim that second place finish. As you said, it's still a pretty penny, still feeling pretty good about this. I think that's one of the really exciting things about Marvel Rivals right now is we've got all these in-game tournaments, just like hop in, play for a weekend, qualify. You can be playing and on these stages for this cash. Anyone can, right? It's just a matter of qualifying through the game client. So that's a very exciting thing, I think, on the release of the game. It's been really popular. People have been really excited to play Marvel Rivals, and I think now seeing some of these players, some of these teams at the highest level, I'm just really excited to see what competition we get over the next few weeks of tournaments.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And by the way, I mean, just another thing to add on to it to Nightmare. I mean, obviously, they're a fantastic team, super strong at the moment, but not only that, from everything I know from them behind the scenes, I mean, they're just great people, right? I mean, generally behind the scenes, they've been super welcoming to everybody, just like a super fun group of gamers that are just trying to have fun. As they won 4 over U4RIA, I think as they won the War of the Realms tournament, after that, they like binge watched the entirety of the MCU together. So super fun. Yeah, super fun.
That's
lineup,
awesome.
man. They're a super together team, super like friendship above all kind of teams. So, I mean, obviously, great tournament from them, and for U4RIA to beat NRG and cement themselves second place is big.
Yeah, it's awesome to see a team like that coming out on top, looking so dominant here in Marvel Rivals. U4RIA, you got to admit, they had a bruising day, right? Having to go to map 7 versus NRG probably taxed them. Probably they could have been a tougher test for Nightmare in a different situation. But, you know, that's the reward Nightmare gets for just winning everything, not dropping a map. There's a reason they've stayed in the upper bracket. There's a reason. It's because they've absolutely dominated anyone who's come before them. This is a team that's also been putting in the work, that's been scrimming, that's been grinding the game, putting in the time. And at this stage, like early stages of the game, that's really worth so much. The teams who are most motivated, who want it the most, they're going to tend to be on top. And right now, that's all Nightmare.
Yeah, all Nightmare indeed. And, you know, obviously, Jake, you talked about it earlier. Talk about it once more. Next weekend, we're going to see that Marvel Rivals Championship, or the MRC, next weekend starting December 27th. We'll be live back here on this Twitch stream and YouTube. So we'll see who's going to win that one. Jake, I know we have some earlier predictions, but obviously we'll have to wait and see who can win it all. And speaking of win it all, Jake, have you played the new game mode? Yeah, Jake, have you played our new Jeffy Boy?
I haven't tried the Jeff's Joyful Jubilation yet. I need to get on. I need to get on. I've been just grinding ranked, man. Sorry. I'm too much of a tryhard. You know what? I'm gonna hop out of place with Jeff's Winter Celebration now. You gotta play the in-game quests. You're gonna unlock the free new Jeff skin just by playing the mode and doing those in-game quests. We've also got a bunch of winter skins in the shop available for you. I think those ones on the right, Groot and Rocket, available now. Maybe the Magic and Venom coming out a little bit sooner. Excited to see, you know, people rocking those cool new skins as they come out, as they're released into the game. As I said before, I think that Groot skin is too fire. That's like one of my favorite skins I've ever seen.
Santa Groot is hilarious, but what is sadly not hilarious and very, very depressing is that we're going to have to head out of here. So, Jake, it's been a pleasure casting with you. Obviously, our boy Hank earlier, and also Nettie's behind the scene for doing a fantastic job setting up this whole tournament, and, you know, Hype Factory and everybody that's behind the scenes with Marvel Rivals in the Invitational. They did a fantastic job. And to the chat, too. You guys for being hilarious with the "you forgot the point," although it's a little bit mean. It was slightly mean.
Chat would never be mean, Dustin.
No.
That would no.
They're nice.
Thinking of a different Twitch chat.
Make sure to check out all the players too. Last shout out as well. I mean, every single player streams usually. I know Super Gomez, standout player, star player. He says he doesn't stream. He doesn't want to, even though he's like one of the best players in the game. I'm sure people want to see a POV that's as good as his. But that'll be it for us, everybody. Jake and Dustin out of here. I'll see you guys in the Marvel Rivals Championship next week.